Chapter 700. Gu Fei entered the death swamp. Here, miasma filled the air and poisonous water flowed everywhere. There were unknown dangers. In the swamp, there were no signs of life. The poisonous fog shrouded the area and visibility was very low. It was lifeless, but there were strange noises coming from all directions. The water in the swamp was black, and some places were still bubbling. A fishy smell assailed his nostrils. Gu Fei sniffed a few times and felt dizzy. Poisonous water, extremely poisonous water. It was hard to imagine that there was such a place in this world. Within a radius of a few hundred miles, it was a land of extreme poison. One could imagine that no matter man or beast, as long as they entered this land of extreme poison, they would definitely not be able to leave. The poison in the death swamp was too powerful. This kind of extreme poison could definitely kill immortals and gods. Gu Fei realized that in the swamp, it was very difficult to tell the direction. The sky and the ground seemed to be the same, and it was easy to get lost. After Gu Fei entered the death swamp gradually changed. The entire swamp seemed to be boiling, and traces of colorful poisonous gas came out from the ground. Most of the sorcerers' people in the sorcerer land knew how to use sorcerer's poison, and sorcerers were experts in using poison. When witchcraft and poison were combined, it gave rise to sorcerer's poison. And the sorcerer's poison was the most powerful among the sorcerer's people. Because the sorcerer's poison controlled a place that was a treasure in the eyes of the sorcerer's people. That place was this death swamp. All the sorcerers in the sorcerer land coveted this death swamp. This place contained an endless amount of poison. It was a place where thousands of poisons converged. It was definitely a holy land for practicing sorcerer's poison. It was no wonder that the other sorcerers valued the death swamp so much. Gu Fei continued to go deeper. He felt a strong presence in the depths of this swamp. Danger lurked everywhere in the death swamp. Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. He carefully flew towards the depths of the swamp. Soon, he was deep in the death swamp. But along the way, there was no danger. The sorcerer did not attack Gu Fei. However, the calmer it was, the more frightened Gu Fei was. The lich was hiding in the dark, no one knew when he would attack. Just as Gu Fei approached the depths of the swamp, there was a sudden boom, and the pitch-black mud directly below Gu Fei instantly exploded. A figure the size of a small hill burst out of the ground, exuding a boundless terrifying aura. It soared into the sky and fiercely swallowed Gu Fei. This is... Gu Fei was taken aback. He discovered that the evil creature that suddenly rushed out from the ground was actually a dragon, with a pair of wings on its back and a pitch-black skeleton. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Was he finally going to make a move? He stretched out his right palm and pressed it down. Bam! The void trembled, and the ferocious and terrifying bone dragon was blasted apart by Gu Fei, its broken bones scattering in all directions. Rumble! Just as Gu Fei blasted the bone dragon, the entire swamp of death trembled, as if a terrifying supreme evil spirit had awakened. Endless voodoo poison surged out from the swamp, the poisonous gas blotted out the sky and enveloped Gu Fei. Divine light curled around Gu Fei's body, completely repelling the surging voodoo poison. He was not tainted by even the slightest bit. Although he was enveloped by the poisonous gas, no poison could touch his body. Swish! 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 Suddenly, pitch-black mud mixed with black water soared up from below, like a huge dragon, and coiled towards Gu Fei in the sky. Ha! Heaven has a path, but you don't want to walk. Hell has no gate, yet you insist on barging into it. Obediently accept your death. The sorcerer's voice came from the depths of the swamp. Humph! Reckless, the one who will die will only be you. Gu Fei said coldly, and then, a vast and boundless energy surged out from his body. The ferocious energy directly shook the void around Gu Fei's body. The dragon-like mud that rushed up from below was immediately dispersed by the energy that exploded out from within Gu Fei's body. Then, Gu Fei saw a scene that made him incomparably shocked. On the ground, silhouettes started to emerge. The pitch-black mud and poisonous water mixed together, and one by one, the sorcerer continuously emerged from the swamp. Every mud man was pitch-black, surging with a dense evil aura, as if they were real. Roar! The sorcerer roared, and one by one, the silhouette surging with evil aura soared into the sky, emitting endless battle intent, and charged towards Gu Fei in the sky. This was simply a mud army. Bang! Gu Fei's right hand lightly touched the ground, and the group of silhouettes at the very front instantly exploded. With a single move, Gu Fei dispersed the hundreds of sorcerer condensed from mud. However, in the deathly swamp, sorcerer condensed from mud unceasingly emerged from the swamp, and charged towards Gu Fei. Countless silhouettes danced in the air, and the power of the entire deathly swamp was gradually pushed to the peak. Bang! 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 Bangs! Gu Fei attacked again and again, causing the heaven and earth to tremble, and countless sorcerer were destroyed. However, countless sorcerer, after being killed by Gu Fei, once again emerged from the ground, and there was no end to them. The entire deathly swamp's evil aura surged violently. Preposterous! Gu Fei cursed in his heart. This sorcerer was extremely cunning. It actually transformed into a myriad of forms, as if it had fused with the entire swamp. The aura of the sorcerer was everywhere, and even Gu Fei had a hard time identifying the location of the sorcerer's primordial spirit. Countless sorcerer surrounded Gu Fei, and like an army, wave after wave, they rushed towards Gu Fei like a tide. At the same time, the mud below Gu Fei began to surge, and the ground collapsed, forming a huge whirlpool, and silently swallowed Gu Fei from the bottom up. This move again. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be speechless. Did that sorcerer run out of techniques? Gu Fei fiercely shook his body, and an extremely powerful force, like a volcano eruption, spread out from Gu Fei's body. With Gu Fei as the center, a circle of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye rapidly spread out in all directions, and countless sorcerer condensed from mud crumbled one after another. Rumble! The void shook, and Gu Fei's unbelievably powerful martial physique directly shook the heaven and earth, causing the entire world to tremble. Swoosh! Using the 8 desolate steps, he rushed out from the encirclement of the sorcerer's clones, and avoided the terrifying whirlpool that swallowed him from below. Protected by the divine light, Gu Fei's vigorous qi and blood rushed out of his body like dragons, repelling the poisonous water and soil that were splattering in all directions. It seems that without using a supreme treasure, it will be difficult to destroy the sorcerer's primordial spirit. While Gu Fei was moving quickly in the void, he was still thinking about how to destroy the sorcerer's primordial spirit. It was obvious that the sorcerer's primordial spirit had already fused with the death swamp, and as long as the death swamp existed, the sorcerer's primordial spirit would not be destroyed. With this thought, Gu Fei no longer hesitated. With a thought, a divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian, and within the divine light was a simple and unadorned small cauldron. Chapter 701. Once the mountain and river cauldron appeared, the entire heaven and earth seemed to have solidified. The area within a radius of a few hundred miles seemed to have become a piece of iron plate. Everything instantly became still, completely still. The foul wind, the poisonous fog, even the bubbles that were exploding on the swamp, the tiny black water droplets that were splashing in all directions, were all frozen in the void. Only the mountain and river cauldron became the only thing in this land of extreme poison. Rumble! The chaotic primordial chi fell on the mountain and river cauldron, and the mountain and river cauldron displayed the terrifying power of the mountains and rivers of the heaven and earth. In the sky above the swamp, countless liches that were condensed from poisonous black mud were frozen in the air in various postures, motionless. On the swamp, there were also countless liches that had just popped out of the mud, or half a body, or even stood on the surface of the swamp. Without exception, they were frozen by the mighty power of the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! In the depths of the death swamp, there was a horrified roar. Waves of incomparably powerful energy rippled out, and the entire death swamp was shaking. The liches wanted to break out of the mountain and river cauldron's imprisonment. Humph! Let's see where you can escape to. Gu Fei sneered. No matter how powerful the liches were, once the mountain and river cauldron appeared, they had nowhere to hide. Whing! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and countless liches that were condensed from mud instantly turned into dust, and completely disappeared in the void. It's the power of a sacred weapon. Big Brother used the sacred weapon of extreme Tao. Finally, it's time to use the ultimate weapon. The moment the mountain and river cauldron rushed out from the void of Gu Fei's Dantian, Shaoqing and the rest who were waiting outside the swamp immediately felt a terrifying pressure surging out from the death swamp in front of them. The power of the sacred weapon of extreme Tao made one's soul tremble. Even with the powerful cultivation of a demon god, Shaoqing and the rest almost couldn't help but worship it, as if they were facing a supreme god, full of respect. Shaoqing and the rest really wanted to rush into the deathly swamp in front of them, but in front of the extreme Tao's godly might, they discovered that they actually lost the ability to fly. At this moment, the explosion of the ultimate god's power shocked all the Sorcerer Land's experts who were heading towards the Dark Sorcerer cult's sacred land. Everyone was terrified and stopped in their tracks. The mountain and river cauldron sealed the void, and in all directions, the extreme divine might enveloped the entire death swamp. Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron on his head. Like a supreme god, he walked step by step towards the depths of the swamp of death. It was as if 100,000 mountains were moving, and the frozen space began to shake violently. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void, and the swamp below was collapsing. Endless evil energy was dispersed, and the remaining light of the setting sun shone in from outside. Roar! You can't kill me! The lich roared angrily. The mountain that the Black Witch God temple was on had collapsed. The temple had fallen into the swamp and was slowly sinking into the ground. The black mud gradually swallowed the Black Witch God temple. I can't kill you. Gu Fei's figure appeared in the sky above the Black Witch God temple. He looked down coldly, and a terrifying pressure shocked the surroundings, causing cracks to appear in the void. The lich was shocked and furious. His spirit had already fused with the death swamp, and as long as there was a drop of mud in the swamp, he would not die. However, at this moment, he still felt a great danger. I just need to destroy this area. Gu Fei said coldly. The mountain and river cauldron released the extreme divine might that enveloped the heavens and the earth. The power could seal the void, and the lich's spirit would definitely not be able to escape. With Gu Fei's current strength, he could activate the mountain and river cauldron. Although he could not truly display the extreme divine might of the mountain and river cauldron, it was still possible to kill a lich in the mysterious change state. Rumble! The mountain and river cauldron shook and emitted a boundless chaotic divine light. The entire world seemed to have turned into chaos, and a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The sealed swamp immediately collapsed. The mountain and river cauldron slowly descended from the sky. Boom! The entire world collapsed in an instant. The void within a radius of a few hundred miles was like an exquisite porcelain that was full of cracks. It was as if a chaotic world was sinking. The power released by the mountain and river cauldron was unstoppable. It shattered the heavens and cracked the earth, and a giant hole appeared in the sky. Under the protection of the primordial chaotic energy, Gu Fei was not affected at all. However, the lich was in a tragic situation. His spirit had fused with the death swamp. At this moment, it was impossible for him to escape even if he wanted to. Bang! An endless pressure descended from the sky. The Black Witch God Temple that was already half submerged in the swamp collapsed in an instant. The earth melted like ice and snow. Whether it was the endless witch poison, the black water, or the poisonous fog, everything was melting. Everything was being destroyed, and the void was being crushed. Nothing existed anymore. Ah! Under the ground, the Lich's terrified and hopeless roar resounded. He never thought that Gu Fei was actually using the mountain and river cauldron to destroy the death swamp within a radius of a few hundred miles. In this way, the Lich would definitely not be able to escape the fate of having his spirit dispersed. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron was sinking. In just a short while, the entire death swamp had sunk by more than 10 meters. The Lich's spirit was severely injured, and his soul power and evil energy were rapidly weakening. At this moment, Shaoqing and the others who were outside the death swamp had no idea what was happening inside. The world was shaking, and they could barely stand. In front of them, the death swamp that was surging with evil energy was actually sinking. It was as if a layer of mud had been shaved off. An extreme Saint tool is too terrifying. Shaoqing and the others were scared out of their wits, and their spirits were shaken. He Tian was still fine, but it was the first time Shaoqing and Fire Qilan Balan felt the terrifying power of an extreme Saint tool. Their hearts were trembling, and they were extremely terrified. There was one thing they knew, and that was that the Lich demon was dead for sure. Gu Fei, who had used the extreme Dao Saint artifact, could even fight a celestial being, let alone a profound transformation realm expert. Without any suspense, the earth was sinking, the mountains around the death swamp were collapsing, and the world was shaking. The terrifying pressure of the mountain and river cauldron shook the entire shaman land, and caused all living beings to tremble. No, don't kill me, I am willing to serve you as my lord. The Lich was really panicking. His spirit had fused with the death swamp, and he could transform into thousands of clones. As long as the death swamp was not destroyed, he would not be destroyed. However, Gu Fei was incomparably powerful. He actually used the mountain and river cauldron to create a world, and trapped the Lich along with the death swamp. He wanted to destroy the land of extreme poison in the shaman land, and this forced the Lich to submit. If he did not have the mountain and river cauldron, it would be very difficult for Gu Fei to kill the Lich, and it was almost impossible. However, with the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei made the impossible possible. Although the Lich was begging, Gu Fei did not want to let the Lich go. He still urged the mountain and river cauldron to descend. The entire death swamp gradually disappeared, and it was being obliterated. Gu Fei did not want to leave this trouble alive. Killing this Lich was undoubtedly the safest way. This way, he would not have any worries. Too late. Gu Fei's emotionless voice came from the sky. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron shone with boundless primordial light. The primordial chaotic energy gushed out of the mountain and river cauldron like a volcanic eruption, and fell from the sky. The terrifying destructive power came down, and the endless evil aura dissipated in the void. Rays of green evil light shot up to the sky, and gathered towards the mountain and river cauldron. That was the endless soul power that the Lich had smelted into the death swamp. Roar! You are so cruel. The Lich roared again and again, and the soul power gradually weakened. Finally, there was no more soul power. This part of the heaven and earth instantly collapsed, turned into nothingness, and disappeared. On the ground, there was a huge, bottomless pit that was a few hundred miles wide. The Lich was killed, and his soul power was completely devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. After killing the Lich, Gu Fei put away the mountain and river cauldron. The terrifying coercion in the heaven and earth immediately retreated like the tide, and the evil aura that covered a few hundred miles was completely dispersed. The holy land of the Dark Sorcerer cult, which was regarded as a holy land by the people of the Sorcerer Land, disappeared. Gu Fei did not expect that not only did he kill the lich, but he also destroyed the source of the Sorcerer Land's poison. He almost destroyed half of the Sorcerer tribe's foundation. This area, which had been shrouded in poisonous fog and death aura for many years, could finally see the light of day. At this time, the sun had already set in the west, and the sky had sunk below the horizon. Night was coming. After this battle, the local forces of the Sorcerer Land had suffered a severe blow. Gu Fei stood high in the sky, and just as he was about to leave, suddenly, boom! The void above Gu Fei's head shattered without warning. Swoosh! A ray of blood-red light, like a blood-red dragon, emitted a terrifying and evil aura, and directly pierced towards Gu Fei. A great danger suddenly descended, and the aura of fear instantly enveloped Gu Fei. All the pores on his body stood on end, and his black hair stood on end. He instinctively dodged to the side, and the blood-red demonic light brushed past his body. A few strands of his hair floated down from the air. Damn it! Gu Fei was shocked and angry at the same time. His body was covered in cold sweat. If he had reacted a little slower, his head would have been pierced by the demonic light. The blood-red demonic light did not hit Gu Fei, but it did not dissipate in the void. Instead, it turned and flew towards Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei could see clearly that within the blood-red light, there was a demonic arrow that emitted blood-red demonic light. A terrifying demonic power spread from the demonic arrow. Chapter 702. The blood demon arrow pierced through the void and did not stop until it hit its target. Around the blood demon arrow, there seemed to be countless demonic shadows, emitting a terrifying and powerful demonic aura. Gu Fei was enraged. He was almost hit just now. His blood and qi surged, and the power of yin and yang quickly gathered on his hands. Then, he punched at the incoming blood demon arrow. Dazzling divine light bloomed from his fist, illuminating the whole area. The terrifying power of yang was vast and mighty, and ripples were visible to the naked eye in the void. Clang! Gu Fei's fist was like a meteor, colliding with the blood demon arrow in an instant. A metallic sound was heard. Gu Fei only felt a strong force surging from his fist, and his body was involuntarily thrown back. Blood light flickered, and the blood demon arrow lost its aim after being hit by Gu Fei's fist, flying to the side. "Boss, big brother," 2 exclamations were heard. Xiaoqing and He Tian had already rushed over. When they saw this scene, they were all shocked. There was actually a demon dweller secretly attacking Gu Fei. "Who is it? Get your ass out here." Xiaoqing and He Tian were both shocked and angry. Their powerful divine senses swept in all directions, but there was not a trace of demonic aura in the sky and on the ground. How could it be? The powerful divine senses of the immortal realm covered a radius of 100 miles, but there was nothing strange at all. Could it be that the demon dweller actually shot this arrow across the endless void? This time, not to mention Xiaoqing and He Tian, even the usually calm Fire Qilan Balan could not help but change his expression. The person who attacked in the dark was too terrifying. He actually shot this arrow across the endless void. Such a heaven-defying method. Could it be that there was a supreme being attacking Gu Fei? Swoosh! Blood light flashed. The blood demon arrow that was blown away by Gu Fei once again shot towards Gu Fei, as if it had already locked onto Gu Fei. It would not stop until Gu Fei was dead. Terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions. Within the blood light, there were demonic shadows lingering. The blood-like arrow emitted a blazing demonic light, and the arrowhead was cold and dazzling. Seeing the power of the demon arrow, Xiaoqing and the others could not help but shiver in fear. At this moment, Gu Fei was like a dazzling sun. His entire body was shrouded in white light, and there seemed to be raging flames burning outside of his body. Yin and yang energy was circulating within his body. He wanted to break this arrow with extreme yang energy. Arrow, he stretched out his right hand, and an unimaginably powerful force shook the entire sky. It was as if heaven and earth were going to collapse from the force. A gigantic hand the size of a small mountain reached out to grab the devil arrow. The power of the sun could destroy everything, locking everything in its path and dispelling the blood-colored devilish light. The hand directly grabbed the devil arrow. Boundless yin and yang energy crazily erupted from the hand, wanting to destroy the arrow. However, the arrow flickered with blood light and struggled fiercely in Gu Fei's hand. It did not shatter. What kind of arrow is that? Xiao Qing and the others couldn't help being shocked. One had to know that Gu Fei's physical body was already comparable to divine weapons and magical treasures refined by supreme beings. The blood fiend arrow violently shook in Gu Fei's hand, trying to break free from Gu Fei's restraint. However, Gu Fei's physical body was incomparably powerful. Divine energy surged in his hand, suppressing the arrow's power. Even though Gu Fei's physical body was as tough as a divine artifact refined by a supreme expert, he still felt a stinging pain in his hand, as if he was being pricked by needles. This shocked him greatly. This demonic arrow was very extraordinary. It was definitely an important treasure of the demonic path. Swish! A ray of primal chaos divine light shot out of Gu Fei's body. Within the primal chaos divine light was a small cauldron. The cauldron rapidly grew to the size of a small mountain in the blink of an eye. An ancient aura immediately spread out from the ancient cauldron. Gu Fei directly threw the demonic blood arrow in his hand into the mountain and river cauldron. With Gu Fei's current strength, it was difficult for him to destroy this demonic arrow. Only the mountain and river cauldron could refine this demonic arrow. After the arrow was thrown into the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei, the sound of wind and thunder rang out from the cauldron. This strange sound didn't last for long, and it quickly calmed down. The mountain and river cauldron contained primordial chaos energy. This was the ancestral energy of heaven and earth. It could be said to be the mother of all things. It could refine all things in the world into their most primitive form. Just as the mountain and river cauldron was refining the blood fiend arrow, a cold snort came from a mountain range millions of miles away. A black figure stood on top of a mountain like a specter. This person's aura was very strange. One moment, he was like a divine immortal descending into the world. His body was shrouded in immortal energy and righteous energy. The next moment, his demonic energy soared into the sky like an unparalleled demon king. Immortal energy and demonic energy. These two extreme powers actually appeared on the same person at the same time. It was really unbelievable. The man in black held a demonic bow that shone with a bloody light. This was definitely a terrifying demonic weapon. Within the bloody light, a demonic shadow could be seen. The demonic nature of the bow was so strong that it made people's hearts palpitate. There were 3 blood fiend arrows wrapped in bloody light in the quiver at his waist. Gu Fei. The man in black muttered to himself, I didn't expect that even the demon god slaying bow couldn't kill you. But next time, you won't be so lucky. The man in black then turned and disappeared into the night. At this moment, in the sorcerer land, above the dark sorcerer cult sacred place that had been destroyed by Gu Fei, a few figures stood in the air. Each of them emitted an unlimited amount of battle intent. Their powerful divine senses swept in all directions. Xiao Qing and the others were still trying to find the demon who had ambushed Gu Fei. However, they still couldn't find anything. They couldn't sense anything strange in the surrounding area. Boss, do you know who attacked you? The soul fire in He Tian's bones flickered and emitted waves of strong soul waves. I don't know. Gu Fei said directly. He also couldn't sense where the person who attacked him was. This made him anxious. Who was it that wanted to kill him? An enemy in the open was not scary. What was scary was an enemy hiding in the dark. This was because Gu Fei knew that if the enemy didn't succeed this time, there would be another attack. An attack like this was impossible to predict and difficult to defend against. Next time, he might not be so lucky. Where is this? At this moment, little fatty Gu Zhongxing, who was in He Tian's hand, turned around and asked. When he saw that he was high up in the sky in a daze, he immediately screamed in fear. Gu Zhongxing, don't be afraid, ah. Xiao Qing couldn't help but laugh when he saw that little fatty's face had turned green. The oppressive atmosphere immediately dissipated. Young masters, what's going on? When little fatty recognized Gu Fei and the others, he gradually calmed down. He had already vaguely guessed that everything was controlled by these masters in the dark. Nothing happened. They just want a new master for the sorcerer land. Gu Fei said. At this moment, Gu Fei, Xiao Qing, and the others sensed a few powerful auras rapidly approaching them. Gu Fei didn't want to meet those people, so they immediately left the sorcerer's sect's holy land and disappeared into the night. Just as Gu Fei and the others left, 4 rays of light appeared in the sky like divine rainbows. Soon, 4 young people appeared in the sky. These 4 young people were Chu Qinghuang and the others. They had just arrived, but Gu Fei had already killed the sorcerer demon and left calmly. When Chu Qinghuang and the others saw the huge bottomless hole below, they were all stunned. The black hole was so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. It was hundreds of miles in radius. How could they not be shocked? Isn't this the sorcerer's sect's holy land? We just came here yesterday, so it can't be wrong. But how did it become like this in just a day? Could it be that all of this was done by Gu Fei? An immortal cultivator is actually so powerful. Chu Qinghuang and the others were stunned by the scene in front of them. Gu Fei had actually destroyed the dark sorcery cult. It was unbelievable, and the ruthlessness of his methods was truly chilling. Looks like our goal is going to fail. Chu Qinghuang was speechless for a long time. In the end, he let out a long sigh and said helplessly. No one had expected things to develop to such an uncontrollable state. Chu Qinghuang had wanted to subdue the sorcerer sect and make them his own force in the sorcerer land. However, Gu Fei had destroyed the sorcerer sect. This shocked him and made him feel helpless. The cultivation world had always been a cruel world based on strength. Since the sorcerer land is going to have a new master, why don't we go all the way? A young man standing behind Chu Qinghuang stopped halfway through his sentence. Chu Qinghuang couldn't help but frown. The other man and woman were a little excited. They already knew what the young man wanted to say. Yes. Let's wait and see. Chu Qinghuang said after pondering for a while. It seemed to be very risky to make a move at this time, so he decided to wait and see. Are you worried about Gu Fei and the others? The woman in red asked. Those who could travel with Chu Qinghuang were definitely not simple. The woman could already tell what Chu Qinghuang was worried about. Chu Qinghuang nodded. This was a very realistic problem. Gu Fei would definitely not destroy the sorcerer's sect for no reason. Since he had spent a lot of effort to kill the supreme existence of the sorcerer land, the Lich demon, he would definitely do something else next. Gu Fei had even killed the Lich demon and destroyed the sorcerer land's holy land. How could Chu Qinghuang, who was only at the demigod realm, fight against Gu Fei and the others? Chu Qinghuang knew his own limits. Even if the big shots of the dynasties came, they would probably not be able to fight against Gu Fei unless the immortal dynasties used all their resources. Of course, if Chu Qinghuang knew how powerful Gu Fei was, he would definitely not dare to have such thoughts. Let's go. I don't want to see those sorcerers for now. Chu Qinghuang glanced at the path they had come from and said calmly. The disgusting aura of the sorcerers had already appeared in the distance. Chapter 703. Night fell and the sorcerer land fell into darkness. The news of the Dark Sorcerer cult's destruction spread like wildfire. The entire Sorcerer land was in turmoil. With the destruction of the Dark Sorcerer cult, the balance of power in the Sorcerer land was broken. All the other forces began to stir. There were 12 sorcerer tribes in the Sorcerer land. The Dark Sorcerer cult was just one of them. The Dark Sorcerer cult was guarded by the Sorcerer Demon, a supreme being of the Sorcerer land. The Dark Sorcerer cult was the most powerful force in the Sorcerer land. However, with the destruction of the Dark Sorcerer cult, the other 11 sorcerer tribes that were suppressed by the Dark Sorcerer cult began to surface. There were millions of sorcerer people in the Sorcerer land, but witchcraft was firmly controlled by the 12 sorcerer tribes. Sorcerers could only be born from the 12 sorcerer tribes. Only the 11 sorcerer tribes had the ability to fight for the position of master of the Sorcerer land. Only the 11 sorcerer tribes could command millions of sorcerer people. It was difficult for foreign forces to compete with the local forces. In the dark, a group of more than 100 people were moving quickly through the forest. None of them made a sound. They were all moving silently, as if they were hiding from something. The person in the lead was a tall, white-haired elder. A sword in a pitch-black scabbard hung from the elder's waist. There was a faint sword aura on the sword. Hee. Suddenly, a sharp and eerie laughter came from the forest. It was eerie, as if a malicious spirit was laughing in the dark. It added a strange aura to the forest. The elder raised his hand and signaled for the people behind him to stop. He then said in a low voice, "Who are you? Please come out." When everyone heard this hair-raising sound, they were startled. Some people had expressions of fear on their faces, but more people quietly pulled out their weapons. The old, the weak, the women, and the children were protected in the middle. A few middle-aged men with extraordinary auras came to the elder's back. Each of them was surging with vitality. Hee. Old ghost, the eerie voice came from all around the forest. The voice came from far and near, left and right. No one knew where the voice came from. Humph. Are you Wu Jiuyo of the Ghost Sorcerer tribe? The elder held the hilt of his sword and said coldly. He seemed to know who it was. Old ghost, where are you in a hurry to go? The voice rang out as if it was nearby. The voice came from all directions as if there were countless voices ringing out at the same time from different directions. The Gu family has already decided to leave the land of shamans and return to the Central Plains. Brother Abysmal, can't you let us go? The old man said in a deep voice. He had already confirmed that the person in the dark was an expert of the Ghost Witch clan, Wu Jiuyo. The Ghost Sorcerer clan was one of the 12 sorcerer clans in the land of Sorcerer. The sorcery of this clan was cruel and vicious. The elites of this clan liked to disguise themselves as ghosts and attack people while hiding in the dark. They came and went without a trace like ghosts. Old ghost, it's not that we don't want to let you off. It's just that your Gu clan has a little fatty. Wu Jiuyo, who was hiding in the dark, sighed. Wu Laozhou, why are you still talking to someone who is about to die? These outsiders should have been killed long ago. Another voice rang out. This person's voice was like a great bell, startling many birds that were resting in the forest. Wu Xiong of the Beast Sorcerer clan. After hearing that voice, the old man could not help but frown. It looked like the 12 shaman tribes were going to attack him. Could it be that the heavens were really going to destroy the Gu clan? The old man's face turned ugly. Little fatty Gu Zhong had caused a huge disaster in Qiaowu City and the entire Gu clan was in trouble. This old man was the master of the Gu clan, Gu Tianxiong. The ancestor of the Gu clan was a powerful warrior. After offending a large sect in the Central Plains, he fled to the land of Sorcerer to avoid being hunted down by that sect. Thereafter, he lived and thrived in the land of Sorcerer. However, since 500 years ago, the ancestor of the Gu clan had died of old age. After that, the Gu clan gradually declined. The cultivation of the later generations could no longer reach the level of the ancestor. A few years ago, the Gu clan was chased out of Qiaowu City by the Dark Sorcerer sect. Wu Jiuyo, Wu Xiong, are you really going to kill us all? Gu Tianxiong said sternly. The blood in his body surged and his clothes fluttered. A powerful aura spread out from Chu Tianxiong's body. The trees in the forest shook and the leaves danced. The murderous aura made people's hearts palpitate. So what if I kill you all? The powerful voice rang out. Then, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the depths of the forest. Bang! 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 It was as if a giant beast was walking. Following the heavy footsteps, the entire forest shook. A terrifying murderous aura surged out from the forest ahead. Roar! 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 Suddenly, the roars of beasts rang out from the surrounding forest. It was as if countless beasts had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The roars of beasts rose and fell. The Gu clan members were shocked. Clang! 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 The saber light flashed and the sword chi was cold. The warriors of the Gu clan drew their weapons and protected the old, the weak, the women and the children in the middle. They then looked around nervously. Everyone's body tensed up and they were ready to attack at any time. Whoosh! In the forest, a gust of wind blew. Under the dark night, a thick black fog rose from the deep forest. The black fog seemed to have a mind of its own as it surged towards the Gu clan members. In the black fog, there were countless black shadows flashing. The roars of beasts got closer and closer. Countless ferocious beasts were approaching quickly. This was the witchcraft of the Beast Sorcerer clan. It could control beasts for one's own use. Generally, controlled beasts were not scary. What was scary were the beasts that were refined by sorcerers using witchcraft. Not only were the beasts ferocious, but they also had all kinds of strange magical powers. Roar! In the midst of the beast's roars, the black fog in front of the old man tumbled violently. A black wolf the size of a calf pounced out of the black fog. Clang! A crisp sound of a sword rang out in the forest. A bone-chilling and incomparably sharp sword chi surged in the forest. A cold light suddenly appeared in the forest and flashed by. Swoosh! The black wolf was directly cut in half by the sword light. A puff of stinking blood splattered everywhere. As if they could smell the blood, the roars of beasts from the surrounding forest became even more intense. The countless beasts hidden in the black fog were stimulated. Their murderous aura soared into the sky and shook the forest. Bam! A khaki-colored single-horned earth python with the thickness of a bucket broke out of the ground and directly pounced towards Gu Tianxiong. On its horn, a khaki-colored brilliance flashed, and a powerful energy gathered. Swoosh! A khaki-colored lightning rushed out from the earth python's horn. It tore through the void and bombarded Gu Tianxiong. Chapter 704. Swoosh! A sword light appeared abruptly like a graceful swan as it tore through space and obliterated the earthen yellow lightning that blasted towards it. Clang! Gu Tianxiong's sword landed on the earthy yellow horn of the one-horned earth python, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Gu Tianxiong wanted to cut off the horn of the one-horned earth python, but the horn was so hard that even the Gu family's heirloom sword could not cut it. The one-horned earth python was sent flying by the force of Gu Tianxiong's sword. Cowardly scoundrel! Gu Tianxiong shouted, and the divine sword in his hand turned into a divine rainbow. Unparalleled sword chi slashed out in all directions. Every sword light was at least 1,000 feet long. They dispersed the heavy black gas and instantly killed a few ferocious beasts that were hiding nearby. Wherever the sword radiance passed, the blood of the beast splattered and dyed the nearby trees and flowers red. Roar! 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 The beasts roared, stimulated by the smell of blood, and began to rush out of the black fog, pouncing on the Gu family members, biting them fiercely. Kill! 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 The warriors of the Gu family waved the weapons in their hands and slashed at the beasts that were pouncing on them. For a moment, the forest was filled with sword radiance and sword shadows, and the battle between man and beast began. Gu Gue, stop struggling pointlessly. The erratic voice sounded as if it came from the depths of hell, and it was eerie and terrifying, making people's hair stand on end. Wu Jiuyo, if you have the guts, come and fight me fair and square. Gu Tianqiong's eyes flashed, and he scanned the surroundings, but he could not find any trace of Wu Jiuyo. Boom! At this moment, the ground in the middle of the crowd suddenly caved in. A figure stepped on an earth python and rushed out from the ground. 3 or 4 people from the Gu clan who couldn't dodge in time immediately fell into the pit and were instantly killed by that person. Roar! That person's hair was fluffy, and he looked like a terrifying beast, roaring at the sky, full of wildness. In his hand was a pitch-black mace that was dripping with blood. Wu Xiong, you're courting death. As soon as Gu Tianqiong saw that there were casualties among the Gu clan, his eyes immediately turned red, and he directly charged towards the savage guy standing on top of the earth python. Ha! Old Gu, I'll send you on your way. Wu Xiong, who was standing on the earth python, waved the mace in his hand and smashed it towards Gu Tianqiong. Hoo! A strong wind suddenly appeared, and the trees in the forest shook violently. The fallen leaves on the ground were blown into the air by the mighty force of the mace. Everyone from the Gu clan cried out in alarm as they tried to escape. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. The divine sword in Gu Tianqiong's hand collided violently with the mace in Wu Xiong's hand. Both of them were sent flying backwards by the force of the collision. Bam! Wu Xiong landed on the ground like a huge mountain. His feet caused the ground to tremble and crack. Dust and fallen leaves rose into the air. This barbaric bear, after Gu Tianqiong and Wu Xiong clashed head-on, he felt a numbness in his right hand, which was holding the divine sword. He couldn't help but be shocked. His opponent's divine strength was astonishing. Again. Man Xiong shouted, Pang! 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 With heavy footsteps, he charged to a place about 3 feet away from Gu Tianqiong. He suddenly leaped up, raised the mace with both hands, and smashed it down towards Gu Tianqiong's head. Boom! The air shook and a strong wind blew. The Gu clan members nearby were blown away by the strong wind. Even the ferocious beasts were frightened and fled into the distance. Wu Xiong's all-out attack was like a thunderbolt. The mace carried a vast amount of power, and it let out the sound of wind and thunder. It smashed down like a huge mountain, unstoppable. Even Gu Tianqiong couldn't help but change his expression when faced with this attack. Apart from being able to control ferocious beasts, the sorcerer tribe's strong point was their strong physical body. Roar! Gu Tianqiong roared. His white hair danced wildly in the wind, and his blood and qi surged. He dashed to the side, dodging the shocking attack, and was about to attack. But at this moment, the air behind him suddenly rippled like water, and a black figure walked out of the void, appearing silently behind Gu Tianqiong. Master, be careful. The powerful middle-aged cultivators of the Gu clan were shocked to see this. They hurriedly shouted to warn Gu Tianqiong, but at this time, the ghost-like person behind Gu Tianqiong had already made his move. Bam! That person's palm hit Gu Tianqiong's back, and at the same time, Wu Xiong's mace hit the place where Gu Tianqiong was originally standing. Boom! The earth shook, and dust rose high into the sky. The ground undulated like waves, and trees fell one after another. A huge pit appeared in the forest. In the midst of the dust, Gu Tianqiong was hit by the person who suddenly attacked him, and he was sent flying with blood spurting out of his mouth. When he landed on the ground, his face was already black. Wu Jiuyo, Gu Tianqiong was furious. He opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. He used his sword to support himself, and tried to stand up, but he was powerless to do so. Hee. Old Gu, you've been poisoned by my voodoo poison, so you only have 2 hours left to live. Just stand there and watch us slaughter your clansmen. The person who launched a sneak attack on Gu Tianqiong was shrouded in black qi as he walked out from the conflict. He was a skinny old man dressed in black. He was an expert from the Ghost Witch clan, Wu Jiuyo. This Wu Jiuyo had been looking for the best opportunity to attack, and only now did he succeed and show himself. Master! The middle-aged cultivators rushed to Gu Tianqiong, and one of them stretched out his hand to support him. Don't touch me. Gu Tianqiong said weakly. He knew that unless Wu Jiuyo was willing to give him the antidote, he would turn into a poisonous corpse in 2 hours. Whoever touched his body would be poisoned, and then die. Master, don't worry about me. Lead the clansmen and break out of the encirclement. At this moment, a large number of beasts rushed out of the black fog, and the Gu clansmen were injured or torn apart by the beasts. The horned earth python had already devoured a few of the Gu clansmen. Other than the earth python, there were all kinds of strange beasts. The strong beasts surrounded the Gu clansmen, and they kept attacking them. The Gu clansmen were forced to retreat, but when they heard that their master only had 2 hours to live, they were filled with grief and anger, and they attacked the beasts crazily. With this all-out effort, the Gu family actually managed to kill a few exotic beasts in succession, almost scattering the beast horde. Ha! This place is destined to be the burial ground of the Gu clansmen. It's useless to struggle. Wu Jiuyo said coldly, and a vicious look appeared on his face. Wu old Zhou, how about we make a bet? Wu Xiong walked over with his mace. Hee, what bet? Wu Jiuyo looked at Wu Xiong and said. The Gu clansmen were already trapped here, and they were not in a hurry to attack. Wu Xiong looked at the Gu clansmen, who were fighting with the beasts, and revealed a cruel and sinister smile. He then said, let's see who kills more people. All right. If I lose, the divine sword in old man Gu's hand will be yours. Wu Jiuyo agreed readily. He seemed to think that Gu Tianqiong was dead, and he had already started to divide the ownership of the Gu clansmen's treasures. The Gu clansmen's ink sword. Very well, if I lose, I will give you a sorcerer beast. Wu Xiong said. Hee, it's a deal. Wu Jiuyo laughed. A sorcerer beast was comparable to the Gu clansmen's divine weapon. A sorcerer beast was incomparably powerful, and it was like a sorcerer's second body. It had powerful combat strength. The two were about to attack. Humph. At this moment, a cold laugh came from the sky. How about I make a bet with you too? A cold voice sounded in the forest. This, Wu Xiong and Wu Jiuyo were shocked. They quickly looked up to the sky. Unknowingly, a figure had appeared in the sky above the forest. Someone was standing in the sky, and he was looking at them coldly. I bet that you won't live for more than an hour. The person in the sky said. At the same time, a powerful pressure descended from the sky. Wu Jiuyo and Wu Xiong's expressions changed immediately. When the Gu clansmen saw that the person had his eyes on Wu Jiuyo and Wu Xiong, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. Everyone felt as though they had been saved from a desperate situation, and they almost cried tears of joy. Who are you? Who cares who he is? He must die for being so impudent in front of us. The person in the sky had completely angered Wu Jiuyo and Wu Xiong. Wu Jiuyo was one of the top experts in the Ghost Sorcerer clan, and Wu Xiong was also an expert in the Beast Sorcerer clan. Even if that person could fly in the sky, they weren't afraid. Their sorcery could definitely kill a void-controlling realm cultivator. As long as that person dared to come down, they would have a way to kill him. In the forest, black fog filled the air. The black fog contained a terrifying sorcery poison. If an ordinary person were to accidentally come into contact with the black fog, they would die instantly. The black fog and the beasts had surrounded the Gu clansmen, and the Gu clansmen had fallen into a dead end. Reckless. The person in the sky waved his hand, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was instantly sucked dry. Countless divine lights appeared on the person's hand, and then shot down from the sky. Swoosh. 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 Swoosh, a soft sound pierced through the air. Rays of divine lights descended from the sky and flew into the forest below. Then, one by one, the beasts fell to the ground. The divine light of destruction directly penetrated the heads of these beasts, killing them in an instant. Even the one-horned earth python was not spared. Its horn was cut off by the divine light, and its body was twisted into several pieces. Chapter 705. In an instant, the heaven and earth spiritual chi was sucked dry and turned into a destructive divine light that killed countless beasts. Such a move was terrifying and intimidating. Wuxia, an expert from the Ghost Witch tribe, had the intention to retreat. He could feel the danger. The person in the sky was very powerful and he was not someone they could fight against. Roar! You killed my shaman beast, I want your life. Wuxia was like a madman. He held the mace in his hand and stomped hard on the ground. Boom! The ground beneath his feet cracked open as he soared into the sky. This idiot! Wuxia was shocked. He did not expect that Wuxia would still dare to attack after the other party displayed such a powerful magical power. However, it was no wonder that Wuxia was like this. The countless beasts and the shaman beast were Wuxia's lifeblood. Without the beasts and the shaman beast, Wuxia's ferocity was immediately reduced by half. The sorcery of the beast witch tribe was mostly related to the beasts. The shaman beast was very difficult to refine. Wuxia only had one shaman beast. Wuxia did not attack. Instead, he quietly retreated into the depths of the forest. He wanted to escape while the idiot Wuxia was fighting with the person. Go to hell! Wuxia shouted and rushed to the person in the sky. He used all his strength and smashed the mace down on the person's head. Boom! The void trembled as the mace turned into a black shadow and rapidly streaked across the void, producing a sharp piercing sound. Everywhere it passed, ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. However, the person only stretched out a finger and the mace, which was as heavy as a mountain, was fixed in the air. The person actually used a finger to block the mace and blocked Wuxia's attack. Wuxia's dark face was flushed red, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He used all his strength, but he couldn't even move a single finger of his opponent. What the hell? At this time, Wuxia's monstrous aura immediately disappeared and was replaced by fear. His hands holding the mace were trembling. Cold sweat instantly drenched Wuxia's clothes. He was horrified. His opponent's strength had already exceeded his imagination. This was simply too abnormal. It should be known that the sorcerers of the Beast Sorcerer tribe had strong bodies. They were not inferior to the warriors of the Gu family of the Sorcerer Land. Wuxia's hands had the strength of 1,000 kilograms. Even a small mountain would be blown up if he struck with all his strength. That person's face was cold and arrogant, but a disdainful smile suddenly appeared on his face. Wuxia was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The man's finger on the mace suddenly emitted a ball of divine light. Bam! The wolf-tooth mace instantly shattered into countless pieces. Every piece was surrounded by divine light. They pierced through the void and shot towards Wuxia. Pooh! 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 Wuxiong didn't even have time to let out a scream before his tall and sturdy body was pierced by thousands of fragments, leaving countless bloody holes on his body. Blood splattered everywhere. Wuxiong's body fell from the sky, dead. The people of the Gu family who were looking up from the forest were all stunned by the scene in front of them. The forest was silent. No one spoke. They had already forgotten how to speak. That person had killed Wuxiong, an expert of the beast sorcerer tribe, with just one finger. No one could believe that this was true. However, Wuxiong was really dead. He couldn't be more dead. I said, you won't live for more than an hour. That person said indifferently. At this time, everyone could see clearly that the person in the sky was a young man. They couldn't help but be shocked by his youth. The person who killed Wuxiong in an instant was actually a young man. In the sorcerer land, even the older generation of the major forces could defeat Wuxiong. Facing Wuxiong's countless ferocious beasts and the sorcerer beast was already a headache. This person is not from the sorcerer land. There is no such young expert in the sorcerer land. The middle-aged men who were guarding Gu Tianxiong in the Gu family recovered from their shock. They couldn't help but look at each other and saw confusion and shock in each other's eyes. At this time, the forest was still shrouded in black fog. Apart from where the people of the Gu family were, the entire forest was surging with black fog. Within the black fog, there were corpses of ferocious beasts. Where's Wu Jiuyo? Wu Jiuyo was here just now. Wu Jiuyo has escaped. The people of the Gu family who had recovered from their shock immediately realized that Wu Jiuyo had disappeared. That guy had actually escaped. Humph. You still want to escape from me? The young man in the sky said coldly. He then disappeared into the void. No one could see how he disappeared. Under the night sky, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. The forest was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. A ghost-like black shadow moved quickly through the forest like black smoke. It was completely silent and did not make a single sound. It was a skinny figure shrouded in a black robe. This person looked as if he was floating on the ground. His body was covered in a ghostly aura. His pair of dark green eyes kept looking behind him as if he was being chased by something. Stop running. A voice suddenly rang out in the forest. A figure descended from the sky. His body was shrouded in divine light and he stood in front of that person like a deity. I said that you won't live for more than an hour. You won't live for another moment. The young man said calmly as he looked at the figure shrouded in black fog. The person immediately turned around and tried to escape. However, he had only taken a few steps when the young man shrouded in divine light suddenly appeared in front of him. You're meddling too much. You should know that this is an internal matter of the sorcerer land. Do you want to become enemies with the 12 sorcerer tribes of the sorcerer land? Wu Jiuyo said in a low voice. He seemed to be very calm, but deep down, he was terrified. He never expected that a young man would suddenly appear and not only save the Gu family, but also kill him. What are the 12 sorcerer tribes? The young man still looked calm. He stood there quietly and looked extraordinary. He was like a deity who could fly away with the wind at any time. You! Wu Jiuyo was furious. This person dared to look down on the 12 sorcerer tribes. However, he did not dare to say anything. In the world of cultivation, whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. Alright, it's time for you to go. The young man said. Don't kill me. Wu Jiuyo panicked and quickly knelt down in front of the young man. He did not care about anything else. He only wanted to live. As long as he could live, he would do it even if the young man told him to eat *T. Chapter 706. In the middle of a dark and windy night, cries could be heard in the wild forest. The Gu family head, Gu Tianxiong, was leaning against a huge tree and sitting with his legs crossed under the roots. The people of the Gu family were kneeling in front of Gu Tianxiong and crying. Great-grandfather Hug, great-grandfather Hug, a fair-skinned child was carried in front of Gu Tianxiong. The child was only 3 or 4 years old and had no idea what was happening. He kept asking for a hug from his great-grandfather. Father. A middle-aged man with white hair knelt in front of the crowd with tears rolling down his cheeks. Meanwhile, the Gu family head, Gu Tianxiong, was on the brink of death. His face was so dark that it looked like black water was about to drip from it. The huge tree behind him was lush and full of vitality. But at this time, withered leaves kept falling from the tree. Wuxio's shaman poison was simply too bizarre and tyrannical. Anyone who came into contact with it would lose their life force, and it was practically incurable. Even the plants around Gu Tianxiong were withering. Wuxia was not lying when he said that Gu Tianxiong would not live for more than 2 hours. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he would have lost his vitality long ago. Gu Tianxiong practiced a martial art that very few people in the world would practice. His body was extremely strong and his blood was vigorous, which was why he was able to hold on until now. Tian, hurry up and leave with your people. Don't worry about me. Gu Tianxiong said weakly. He could feel his vitality depleting rapidly. That terrifying voodoo poison was corroding his body and gradually ending his life force. Father, grandfather, the middle-aged man with white hair said in a sorrowful voice. The 4 or 5 middle-aged men kneeling behind him also had sorrowful expressions. They could tell that Gu Tianxiong was beyond saving. Unless they could find the legendary godly medicine, no one would be able to save Gu Tianxiong. Go, all of you go. If the heavens want to destroy our Gu family, there's nothing we can do about it. Gu Tianxiong sighed. The flame of his life could be extinguished at any time. Those fellows from the 12 sorcerer tribes. Let's fight it out with them. A young man from the Gu family said angrily. It's all because of that bastard Gu Zhong. I don't have the face to face my ancestors. A fat middle-aged man who looked like the little fatty Gu Zhong had tears streaming down his face. Don't blame Gu Zhong either. The 12 shaman clans have long wanted to make a move against our Gu clan, Gu Tianxiong said. Great-grandpa, father, I'm here. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. Then, the rustling sound of someone moving quickly through the forest could be heard. It's that bastard. Gu Zhong's father suddenly stood up from the ground and wiped away the tears on his face. His eyes were red and his face was filled with grief and indignation. At this time, a figure rushed out from the forest. That person was fair and chubby. Who else could it be but that little fatty? The little fatty's face was originally filled with joy, but when he saw the people kneeling on the ground, his smile immediately froze. Dad, great-grandpa, uncles, what's wrong? Little fatty Gu Zhong didn't seem to know what was going on. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Gu Zhong's father appeared in front of Gu Zhong in a flash. He raised his palm, which was the size of a sunflower fan, and slapped Gu Zhong's face. Paw! A loud slap rang out in the forest. Little fatty Gu Zhong was slapped by his father and spun a few times on the spot. He stumbled and his head was spinning. His mind was blank. Ha! I knew it. That little fatty's father must also be a fatty. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the forest. Not only is he a fatty, but he's also very hot-tempered. Another voice rang out in the forest. This voice was a bit special. It wasn't a real voice, but rather a wave of mind power that reached the hearts of everyone present. Everyone from the Gu clan was indescribably shocked and looked around. Little fatty's father swung his palm again. However, this time, his palm froze in the air and couldn't descend. Who is this expert? Please come out. The middle-aged man kneeling in front of the Gu clan's patriarch, Gu Tianxiong, stood up. His eyes flickered as he scanned the surroundings. However, no one knew where the voice came from, nor did they see anyone appear in the forest. Pa. Dad. Why did you hit me? Little Fatty looked at his father with a wronged expression. One side of his face was already swollen and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. You unfilial son. Fatty's voice quavered as soon as he heard Fatty's voice. Fury filled his heart, and his eyes seemed to be on the verge of spitting fire. Whoosh! His palm, which was hovering in midair, slammed down toward Fatty. Why are you so angry? Suddenly, little Fatty's father heard a voice beside his ear. Then, his fat body was pushed back 5 or 6 steps by a surging force. After he steadied himself, little Fatty's father hurriedly looked over and saw a figure standing beside his son. He did not know when, but there was already a figure standing next to him. That person seemed to have appeared out of thin air. No one present could see how he had appeared or how he had pushed little Fatty away. Who are you? Little Fatty's father said in shock. He saw that the other party was a young man in green robes. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that there were 2 small, forked, and shining silver horns in between the young man's green hair. Little Uncle Master. Little Fatty's eyes were filled with tears. He had no idea why his father would be so angry. It was as if he was about to kill him. What little Uncle Master? You bastard, you actually betrayed the Gu clan and joined another sect. Little Fatty's father's eyes were red as he pointed at little Fatty and spoke in a trembling voice. Brother Qing, there's an old man who's about to die. All of a sudden, a wave of consciousness came from under the tree Gu Tianxiong was sitting cross-legged. A black shadow appeared silently beside Gu Tianxiong. Everyone from the Gu clan was shocked. Text collation, don't be presumptuous. Gu Tianxiong's eldest son, Gu Tian, didn't even think before slapping his palm towards the black figure standing beside his father. Who? A violent gale blew and the wind from his palm was like a blade, sweeping up the leaves and branches on the ground. A vast force surged out and Gu Tian's palm glowed faintly. Mortal realm martial artist. A voice suddenly came from the sky. That person seemed very surprised. Big brother, boss is here. The green-clothed young man and the black-clothed strange man were overjoyed. The black-clothed strange man waved his sleeve and a powerful force surged out, directly breaking Gu Tian's palm energy. Chapter 707. In the sky above the mountain forest, a white figure descended from the sky. A divine rainbow surrounded his body and his white clothes fluttered in the wind. He was like an immortal god descending from the 9 heavens. Boss, big brother, when the azure-clothed youth and the black-robed youth saw the white-clothed youth descending from the sky, they immediately went to greet him. Along with the white-clothed youth, a burly man in scarlet armor appeared. He looked like a peerless divine general. The burly man's body was surrounded by flames, and even his hair had flames flowing around it. At this moment, the little Fatty, Gu Zhong, had a rough idea of what had happened. He hurriedly rushed to the white-clothed youth and hugged him. The little Fatty said with tears and snot, Master, please save my great-grandfather. The Gu family's patriarch, Gu Tianxiong, was almost at the end of his rope. The voodoo poison had already penetrated deep into his bones, and ink-like black blood had begun to seep out of his 7 orifices. He was not far from death. Gu Fei looked at Gu Tianxiong under the tree and couldn't help but shake his head. He then said, even if he can be saved, it will be difficult for him to make another breakthrough on the path of martial arts. Moreover, he doesn't have much lifespan left. Gu Fei said. He could clearly see Gu Tianxiong's current state. If he didn't help, the Gu family's patriarch wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Everyone in the Gu family was pleasantly surprised when they heard the conversation between the little fatty, Gu Zhong, and the white-clothed youth. The white-clothed youth seemed to have the ability to save their patriarch. Although they didn't know who these people were, since they could save their patriarch, everyone in the Gu family felt as if they had seen their savior. They hurriedly knelt before Gu Fei and begged. "Senior, please help. As long as you can save my father, I am willing to do anything to repay you." Gu Tian's voice was trembling. This matter concerned his father's life and death, and he was afraid that the other party wouldn't agree. "Hee, even if you want to be my boss's slave, you don't have the qualifications." He Tian stood beside Gu Fei and said disdainfully. Gu Fei had ascended to immortality through martial prowess, and his battle prowess could be said to be invincible amongst his peers. He could even put up a fight against a profound transformation realm expert. With just a wave of his arm and a call for action, there would simply be as many people as one wanted to be his servant. Gu Tian was merely a mortal realm martial artist, and he really wasn't qualified to be Gu Fei's servant. "Master," little fatty begged. He knew that what He Tian said was the truth. His master had the ability to even kill an invincible existence in the shaman land, the shaman demon. How could a mere voodoo poison trouble him? "All right. Get up. As my disciple, your head can be chopped off and your blood can flow, but you absolutely cannot bow and scrape. Do you understand?" Gu Fei said indifferently. "Yes." The little fatty immediately let go of Gu Fei with a face full of joy. He stood up from the ground and wiped away the tears and snot on his face. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the little fatty's reaction. He then walked toward Gu Tianxiong, who was sitting cross-legged under the tree. The people of the Gu clan hurriedly stepped aside to let Gu Fei pass. Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan followed behind Gu Fei. Little fatty Gu Zhong also followed behind them and arrived under the tree. At this moment, the master of the Gu clan, Gu Tianxiong, was already speechless. Even his consciousness was blurred, and he had no idea what was happening in the outside world. Even Shaoqing and the others were secretly shocked when they saw black blood flowing out of Gu Tianxiong's 7 orifices and his extremely hideous expression. An ordinary cultivator would have died a long time ago. It seemed like there were benefits to having a strong physical body. At least when poisoned, one wouldn't die so quickly. This level of voodoo poison was nothing to Gu Fei. He directly guided a drop of godly spring from his inner world. The drop of godly spring appeared on the tip of his finger like a crystal-clear green pearl. It emitted a bright spiritual light and dyed the surrounding scenery in a layer of green. An extremely exuberant aura of life spread out from that divine spring. Everyone felt refreshed, and their spirits were shaken. Gu Fei gently flicked his finger and the drop of godly spring immediately flew toward the center of Gu Tianxiong's eyebrows. It was like a green divine light that entered Gu Tianxiong's forehead. Although it was only a drop of godly spring, the life essence it contained was still very large. After the drop of godly spring entered the center of Gu Tianxiong's eyebrows, Gu Tianxiong's body immediately surged with a vigorous life aura. Like a withered tree in the spring, Gu Tianxiong's physical body seemed to immediately glow with vitality. A dot of divine light settled in the center of Gu Tianxiong's eyebrows. Bursts of life essence spread out from the dot of divine light and nourished Gu Tianxiong's body. Gu Fei continuously sent out streams of yuan qi, using the power of his immortal spirit to slowly dissolve the drop of godly spring, allowing the life essence contained in the godly spring to gradually be unleashed. Very soon, pitch-black venom seeped out of Gu Tianxiong's skin. A foul smell spread from Gu Tianxiong's body, and the thick black qi on his face also began to dissipate. Gu Fei and the others did not feel anything, but Gu Tian and the other experts of the Gu family, who were nearby, immediately felt dizzy when they smelled the foul smell. They hurriedly retreated into the distance, not daring to approach. Everyone was inexplicably horrified. That voodoo poison was definitely an extremely poisonous item. It was too powerful. Fortunately, this youth had taken action. Otherwise, the family head would not have been able to escape this calamity. Everyone could already tell that the family head was saved, and they were all pleasantly surprised. However, the forest was silent. No one made a sound, and no one dared to make a sound, afraid that they would disturb Gu Fei. Less than an hour later, the dot of divine light in the center of Gu Tianqiong's eyebrows finally completely dissolved. Vast life essence constantly cleansed Gu Tianqiong's physical body, expelling the poison from his body. Gu Tianqiong's blood qi surged, and his skin turned pitch black, forming a layer of black filth. His body trembled slightly, and the layer of black filth immediately cracked and fell. After the black filth fell, Gu Tianqiong's skin became clear, as if there was a layer of light circulating. Vigorous blood qi flowed in his body, and the voodoo poison seemed to have been completely expelled. Gu Fei had already stopped. He had pulled Gu Tianqiong back from the gates of hell. The life essence contained in a drop of heavenly spring water was enough to dispel the voodoo poison that Wu Jiuyo had refined. The heavenly spring of life was the most precious divine water in the world. It could bring the dead back to life. As long as one was not completely dead, he could be saved. To Gu Fei, he could have as much of the heavenly spring of life as he wanted. "Thank you, Master." The little fatty was full of smiles. Gu Tianqiong was the spiritual pillar of the Gu family. If he fell, the Gu family would definitely be in chaos, and it would be even more difficult for the Gu family to survive in the Sorcerer's Land. Even if they escaped from the Sorcerer's Land, they would still completely decline in the world of cultivation. "This little brat, I really don't know what the boss sees in you, to be willing to take you as a disciple," He Tian said in an indifferent tone. In his eyes, this little fatty had nothing good about him apart from having a little more meat on his body than the others. Sigh. Gu Tianqiong, who was sitting cross-legged under the tree, let out a long sigh. He then opened his eyes and knelt in front of Gu Fei. He said respectfully, "Thank you for saving me, senior." Gu Fei calmly accepted Gu Tianqiong's bow. He was still worthy of Gu Tianqiong's bow. Although he still looked young, like a young man in his early 20s, he had, after all, slept in the purgatory path's boundary pearl for 300 years. Therefore, Gu Fei was actually more than 300 years old. If it was 300 years ago, people like Gu Fei would already be considered as experts of the older generation in the various sections. Moreover, in the world of cultivation, it was important to reach the top. Age and appearance were not important. Mortal realm cultivators had a lifespan of 500 years. In terms of age, Gu Tianqiong was even older than Gu Fei. His lifespan was about to reach its end, and it would be within the next 10 years. However, it had to be said that Gu Tianqiong was really lucky. It was a blessing in disguise. Not only had Gu Fei's drop of divine spring of life gotten rid of the poison in his body, but it had also nourished his body with the essence of life. His body, which had already aged, had regained its vitality. It was enough for him to live for another 100 years, giving him a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. When the people of the Gu clan saw their clan leader kneeling in front of the white-robed young man, they also hurriedly knelt down in front of Gu Fei. "All right, get up and lead the way. I'm going to your Gu clan," said Gu Fei. Since he had taken the little fatty as his disciple, he had to pass on the cultivation techniques of the martial path to him. He had obtained the brand of the great path of the martial ancestor, so he wanted to pass on the legacy of the martial ancestor's bloodline so that the true martial path would not be lost. The Gu clan of the Sorcerer Land actually had nothing to do with Gu Fei. The East region and the West Earth were separated by tens of thousands of miles. It was absolutely impossible for mortals to travel from the East region to the West Earth. Even cultivators would find it difficult to cross the distance. However, since they both had the surname Gu Fei had a different feeling for the little fatty. Yes. Gu Tianxiong nodded and stood up. After that, someone brought over a clean set of clothes for Gu Tianxiong to change into. His clothes had already been soaked through by the black poison, and he couldn't wear them anymore. Then, the people of the Gu clan began to head back. The people of the Gu clan were overjoyed to have survived the calamity, especially the little fatty's father, who was laughing so hard that only his teeth could be seen. He was happy. Why? Was there a need to ask? The little fatty had an amazing master and his future was limitless. The people of the Gu clan were extremely envious of the little fatty's father. Ever since the Gu clan heard the news, they immediately packed their things and abandoned the Gu clan villa, preparing to escape the sorcerer land. This forest was already 100 miles away from the Gu clan villa. However, even though they had escaped 100 miles away, the people of the Gu clan were still beaten up by the people of the 12 sorcerer tribes. If Gu Fei and the others had not arrived in time, the Gu clan would not have escaped the fate of being massacred. Chapter 708. Flames soared into the sky. The Gu family villa had already turned into a sea of fire. Under the illumination of the flames, several corpses could be seen lying outside the entrance of the Gu family villa. They were the guards of the Gu family. They were not direct descendants of the Gu family, but locals. The Gu family had been operating in the sorcerer land for 1,000 years. Many locals were loyal to the Gu family. These people refused to leave and volunteered to stay in the Gu family villa to manage the Gu family's business. Unfortunately, the 12 sorcerer tribes had already decided to attack the Gu family. Not only did they kill all the guards of the Gu family, but they also set the villa on fire, intending to burn the Gu family villa to the ground. When everyone arrived outside the villa, they felt an oppressive heat wave. The fire soared dozens of meters high, burning the air until it was distorted. The surroundings were as bright as day. Gu Tianxiong's eyes were red and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He was furious. The 12 sorcerer tribes had gone too far. They actually wanted to destroy the Gu family. Father. Gu Tian stepped forward and said angrily. His body trembled and he clenched his fists tightly when he saw the Gu family's 1,000-year foundation being burned to the ground. Senior, please seek justice for the Gu family. Gu Tianxiong suddenly turned to Gu Fei and said with a trembling voice. He was about to go crazy when his 1,000-year foundation was destroyed in his hands. Justice. There's no such thing as justice in the world of cultivation. Before Gu Fei could speak, He Tian's strange voice sounded. That's right. Whoever's fist is harder is the boss. Xiaoqing said in a low voice. There was no such thing as justice in the world of cultivation. Only strength was respected. Senior. Gu Tian wanted to say something but stopped. If these people did not make a move, it would be difficult for them to fight against the 12 sorcerer tribes. Master. Little Fatty looked at Gu Fei expectantly. If Master did not make a move, the Gu family would not be able to survive in the sorcerer land. They would have no choice but to leave. Gu Fei thought for a moment and said, Xiaoqing, Old Black, I've taken in a good disciple. You should express your gratitude too. He said indifferently. Of course we wouldn't dare to neglect Big Brother's disciple, Xiaoqing said. Boss, I, Old Black, don't even have a single magic treasure on me. Don't count me in. Erebus really couldn't bring out a decent gift. On the other hand, the Fire Qilin Baron was very straightforward. He directly took out a god bead that was surrounded by raging flames and handed it to Gu Fei. It was a blazing fire bead. As soon as the god bead was taken out, everyone felt a wave of heat assaulting their bodies. Gu Fei received the pearl that was only the size of a finger and used his immortal spirit to seal the blazing pearl. The scorching aura immediately disappeared. Everyone could see that the fiery orb in Gu Fei's hand was a vermilion orb, and they could see that there was a divine fire burning within it. Hurry up and thank your uncle Master Baron. Gu Fei tossed the blazing pearl to Little Fatty. Thank you, old Master Balon. Little Fatty hurriedly received it and thanked him profusely. Everyone could tell that this god bead was no ordinary item. Balon didn't say anything. He ignored Little Fatty. Since Brother Balon has given us such an immortal item, we can't be rude. Xiao Qing said. Everyone was shocked when they heard that the pearl was an immortal item. That pearl was actually an immortal item. Everyone couldn't help but be aghast. They actually saw a legendary immortal item. The people of the Gu clan were even more respectful to Gu Fei. They were practically treating them as gods in heaven. A random gift was actually an immortal item. Could it be that Little Fatty had become the disciple of an immortal? The disciples of an immortal and the people of the Gu clan looked at Little Fatty differently. Little Fatty's father was overjoyed. All the fat on his body was jiggling. His son had really made him proud. He had actually become the disciple of an immortal master. Brother Qing, let's give Yanwu City to this little disciple. He Tian suddenly said. He never did business without capital. Give Yanwu City to me. Little Fatty was shocked. That was Yanwu City, the center of the shaman land. Over the years, only the 12 shaman tribes could control Yanwu City. The people of the Gu clan were shocked. Gu Tianxiong and his son's expressions changed. Even if He Tian and the green-robed man were to give Yanwu City to them, they wouldn't dare to accept it. The 12 shaman tribes were not benevolent people. They were all vicious and merciless people who loved to fight. These people would definitely not allow the Gu clan to enter Mega City again. Senior, this, Gu Tianxiong wanted to say something but stopped. Right now, Wu City was like a hot potato. Whoever caught it would have their hands covered in blisters. You don't have to worry. Gu Fei said. He knew what Gu Tianxiong was worried about. The 12 shaman tribes. They weren't even small fries in his eyes. All right. Let's do it. Little Qing nodded. Then, she rose into the sky with He Tian and flew towards Yanwu City. She did not hesitate to do so. This, Gu Tianxiong and the rest of the Gu clan were dumbfounded upon seeing this. Little Fatty's 2 junior masters were really going to give Little Fatty Shenwu City to him. The Gu clan's manor was burned and the 1,000-year foundation of the Gu clan was destroyed. If Little Fatty's 2 uncle masters could really take over Yanwu City, the Gu clan would be able to rise again in the shaman land. With Gu Fei's guarantee, Gu Tianxiong and the rest were no longer worried. Even the shaman of the dark sorcerer cult was killed by them. Who else in the shaman land could be their match? The shaman land was going to have a new master, the Gu clan. Since Gu Fei had taken Little Fatty as his disciple and passed down the teachings of the martial ancestor, he would remove all obstacles that could threaten Little Fatty. In the shaman land, the only ones that could threaten the Gu clan were the 12 shaman tribes. Let's go. Let me see the gifts your uncle masters have given you. Gu Fei said. Then, he grabbed Little Fatty's arm and soared into the sky towards Yanwu City. Yanwu City was not silent under the night sky. Instead, it was even livelier than it was during the day. Various figures appeared in Yanwu City. All the forces that entered Yanwu City were fighting for the power vacuum and territory left by the Dark Sorcerer cult. Intense battles broke out everywhere in Yanwu City. One of the 12 shaman tribes, the Dark Sorcerer cult, was completely defeated by Gu Fei. Almost all the higher-ups were killed or injured. Jing Jin and the other 11 shaman tribes were like hungry wolves. They attacked the dying Dark Sorcerer cult as a group. The 11 shaman tribes were working together. No one in the shaman land could compete with them for the control of Yanwu City. Then, the 11 shaman tribes started fighting. There was only one piece of fatty meat, and everyone wanted to get the biggest piece of it. The battle between the 11 shaman tribes could not be avoided. Flames soared into the sky in Yanwu City, and there were even powerful fighters from the 11 shaman tribes who joined the battle. Boom! Suddenly, a cloud of black mist rushed out from the Yanwu City Lord's mansion, enveloping the entire place. A foul wind howled, and the shaman poison raged. Near the Yanwu City Lord's mansion, many figures fell to the ground, screaming. Roar! Wu-Tu, do you really want to fight me? An angry roar came from the governor's residence. Chapter 709. Boom! The entire mayor's palace shook. A vast amount of shaman power exploded and a ray of green light shot into the sky. The dark green evil aura turned the entire area green. Within the dark green light, there was a figure covered in evil aura. It was an old man with a circle of fist-sized skulls around his neck. The old man was tall and burly. He was filled with wildness. He was like a god of death that had charged out of hell. He charged into the black aura in the sky and headed towards another person who was shrouded in the black aura. Good. I, Wu-Tu, will see who is stronger today. The black aura in the sky surged. It was an extremely poisonous shaman poison. Wu-Tu was so angry that he laughed. He attacked the evil old man. Endless black aura surged and the shadow of a strange beast appeared. It was not a real strange beast, but one that was formed by shaman power. The strange beast was the size of a small mountain. It had the body of a snake and the head of a dragon. It looked extremely ferocious. It spat out a poisonous fog from its mouth and pounced towards the old man. Wu-Ju, go and die. The shaman called Wu-Tu was enraged. He could no longer care about the alliance of the 11 shaman tribes. Wu-Tu, I've long found you an eyesore. The burly old man roared. He stretched out his hand and tore off the circle of skulls around his neck. Then, he threw them forward. The 18 dark green skulls immediately emitted a vast amount of wizard power. They turned into 18 balls of dark green willow, the wisp, and flew away. Then, surrounded by the evil green light, the 18 fist-sized skulls turned into 18 evil creatures that were covered in green hair. They looked as ferocious as demons. They pounced towards the strange beast formed by the black aura. You have refined a shaman corpse. Wu-Tu was shocked. He could not help but exclaim. It was as if he had seen a ghost. His voice was trembling. Humph. Wu-Ju laughed coldly. He activated his shaman power and the 18 evil corpses emitted an evil aura. They directly destroyed the strange beast with the body of a snake and the head of a dragon and surrounded Wu-Tu's day. All of you, remember this. Wu-Tu roared. Then, just as the 18 evil corpses were about to surround him, he turned into a gust of black wind and rushed into the sky. Then, he flew out of Shaman City. Humph. I won't see you out. Wu-Ju did not give chase. Wu-Ju's strength was on par with his. Wu-Ju was only afraid of the 18 witch corpses that he had just refined. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream came from the sky outside Mega City. The black gas that Wu-Tu had transformed into suddenly exploded. The scream spread through the entire Yanwu City. The people who were fighting for territory in the city couldn't help but stop and look up into the sky. At this moment, the person on the ground outside the city suddenly felt a drop of water dripping down. He couldn't help reaching out to touch it, only to see that his hand was covered in blood. How was this a drop of water? The dozen or so people standing on the ground were shocked. However, in an instant, they started foaming at the mouth and fell to the ground. After twitching a few times, they stopped moving. Wu-Ju, who was about to cast his sorcery and collect the 18 sorcerer corpses, was also shocked. Wu-Tu was dead. He faintly felt that something was wrong. He looked out of the city. In the sky above the city, there was not even a shadow. Because of this, Wuju was even more shocked. The 18 witch corpses were protecting him. The 18 witch corpses emitted a dark green evil light that lit up the night sky of Yinwu City. Ever since Wu Tu let out that blood-curdling scream, Yinwu City had fallen into silence. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. It made people feel a strong pressure. Wuju, what happened? Whoosh. As the voice spoke, a figure that was also surrounded by evil light rushed out from the city leader's residence. It was a tall and skinny old man dressed in hemp clothes. He looked like the legendary White Impermanence. The old man was tall and skinny. He stood in the air with a gray evil energy under his feet. In his hand, he held a morning staff. It was as if the White Impermanence had come out from hell. Whoosh! 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 Another few old men rushed out from the city leader's residence. These people were all dressed in weird clothes. Their bodies were filled with evil energy. They were all the older generation sorcerers of the 11 witch tribes. Wu Tu is dead. Wu Ju said in a low voice. He did not dare to let his guard down. He knew that the person who killed Wu Tu was still nearby and was watching them from the shadows. What? This, Wu Tu is dead. Then the ghost sorcerer tribe. We're in big trouble now. The few older sorcerers could not help but change their expressions. Wu Tu was a powerful member of the ghost sorcerer tribe. Now that the ghost sorcerer tribe had died outside Yinwu City, the ghost sorcerer tribe would definitely be enraged. The leader of the ghost sorcerer tribe was a powerful member who had surpassed the sorcerer realm. He was also extremely protective and cruel. In the sorcerer land, even the leader of the dark sorcerer cult, who was killed by Little Fatty with one slap, was wary of the ghost sorcerer king. Someone attacked and killed Wu Tu in an instant. Wu Ju said. Who? The few old men could not help but look at each other. They were all extremely shocked. To kill Wu Tu in an instant, how powerful must one's cultivation be? One must know that Wu Tu's strength could be said to be on par with theirs. Only Wu Ju, who had recently refined the 18 green-furred sorcerer corpses, could suppress Wu Tu's day. At this moment, two figures appeared soundlessly in the sky above Yinwu City. No one knew how they had appeared. It was as if they had been standing there for a long time. These two people seemed to have appeared out of thin air. There was no vibration in the air at all. No one could sense the aura of the two people. The sudden appearance of the two people stunned Wu Ju and the rest. Even Wu Ju was dumbfounded. He did not see how the two people had appeared. There was only one possibility, and that was that the cultivation of these two people was far higher than theirs. Who are you? Wu Ju's eyes shone with a cold light. He stared at the two people and shouted coldly. The 18 green-furred sorcerer corpses began to move. It was as if they could pounce on the two people at any time and tear them to pieces. You have no right to know who we are. A wave of mental energy rippled out from the body of the strange person in front of them. His voice rang directly in the hearts of Wu Ju and the few old men. Wu Ju's expression changed. The other party did not even care about him. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. These two people definitely had the ability to ignore him. The other few old men were also furious. However, they did not dare to say anything. No one dared to make a sound. They had already guessed that the people who killed Wu Tu were these two people. Chapter 7:10. Under the night sky above Sorcerer City, two figures stood proudly in the sky, coldly staring at the few strangely dressed old men in front of them. One of the fierce-looking old men was surrounded by 18 demonic corpses that were covered in green fur. They were sorcerer corpses that were refined using sorcery. The 18 sorcerer corpses were filled with evil energy and disgusting dark green liquid flowed from their bodies. There was not a single part of these sorcerer corpses that was free of poison. Living people were not allowed to get close to them. If a mortal were to touch these sorcerer corpses, they would instantly be poisoned and die. If you don't want to die, scram. The man in green said coldly. He was not angry, but he was imposing, causing the few old men to feel a great pressure. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me, Wu Hua? An old man with fiery red eyes walked out from the opposite side. Humph. Xiaoqing laughed coldly and glanced at the old man called Wu Hua. Everyone only felt a cold light flash past like a fleeting shadow. Then, Wizard Fire screamed as he covered his eyes and fell from the sky. Wu Hua, what happened to you? Someone cried out in surprise, and then he charged down from the sky. Everyone couldn't help but be greatly shocked when they saw this scene. Could it be that he had actually injured the shaman flame with a single gaze? Wu Hua was an expert of the fire sorcerer tribe. His fire sorcerer technique was extremely powerful. Among the 12 sorcerer tribes, he was one of the few experts. Very quickly, the person who rushed down from the sky rushed up from the ground. He came to Wu Ju's side and said with a trembling voice, Wu Hua is dead. What? Wu Ju and the other experts of the sorcerer tribe were shocked. Wu Hua was dead. He was killed by a glance from that person. How is this possible? No one dared to believe it, nor did they want to believe that a glance could kill. Moreover, it was an expert of the fire sorcerer tribe. This was very shocking. I don't want to say it a second time. Xiaoqing said calmly. It would be best for you all to do as he says. He Tian, who was completely covered in black clothes, chuckled and walked forward. This is too much. The tall and thin old man, who was holding a morning staff and looked like the legendary Soul Reaper by Wu Chang, was enraged. He waved the morning staff in his hand and struck at Xiaoqing from afar. Who? A gust of chilly wind suddenly blew, and within the chilly wind, there was an ear-piercing sound like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of gods. It was as if the gates of hell had suddenly opened, and countless ghosts and evil spirits rushed out. The world was suddenly filled with ghostly qi. Since you don't want to leave, then there's no need for you to leave. Xiaoqing exuded a murderous aura. His eyes shone like stars in the night sky. Swoosh! A blazing divine light rushed out of Xiaoqing's eyes and pierced through the void. It broke through the layers of sinister winds and destroyed the morning cudgel in the middle of the sinister winds. He pressed his hand towards the tall and thin old man who looked like the white impermanence. Bam! The old man didn't even have the chance to scream before his body exploded into a bloody mist. His body and soul were both destroyed. Wu Ju and the rest were horrified. The opponent had killed a powerful sorcerer with just a wave of his hand. How could they fight against such a powerful sorcerer? Go! Wu Ju roared and turned into a ball of green light. It enveloped the 18 sorcerer corpses around him and soared into the sky. He wanted to escape. The opponent was too powerful. Wu Ju had already escaped. The other experts of the sorcerer tribe also scattered like birds and beasts, rushing in all directions. They were completely intimidated by Xiaoqing and did not dare to fight with Xiaoqing. Trying to escape. It's too late. A cruel smile appeared on Xiaoqing's face. He then raised his hand. Boom! A vast demonic power immediately surged out like a volcanic eruption, lighting up the world. All the sorcerers in the sorcerer's city below felt an unparalleled pressure descending from the sky. They could not help but kneel on the ground. The void trembled and demonic light shot into the sky. A terrifying energy ripple spread out and a circle of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out. It locked down a part of the world. All the sorcerers who were escaping in all directions were locked in the void. Even Wuju, who had been refined into the 18 sorcerer corpses, was locked down by Xiaoqing's power and could not move at all. Xiaoqing seemed to have become the supreme emperor of this part of the world. He walked in the demonic light. He did not kill the few sorcerers at the same time. Instead, he pointed his finger lightly and turned the few sorcerers into dust, causing their souls to dissipate. Ha! Brother Qing has gone all out. You guys are out of luck. The yin-yang qi around He Tian's body blocked the demonic light. The mighty power that locked down the void did not affect him at all. Ever since he broke through to the Emperor realm, his strength had taken a huge leap. He was now comparable to an expert of the immortal realm. Xiaoqing was like the god of death walking in the void, harvesting the lives of all the people in the sky. This was a shocking scene. There were people in the dark who saw this, but they all retreated quietly. Gu Fei grabbed little Fatty and stopped in the sky outside the sorcerer city. He looked at the scene calmly. Xiaoqing is too flamboyant. However, there is nothing wrong with that. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Xiaoqing's display of invincible power had shocked the sorcerers. This way, even if someone wanted to deal with the Gu family, they would have to think twice. Little Uncle Master is too fierce. He is my idol. Little Fatty's eyes were filled with stars. The invincible figure of Xiaoqing was deeply imprinted in his heart. Gu Fei was speechless towards this little disciple of his. Idol? He himself had never had any idols, nor had he ever worshipped any of the great figures in history. The only person he worshipped was himself. A true expert did not need to worship anyone. At this moment, Xiaoqing had already killed Wuju. The 18 sorcerer corpses could scare away the experts of the 12 sorcerer tribes. However, in front of him, it was just a joke. Xiaoqing was a demon immortal. Cultivators below the immortal realm were all ants. All of you, get out of Sorcerer City. Xiaoqing said to everyone in the city. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with majesty. It was like the voice of a celestial emperor, causing everyone's soul to tremble. The entire Sorcerer City was shaken. Everyone in the city was shocked. They fought to escape towards the city gate. Who would dare to stay in the city? There is something strange about this city. Gu Fei suddenly noticed that after the previous battle, the main buildings in Sorcerer City were not damaged. The entire Sorcerer City seemed to be a single entity. The pitch-black walls were filled with the vicissitudes of time. It was like a giant beast that was entrenched on the ground. Chapter 7:11. There was a city gate in each of the 4 corners of the city. At this moment, the city gates had already been destroyed. All the people from the various factions in the city rushed towards the 4 city gates. Shouts, roars, and cries filled the city. Everyone had seen what had happened in the sky. The person in the sky had killed all the elders of the sorcerer tribe with a raise of his hand. Wu Ju and the others were actually the leaders of these people. The 11 sorcerer tribes had attacked the dark sorcerer tribe when they were down. They had sent Wu Ju, Wu Tu, Wu Hua, and other experts to lead their respective sorcerer tribes into the city. Dark sorcerer cult was in a panic. Almost all the higher-ups had been killed by Little Fatty during the day. The dark sorcerer cult members in the city could not fight against the 11 sorcerer tribes. The dark sorcerer cult members in the city did not put up much of a fight and escaped from the city. After the allied forces of the 11 sorcerer tribes attacked the city and took down the governor's residence, they fought for their own interests. In the end, they even fought. If the higher-ups were in such a state, then the subordinates of these people were even more chaotic. They fought for territory in the city and many people died. But now, the people of the various factions in the city had forgotten about the fight. They had even forgotten why they had entered the city in the first place. All of them fled for their lives. No one dared to stay. The 4 city gates were quickly filled with people. Unavoidably, serious trampling occurred. Countless people were trampled to death. Some people even brandished the weapons in their hands in a frenzy as they charged out. Xiaoqing watched this scene from the sky. He was expressionless. He did not care about the lives of the sorcerer tribes. Besides, the sorcerer tribes of the sorcerer land could not be considered true sorcerer anymore. The sorcerer of the ancients was a powerful existence that could hunt down the gods in the sky. The sorcerer of the current era was more like a group of demons that cultivated evil arts. Chaos ensued in the sorcerer city. The sorcerer tribes that rushed out of the city were like stray dogs. They fled in all directions in a panic, no longer caring about fighting. The fall of a batch of older sorcerer tribes would definitely shake the sorcerer land. The true experts of the 11 sorcerer tribes would probably jump out. The sorcerer land would welcome darkness and chaos. The leaders of the 11 shaman tribes had yet to appear. It was still unknown whether or not Xiaoqing would be able to intimidate these people who were spying in the dark. At this moment, the Gu clan leader, Gu Tianxiong, was leading the members of the Gu clan towards Yanwu City. The Gu clan was not very far away from Mega City. However, it was still 50 to 60 miles away. To Gu Tianxiong, such a distance was something that he could cover in a short while. However, Gu Tianxiong wasn't alone. He had brought a group of people from the Gu clan with him. As such, the distance between them was quite a distance. When they were still a few miles away from Yanwu City, Gu Tianxiong suddenly discovered a large group of people charging towards them. The experts of the Gu clan were instantly shocked. The experts of the Gu clan immediately led a group of young and strong men of the Gu clan to rush to the front. They drew their weapons and were on high alert. It's a magihuman. When they saw the clothing of the large group of people charging towards them, the members of the Gu clan were even more frightened. Even Gu Tianxiong was a little nervous. There were more than 1,000 people in that large group. Moreover, the magihumans were brave and ruthless. They were far more ferocious than the people of the Central Plains. Prepare to fight, Gu Tianxiong said in a low voice. His clothes immediately fluttered even though there was no wind. A powerful ripple of energy spread from his body. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly and stared at the magihumans who were charging towards them. Gu Tianxiong's qi and blood surged violently. Essential qi circulated rapidly in his body and his qi and blood overflowed. His body faintly emitted a layer of light. Father, Gu Tian, who was standing beside Gu Tianxiong, could not help but be surprised and delighted when he saw a layer of faint light appearing on his father's body. His father's skills had become even more profound and profound. Gu Tianxiong benefited from this disaster. His body was nourished by the heavenly spring of life. Not only did he survive, his cultivation level had also increased significantly. Just as the members of the Gu clan thought that they were going to start fighting with the large group of people in front of them, the large group of people in front of them actually went around to the sides. They had no intention of fighting. What's going on? Gu Tianxiong and the rest saw that the group of people were panicking. Some of them did not even pick up their weapons. They only ran forward in a panic, as if there were fierce beasts chasing after them. In just a short while, the large group of people had disappeared. On the main road, only the members of the Gu clan were left looking at each other. They were all scratching their heads in confusion. Something must have happened up ahead. Are we still going to Yanwu City? Gu Tian asked worriedly. This can't be caused by my unfilial son's master, right? Fatty's father, who was also a fatty, rubbed his chin and said suspiciously. From today onwards, shamans are not allowed to step into Yanwu City. If you do, you will be killed. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the front. The voice was not loud, but it spread through the sky and could be heard clearly in a radius of hundreds of miles. It's it seems to be the voice of Fatty's uncle master. It's the voice of the man in green. Gu Tianxiong, Gu Tian, and the other members of the Gu clan could not help but look at each other. They saw the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that these people were chased out of Yinwu City by Fatty's master? After the Gu clan heard Xiaoqing's voice, they no longer had any worries and headed straight for Yinwu City. Along the way, Gu Tianxiong and the rest met many scattered shamans who were escaping from the direction of Yinwu City. Very soon, Yinwu City appeared in the Gu clan sight. In the darkness of the night, the city shone with the light of fire. It was extremely quiet. Only the occasional sound of the night wind and the rustling of the trees could be heard. When Gu Tianxiong and the rest approached the city gate, they were stunned by the carnage in front of them. There were corpses both inside and outside the city gate. The ground was stained with blood. Some of the corpses were already in pieces. It could be seen that many people were trampled to death. Corpses and blood covered the ground. They were scattered in every corner of the city. There was not a single clean place for people to stand. Among the Gu clan members, there were many women and children. The adults covered the children's eyes, not letting them see this terrifying scene. Some of the women could not help but vomit. The smell of blood was too strong. Even those who were used to seeing blood could not help but frown. At this moment, a person walked out of the city gate. Great-grandfather, father, uncles, my master invites you. Chapter 7:12. The governor's mansion of Yinwu City was located in the center of Yinwu City. It was the grandest cluster of palaces in Yinwu City. It was a city within a city. The governor's mansion was known as the minor witch city in the shaman land. Today, not only this minor shaman city, but the entire Qiu shaman city had a new master. Countless novice shaman ran out of Qiu shaman city, not a single novice shaman dared to stay in the city. Because at this time, only the dead sorcerer humans could stay in Yinwu City. Terrifying figures roamed around the city. From time to time, terrified screams could be heard from within the city. It was as if the Grim Reaper was harvesting the lives of the people hiding in Yinwu City. Little Fatty brought Gu Tianxiong and the rest along the desolate streets. The streets that were usually bustling with activity were now devoid of a single person. They walked straight towards the governor's mansion at the end of the street. Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out from one of the houses to the side. Then, everyone heard a bone-chilling sound of bones breaking. Everyone was startled by the sudden scream. They all looked in the direction of the sound in astonishment. Their eyes were filled with terror. Don't panic. It's my master's subordinates who are cleaning up some disobedient sorcerer humans. Fatty explained to Gu Tianxiong and the rest of the important missions. Swoosh. At this moment, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone and blocked their way. It was a powerful creature shrouded in a thick aura of death. A terrifying aura came from the front, causing everyone to feel as if they were in an ice cave. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Two spots of blood-red evil light pierced through the aura of death and swept towards Gu Tianxiong and the rest. Under the gaze of that person, Gu Tianxiong and the rest shuddered. It was as if they were being stared at by a terrifying evil creature. It was as if they could be torn apart by that evil creature at any time. Their hearts went cold. If the important missions of the Gu family were in such a state, the rest were even worse off. Some of them were so frightened that they fell to the ground, their bodies trembling. The terrifying creature shrouded in death chi took 2 steps forward. However, when it saw the little fatty, it stopped. Then, with a whoosh, it disappeared on the spot. No one was able to see how the terrifying creature left, and no one was able to see which direction it went. Not to mention Gu Tianxiong and the others, even little fatty secretly wiped his cold sweat. This kind of terrifying creature that seemed to have crawled out of hell was too terrifying. So what if it was such a terrifying creature? Wasn't he subdued by master and ordered around like a slave? Little Fatty thought to himself that if he had half of his master's strength, he would be able to dominate the world. Little Fatty was like a frog in a well in the sorcerer land. He had no idea that the outside world had undergone a tremendous change. The forces of the Antiquity era had returned, and the deities had reappeared. Even if it was Gu Fei, it would be very difficult for him to fight for a place in this great era of rise. After the false alarm, the group continued on their way to the city lord's residence. Gu Tianxiong and the others were even more fearful of Little Fatty's master. How powerful was that person to be able to command such a terrifying creature? They really did not know if this was a blessing or a curse. The fate of the Gu family no longer seemed to be in the hands of Gu Tianxiong. The Gu family could only passively accept the arrangements of others. This was the cruelty of the world of cultivation. The weak had no right to speak. Only the strong could control everything. Gu Tianxiong's heart was heavy. The Gu family did not speak either. They were extremely terrified. They had no idea what was waiting for them in front of them. Everyone followed behind Little Fatty in silence. The sorcerer city was not small. The entire city had a radius of several dozen miles. Of course, a city like this would only be considered a small or medium-sized city in the flourishing Central Plains. It could not even be considered a large city. In the Central Plains, there were many huge cities that could accommodate tens of millions of people. Before long, Little Fatty led the Gu family to the city lord's residence. The pitch-black door was tightly shut, and there was no one outside. Little Fatty walked straight up, pushed the door open, and walked in. Gu Tianxiong and the others hesitated for a moment, but still followed. Since they were already here, there was no turning back. They could only brace themselves and go forward. Furthermore, this person had saved the Gu family. If it were not for Little Fatty's master, the Gu family would have been destroyed by the 11 sorcerer tribes. Little Fatty led Gu Tianxiong and the others through a few halls, and finally arrived in front of a large hall. The large hall was pitch black, as if it was made out of dark steel. It gave off an extremely oppressive feeling, as if they were facing a huge mountain. Gu Buchong is back. A creaking sound could be heard as the door to the hall was pushed open. Then, a green-robed figure walked out to greet Fatty and the others. This person wore a green robe and had green hair that reached his shoulders. His face was delicate and handsome, and his eyes were as dazzling as the stars. As he looked around, his eyes shone brightly, making it hard for people to look at him directly. "Greetings, little martial uncle." When the Little Fatty saw the young man, he immediately ran over and bowed respectfully to the young man. Xiaoqi nodded, then looked behind Little Fatty and said, "Your master doesn't see outsiders. Old Black and I will handle the Gu family's matters." Gu Tianxiong and the others did not dare to show any anger when they heard this. Instead, they were filled with fear and trepidation. They knew that these people were not ordinary people, and it was very likely that they were the legendary Immortals. "Brother Qing, I don't want to waste my energy on this. It's better if you handle it yourself." He Tian appeared in front of the hall. He Tian's entire body was covered in black robes, and no one knew his true appearance. He was talking to Xiaoqing with his mental energy. He did not purposely hide his mental energy, so everyone present felt as if there was a voice directly in their hearts. "Hee, Old Black, you can't slack off." Xiaoqing laughed. When He Tian heard this, he did not say anything else. He said to Xiaoqing, "I only care about killing people. I don't care about anything else." Thus, the Gu family did not even see Gu Fei's face before they were arranged to stay in the city lord's mansion by Xiaoqing. Little Fatty Gu Zhong was called over by Gu Fei. Gu Fei was about to start teaching Gu Zhong martial arts techniques. The 11 sorcerer tribes seemed to be really shocked by Xiaoqing. The night passed uneventfully, and on the second day, there was still no one inside or outside the sorcerer city. There were still powerful and terrifying creatures moving about in the city, like the god of death, constantly harvesting the lives of the sorcerer tribes that were still hidden in the city. Not all the sorcerer tribes had escaped the city. Many of them were hiding in the dark, waiting for the matter to pass before coming out. However, these people did not expect that even if they hid for a while, it would be difficult for them to survive in the end. Chapter 7:13. Jianwu's city had regained its peace, but the shaman land was in chaos. It was a huge mess. The shaman land was shaken, and all the shaman tribes, big and small, were in danger. Little Qing's attack had indeed shocked the leaders of all the forces in the land of voodoo. Of the 12 shaman tribes, the dark shaman tribe had been crippled by Gu Fei and the rest. They could no longer do anything. Of the 12 shaman tribes, only the 11 shaman tribes were left with real power. The 12 shaman tribes were practically dead. Ever since that night, Shao Qing and the rest had stopped attacking. Those watching forces seemed to have woken up from their shock. Shaman tribes began to appear outside Jinwu City again. All the forces in the shaman land had sent out spies to keep a close eye on Jinwu City. No one dared to approach Jinwu City. All the forces were watching, waiting for someone else to make the first move. The Gu family had entered Jinwu City. Many shaman tribes had seen them that night. This was no secret. Everyone was guessing if the Gu family had invited an expert from outside. On the afternoon of the third day, the sun was setting. 4 figures walked over from afar, their shadows dragging on the ground. They were 4 young men and women. The one in the lead was dressed in a purple robe and had a dragon crown on his head. He was surrounded by dragon aura. It was Chu Qingquang of the Great Yan Kingdom. Chu Qingquang was followed by 2 men and a woman. Just like Chu Qingquang, these 3 young men and women were outstanding young elites with extraordinary bearings. They did not fly in the air. Instead, they walked step by step. Even so, their speed was extremely fast. They were not much slower than flying in the air. Soon, they arrived outside the city gates. The gates were wide open. Ever since the chaos that night, the 4 gates of Jinwu City had never been closed again. Dried blood stains that had turned dark could be seen everywhere on the ground. That night, many people had died in Jinwu City, especially at the gates. However, the corpses at the gates had already been cleaned up. Chu Qingquang stopped outside the gates. He had a bad feeling that if he stepped into the city, he would not be able to leave. He felt danger and did not dare to move forward. Brother Chu, the person who spoke, was a young man in white behind Chu Qingquang. The young man looked no more than 30 years old, but in the world of cultivation, appearance was the most unreliable thing. The young man carried an inconspicuous long sword on his back. Sword chi was faintly discernible all over his body, like a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed. Chu Qingquang raised his hand and interrupted the young man's words. His expression became extremely solemn. He had a feeling that this city was different. It had become different. Chu Qingquang of Great Yan is here to pay a visit to Brother Gu Fei. Chu Qingquang cupped his hands towards the city and said loudly. His voice was not loud, but it spread through the sky and could be heard clearly within a radius of 100 miles. Swoosh! Chu Qingquang's words were still lingering in the air when a ghost-like black shadow appeared on top of the city gate. A pair of cold eyes swept across Chu Qingquang and the others below. So it's Brother He. We would like to pay a visit to Brother Gu. Please pass on the message. Chu Qingquang did not dare to be negligent and said carefully to the person on top of the city gate tower. The person on top of the city gate tower was none other than He Tian. Gu Fei had already gone into seclusion with the little fatty. Even if Chu Qingquang's words spread throughout the entire Yanwu city, Gu Fei would not be able to hear them. Our boss is not free. Go back to where you came from. He Tian said rudely. In his eyes, demigods were like ants. This. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Chu Qingguang's face. The three young men and women behind Chu Qingguang all had a look of anger on their faces. This guy who was neither human nor ghost dared to look down on them. It was outrageous. One had to know that they were the top figures among the younger generation of Great Yen City. At such a young age, they were already regarded as cultivation geniuses and were the center of attention. It was a little arrogant of them. Brother He, I'm actually here this time because someone asked me to mediate the dispute in the land of shamans. Chu Qingguang was not displeased and said calmly. He knew that the other party definitely had the strength to look down on him. Mediate? Ha! He Tian could not help but burst into laughter when he heard this. Old He, what are you shouting for? Suddenly, an impatient voice came from the city. In the next moment, a green shadow flashed next to He Tian, and a man suddenly appeared next to He Tian. Greetings, Brother Qing. Chu Qingguang took a closer look. After seeing who it was, he hurriedly bowed to him. The man was none other than Xiao Qing. He was in charge of almost everything in Shaman City. He Tian, on the other hand, had nothing to do. He led a group of undead creatures and hunted the shamans hiding in the city for fun. Gu Fei temporarily handed over the 500 undead creatures to He Tian and Xiao Qing. They were all King Realm undead creatures, and their strength was equivalent to that of a demigod among human cultivators. 500 demigods was enough to sweep across the entire land of shamans. It's you. What are you doing here? Xiao Qing was not surprised to see Chu Qingguang, because he already knew it was him. Ha! Brother Qing, he said he wanted to mediate the dispute in the land of shamans. What a joke! What a joke! He Tian seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. When Xiao Qing heard this, he could not help but frown. He pondered for a moment before saying, "You guys should go back. Also, tell the leaders of the shaman tribe that I'll give them 10 days. If they're willing to surrender and serve the Gu family as the master of the land of shamans, they can live. Otherwise, we'll have to carry out a purge in the land of shamans." A purge. When Chu Qingguang heard Xiao Qing's words, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He knew the strength of these people. If they really started a massacre in the land of shamans, only the legendary immortals could stop them. The three young men and women behind Chu Qingguang looked at each other in shock. Surrender in 10 days. This was simply not giving the shamans any chance of survival. The shamans of the 11 shaman tribes were a group of brave and ruthless fellows. How could they surrender so easily? They all had a bad feeling. It seemed that the bloodshed in the land of shamans had just begun. Is there any room for negotiation? Chu Qingguang asked. No, they only have 2 choices. One is to die, and the other is to surrender. Xiao Qing's tone was extremely firm. This was something that could not be changed. He was well aware of Gu Fei's intentions. Gu Fei wanted the Gu family to become the master of the land of shamans. Therefore, he would never allow any force that could threaten the Gu family to exist in the land of shamans. Sigh. All right then. We'll take our leave first. Chu Qingguang had no choice but to cup his hands at the 2 people on the tower. Then, he turned around and left with his men. Soon, Chu Qingguang and his men disappeared at the end of the road outside Shaman City. Hee hee. Those fellows from the shaman tribe finally couldn't take it anymore. They actually wanted to use Chu Qingguang to test our strength. What a joke. He Zi said disdainfully. 10 days. After 10 days, I'll leave those fellows to you. Xiao Qing said expressionlessly. He wanted to wait in the city for everyone to surrender. Xiao Qing turned around and walked into the city. He Tian stood on the tower. He could feel that there were more and more spies outside the city. 10 more days. If you don't surrender, you people will only have 10 more days to live. Then, He Tian's figure disappeared from the tower. What? You want us to surrender to the Gu family? That's impossible. An angry roar came from a stone forest. This stone forest was about 100 miles away from Shaman City. Many shamans stood outside the stone forest. The stone forest had a radius of a few miles. Pitch-black stone pillars stood on top of the sand and stones. In the center of the stone forest was a tall, pitch-black altar. At this moment, there were 11 old men in unique clothes standing on the altar. Each of these old men had a strong evil aura. A young man in a purple robe and a dragon crown was talking to one of the old men. That's too much. An old man holding a white bone staff said angrily. They were the masters of the land of shamans. How could they allow an outsider to be the master of the land of shamans? We can't agree to it. At most, we'll fight them to the death. The other old men spoke up one after another. All of them looked angry and indignant. Surrender. That was a great humiliation. No one wanted to be someone else's slave and be ordered around by others. Chu Qinghuang shook his head helplessly. These people did not know what kind of terrifying existence they were about to face. If they knew, they would not have been so arrogant. That's all I have to say. As for whether you surrender or not, it's up to you. Chu Qinghuang finished speaking, then turned around and walked down the ancient altar and left. When night fell, only the city lord's mansion was lit up in Shaman City. At this moment, in the silent night, a few figures silently appeared in the night sky. They were carefully flying towards Jinwu City. However, just as they entered the sky above Shaman City, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few beams of divine light appeared in the sky above Shaman City, illuminating the dark night sky. A few screams were heard in the sky. The divine light pierced through the void, causing a few clouds of blood mist to explode in the sky. Those sneaky fellows were directly annihilated in body and soul. In the darkness, some people quietly retreated. This seemed to be just a test. The real experts had not appeared. The seemingly peaceful Shaman City had already become a killing ground. Chapter 7:14. Shamans were tough and would not easily submit. Xiaoqing's condition of surrendering to Yanwu City within 10 days was difficult for them to accept. Hence, the shaman tribe sent people to test the waters after nightfall. However, no one would have thought that Yanwu City had already turned into a killing ground. The few shamans who came to test the waters were instantly killed by the divine light the moment they entered the sky above Yanwu City. Their bodies and spirits were destroyed. Shamans who could control flight were definitely at least in the void-controlling realm. However, they were instantly destroyed. This shocked many of the hidden shaman tribe members. The world was silent. Yanwu City was like a giant beast that was entrenched on the ground, giving off an invisible sense of oppression. In the dark night, there was no movement in the city. Other than the bright lights in the governor's mansion, the other places in Yanwu City were all dark. There were no lights at all. One could still vaguely see people moving around in the governor's mansion. However, the people outside the city no longer dared to enter the city that originally belonged to them. The powerful shaman tribe members were frustrated. Their territory had been snatched away and they could do nothing about it. No one tried to test the waters anymore. The hidden powerful shamans all retreated. Shamans may be tough, but they were not idiots. Even if they knew they would die, they would still charge into the city. In the next few days, only the Gu family members moved around in the city. The shaman spies hid outside the city and peeked into the city. The Gu family members did not walk out of the city. The 4 city gates were all open, but no one dared to enter the city. On the night of the 4th day, fog began to rise around Yinwu City. It was not a normal fog, but a five-colored fog. Black, red, white, yellow, and blue fog gradually spread out from the 5 directions of Yinwu City. The 5 types of fog surrounded Yinwu City. Within the 5-colored fog, a vast amount of shaman power rippled out. The 11 powerful shaman tribe members had finally made their move. The 5-colored fog was like a 5-colored cloud. Very quickly, it surged towards Yinwu City from all directions. Everywhere it passed, the lush greenery outside the city withered as if its life force had been sucked out. Swoosh! Just as the 5-colored fog was about to enter the city, a silhouette flashed above the city. A silhouette appeared high up in the sky and scanned the surroundings. Voodoo. Xiaoqing coldly looked at the 5-colored poisonous fog that covered the sky and surged towards Zhangwu City. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. The 5-colored shaman fog sealed off all directions and surrounded the entire Ji shaman city. The 11 shaman clansmen were truly extravagant. They wanted to use shaman poison to poison everyone in the city to death. Humph. Since you guys want to die, you can't blame anyone else. Xiaoqing mumbled to himself. Then, he descended from the sky and entered the city lord's mansion. Soon, 18 flags flew out of the city lord's mansion and stuck themselves in the ground around it. Mysterious runes appeared on the 18 flags. Each flag exuded a vast amount of power. The power of the heavens and the earth was also activated. This was a matrix. Matrices were He Tian's forte. He Tian made his move. The moment he made his move, he enveloped the entire city lord's mansion with a matrix, isolating it from the heavens and the earth. It was as if the city lord's mansion had become an independent space. Roar! 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 Roars of beasts came from outside the city. It was as if countless ferocious beasts were quickly approaching Ji's shaman city from afar. Waves of murderous aura came from outside the city. The 5-colored fog covered the sky and sealed off the heavens and the earth. It surged into Ji's shaman city. Countless houses were covered by the 5-colored fog. Under the cover of the fog, all lives were instantly cut off. Countless snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the city lost their lives. The black fog was like a ghostly aura. Within the black fog, there seemed to be countless figures faintly discernible. It was as if there were countless ferocious spirits and malicious spirits rushing out from hell. It was eerie and terrifying. The red fog was like a raging flame, like a great fire burning in the sky. It emitted a terrifying heat. Even though it was not a real flame, it seemed to be able to burn everything and even cause the air to distort. The white fog, yellow fog, and blue fog all contained terrifying power. The 5-colored fog could destroy everything. Wherever it passed, all life would be cut off. No life could survive. It was extremely terrifying. The sorcery power was vast and mighty. No one knew how many powerful fighters from the 11 shaman tribes had come from within the 5-colored fog. No one knew how many of them were attacking. At this moment, the strange phenomenon in the city had already alerted the members of the Gu family in the city lord's mansion. Gu Tianxiong and the other important members of the Gu family were the first to rush out of their houses and jump onto the roof. When they saw the situation around the city lord's mansion, they could not help but turn pale with fright. In the distance, the 5-colored fog was surging towards the city lord's mansion from all directions. That is, have the people from the 11 shaman tribes gone mad? Gu Tianxiong and the others were horrified. They seemed to know how powerful the 5-colored fog was. Their expressions changed drastically and their bodies trembled slightly. It's over. Gu Tianxiong despaired. This shaman poison could destroy everything. It was one of the most powerful shaman poisons refined by the shaman tribe. He had never truly seen the power of this shaman poison. Legend had it that the shaman tribe would only use such a terrifying shaman art when it was a matter of life and death. Humph. Suddenly, a cold laugh came from the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Then, with a creak, someone pushed open the door and walked out. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. It was a young man dressed in green. Hearing that cold snort, Gu Tianxiong and the others on the roof could not help but feel shocked. Then, they felt a lot more at ease. With such a powerful person here, even if the shaman tribe wanted to fight with their lives, it would probably be like throwing an egg against a rock. As long as we don't walk out of the city lord's mansion, we'll be fine. Xiao Qing said to himself. He seemed to be talking to himself. However, Gu Tianxiong and the others knew that Xiao Qing's words were meant for everyone in the Gu clan. The city lord's mansion was safe. The 18 flags fluttered in the wind. A mysterious aura surged from the flags, as if there was a Taoist rhyme circulating around them. The mysterious power isolated a part of the space. Xiao Qing soared into the sky and stood in the air above the city lord's mansion. His eyes emitted a dazzling divine light as he scanned his surroundings. It was as if he could see through the space and the five-colored fog that was surging in from all directions. Sigh. These days, why are there so many people who don't know what's good for them? A voice suddenly rang out from the main hall. Then, everyone saw a man dressed entirely in black walking out with an armchair in his hand. The person came to the empty space in front of the main hall, put down the armchair in his hand, and sat down on it. The ruffian He Tian would probably only put away his ruffian aura in front of Gu Fei and the old tortoise. He slouched on the armchair and with a flip of his hand, an array board appeared in his hand. It was a square formation board that was 1 foot wide and carved out of spiritual jade. On the formation board, there were many mysterious formation inscriptions. On the formation board, there was a city that was exactly the same as Gu Wu City. This was not a real city, but a faint shadow. This was the projection of Yanwu City. He Tian's array was amazing. The entire Yanwu City was covered by his array. Any movement in the city would be immediately known by him through the array board in his hand. Suddenly, tiny specks of light that looked like fireflies appeared on the disc in Erebus's hand. Those specks of light appeared on the periphery of the small city on the disc, as if they were rushing into the small city from the outside. Hee hee. A good show is about to begin. He Tian suddenly sat up. His laughter was filled with strangeness and cruelty, sending chills down one's spine. At this moment, there were roars of beasts coming from all around Yanwu City. Countless ferocious beasts were rushing towards Yanwu City in the colorful fog. Whoosh! 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 Huge black shadows streaked across the night sky and charged into the five-colored shaman mist. There seemed to be human figures standing on the black shadows. The experts of the beast sorcerer tribe were controlling countless ferocious beasts to surround Yanwu City. Faint ghostly shadows could be vaguely seen in the black mist. The ghost sorcerer clan had sent countless ferocious ghosts into Jiwu City. Ghostly energy soared into the sky, and an eerie and terrifying atmosphere covered the entire Jiwu City. These cunning fellows. In the governor's mansion, He Tian looked at the array board in his hand and mumbled to himself. There were more and more light spots on the array board. However, the aura coming from these light spots was not the aura of human cultivators. Countless ferocious beasts and ferocious spirits had rushed into Yanwu City. However, none of the experts of the sorcerer tribe dared to enter Yanwu City. No wonder He Tian said that these sorcerer humans were cunning. The 11 sorcerer tribe members used countless ferocious beasts and ferocious spirits as cannon fodder. The array board in He Tian's hand was filled with light spots. These light spots were coming from all directions and were quickly approaching the center of the small city on the array board. The ultimate killing array covered the entire city. As long as He Tian activated the array, he could destroy all the ferocious beasts and ferocious spirits that entered the city with the power of the array. Even if it was the towering five-colored mist, Mahakala could disperse it with the power of the formation. However, he did not do so. He wanted to wait for the people outside the city to enter the city, then he would capture them all. Shaoqing stood quietly in the air above the governor's mansion. He did not plan to attack. At this moment, the five-colored mist that surged over from all directions had finally reached the vicinity of the city governor's mansion. The 18 large flags that were planted around the city governor's mansion were fluttering, and the vast and immeasurable power that was released from the flags isolated the void and enveloped the city governor's mansion, keeping the five-colored mist that surged over from entering the mansion. At this moment, Gu Tianxiong and the rest were relieved. The colorful fog could not enter at all. As long as they did not leave the governor's mansion, they would not be in danger. Chapter 7:15. The five-colored shaman fog covered the sky and the ground. The entire Pang shaman city was enveloped in this terrifying shaman poison that could kill everything in its path. No one knew how many powerful shaman tribe members were secretly attacking, but one thing was for sure. The 11 shaman tribe members were really anxious. The 10-day deadline was definitely not a joke. They wanted to fight with all their might and strike first to gain the upper hand. They wanted to see if they could fight for a chance of survival and not have to submit to the Gu family. They wanted to take back Pang Shaman City from the hands of the outsiders. The 11 shaman tribes used all their power. The Ghost Shaman tribe, the Beast Shaman tribe, the Fire Shaman tribe and other powerful shaman tribes all unleashed their terrifying shaman spells. They wanted to destroy all the living things in the city. Huge figures moved quickly in the five-colored shaman fog. The sound of the beasts running on the ground could be heard even in the governor's mansion. Countless beasts driven by the powerful Beast Shaman tribe members charged into the city from all directions. There were also flying beasts in the sky that pounced into the city. The shaman fog did not affect these beasts at all. No one knew how many beasts were driven into the city by the five-colored shaman fog. The sound of houses collapsing could be heard from all over the city. After the beasts entered the city, they began to destroy everything. The ancient buildings in Pang Shaman City seemed to be protected by some strange power and were difficult to destroy. However, the other buildings were not protected. This was definitely an extraordinary city. It had been through countless years of being battered by wind and rain, yet it still stood tall on the ground. There was definitely a secret that no one knew about. In the shaman land, there were all sorts of legends about Pang Shaman City. Some people said that this was a divine city built from the flesh and blood of a supreme shaman. Some people said that an ancient great shaman was sleeping under the ground in the city. Some people said that this was a divine city that fell from the heavenly realm. However, Shaman City had existed for far too long. It was difficult to truly investigate the various legends. However, there was one thing that all shamans knew, and that was that this city was truly an indestructible divine city. The ancient buildings in the city were filled with the vicissitudes of time. However, they were like peerless divine weapons. Even though they were covered in dust, they were difficult to destroy. At this moment, exclamations of surprise could be heard from the city lord's mansion. The 18 large flags that were stuck in the surroundings of the city governor's estate drew upon the energy of the heavens and the earth to form a translucent force field that completely kept out the five-colored shaman mist that surged over from all directions. The great flag fluttered in the wind. Mysterious runes appeared one after another, emitting resplendent divine light. It was as if there was a rhythm of the Tao swirling on top of it. Pang! Suddenly, the five-colored shaman mist in the sky above the city governor's estate roiled violently, and then a savage ferocious beast that was like a bat tore through the shaman mist and charged out before diving down towards the city governor's estate. Boom! A loud bang resounded. The ferocious beast that looked like a bat seemed to have collided with an invisible wall. It howled as it flew backward and disappeared into the shaman mist. The The people of the Gu clan had long been alarmed, and they all came out. They clearly saw the appearance of the ferocious beast. It was a ferocious monster that was 3 m long, completely pitch black, and seemed like a bat that had been enlarged countless times. It's a ferocious beast reared by the Beast Sorcerer clan. Gu Tianxiong stood on the roof and saw it clearly. He was secretly shocked. Xiao Qing was still standing in the void with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He looked at the scene coldly and had no intention of making a move. He even concealed his aura. He was a flood dragon and had a trace of the true dragon's bloodline. If he released the aura of the true dragon, no ferocious beast would dare to charge into the shaman city. Boom! At this moment, a monstrous flame suddenly rushed out of the shaman mist. Within the flame, a beast claw that was the size of a small mountain and covered in scales directly grabbed down from the sky. Bats, Gu Tianxiong and the other important figures of the Gu clan saw this scene and their expressions immediately changed. The beast claw ignited a monstrous flame that shook the void. The terrifying flame burned the void until it was distorted. An extremely ferocious aura surged down from the sky, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Xiao Qing, who was standing in the sky above the governor's mansion, could not help but frown when he saw this scene. This ferocious beast was not simple and its strength was incomparably strong. Boom! A loud sound echoed in the sky and the ground. The giant beast claw fiercely grabbed the void, causing the 18 flags that were planted around the governor's mansion to shake. Swoosh! Almost at the same time, rays of divine light rushed out from the 18 flags. The divine light intertwined in the sky above the governor's mansion and formed a transparent light screen. This ferocious beast had activated the true power of the formation that protected the governor's mansion. Roar! A deafening, frightening roar of a beast resounded in the sky. The air trembled, and the 5-colored mist rolled violently. Raging flames burned the sky. The beast claw, which was surrounded by endless flames, quickly shrank back to its original size. Could it be the sorcerer beast of the Beast Sorcerer clan leader, the blazing lion? Gu Tianxiong murmured to himself in shock. It seems to be that sorcerer beast. Gu Tian, who was standing next to Gu Tianxiong, said with a trembling voice. He Tian, who was sitting in front of the palace, was staring at the formation board in his hand. On the formation board, there were a few extremely bright spots of light in the small city. One of the spots of light was right above the governor's mansion in the small city. Countless spots of light were rushing in from all directions. All the movements in Yanwu City were being shown on the formation board in He Tian's hand. The small city on the formation board was the projection of Yanwu City. Why haven't those guys come in yet? He Tian was getting impatient. Those guys outside the city were too cautious and still refused to enter Dark Shaman City. Brother Qing, why don't we just kill our way out? He Tian said to Xiao Qing in the sky. He really did not want to waste any more time. He wanted to kill all the cunning shamans tonight. Xiao Qing said, the 10 days are not up yet. As long as those people don't enter the city, let them live for a few more days. Xiao Qing did not want to go back on his word. You said it yourself. If they enter the city, they won't be able to leave alive. He Tian said fiercely. Since he could not initiate the attack, he would just wait for them to come to him. He Tian did not want to embarrass Xiao Qing, so he could only stay in the governor's mansion and look at the formation board in his hand in boredom. Suddenly, Erebus stared at a moving dot of light on the array disk. Ha! You finally can't hold back anymore. Erebus laughed out loudly. He could sense the aura of a human cultivator on the array disk. 1, 2, 3, haha, come in, let me kill to my heart's content. He Tian laughed cruelly. His body was filled with a murderous aura. Roar! 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 Beastly roars could be heard around the governor's mansion. A few terrifying presences came from the thick shaman mist. Powerful beasts had arrived near the governor's mansion. At this moment, huge black shadows were moving quickly in the colorful shaman mist. Sorcery energy surged, and blurry human figures stood on top of the black shadows. The beastly shaman clan finally entered the city on flying beasts. Bang! The air shook. The terrifying shaman beast hidden in the shaman mist was still attacking the seal outside the governor's mansion. It was trying to break the seal and enter the city. Chapter 7:16. More and more ferocious beasts were gathering at the governor's mansion. The roars of the beasts shook the heavens and the earth. A terrifying murderous aura filled the air. At this moment, dark shaman city was shrouded in a five-colored mist. Other than the governor's mansion, every corner of the city was filled with the poisonous mist. Other than the ferocious beasts and the wizards of the 11 shaman tribes, there were no other living beings in the city. Other than the governor's mansion, the entire dark shaman city had become a dead city. Even snakes, insects, rats, and ants could not survive here. The five-colored mist could destroy everything in its path. Nothing could survive here. Everything was poisoned to death. Bam! Bam! Boom! More and more ferocious beasts were attacking the seal of the governor's mansion. The 18 flags were fluttering in the air, drawing upon the power of the heavens and earth to form a layer of transparent divine light. The divine light kept the ferocious beasts and the poisonous mist at bay. In front of the main hall of the city lord mansion, the people of the Gu clan were trembling in fear. The ferocious beasts caused their hearts to palpitate. If it weren't for the protection of the formation, the Gu clan's people would have been torn to shreds by these ferocious beasts. However, with Xiaoqing and He Tian around, the people of the Gu family were not worried even though they were terrified. Xiaoqing and He Tian did not do anything. Xiaoqing had already flown down from the sky, while He Tian was staring at the formation board in his hand with a murderous look. The formation board glowed with a divine light. A strange force connected to the heavens and earth. It resonated with the formation that He Tian had set up in the city. The formation board projected an image of Dark Shaman City. "I'll leave this to you. Don't forget what I said," Xiaoqing said to He Tian. He did not wait for He Tian to reply. He turned around and walked into the hall. He did not want to play this game. Although Xiaoqing didn't want to play this kind of game, He Tian really liked this kind of game where he could control everything. In the city, he was the supreme emperor, and he could control everything. What a boring person. Just like boss, he only knows how to cultivate. Apart from cultivating, he also needs to find some fun to play with so he won't be so boring. He Tian muttered to himself as he watched Xiaoqing's figure disappear into the gate. In the shaman land, only the Lich Demon could pose a threat to He Tian and Xiaoqing. Once the Lich Demon died, there was no one else in the invincible land who could fight against Xiaoqing and the others. As long as Xiaoqing and He Tian were willing, it would be a piece of cake for them to destroy the entire witch tribe. However, Gu Fei did not want to do so. He did not want to end the legacy of the witch tribe. Although the true witchcraft had disappeared for countless years, and the current witchcraft was more like an evil spirit, it was still a witch. Xiaoqing and He Tian knew what Gu Fei was thinking, so they did not go too far. Xiaoqing even gave the witch tribe a deadline of 10 days. In reality, with Xiaoqing and He Tian's temperament, things would be very simple. If they did not surrender, they would kill them or simply destroy the witch tribe, so that the Gu family would be the strongest family in the shaman land. F***ck, those bastards. Why are there only a few of them? He Tian said angrily as he sat in front of the hall and stared at the formation plate in his hand. He sensed from the formation plate that some people had entered Dark Shaman City on flying beasts. However, he only sensed the presence of around 100 people. The 100 light spots that represented the witch tribe were mixed with the countless light spots that represented the beasts. They were heading toward the city governor's mansion. The 11 witch tribe members were too cautious. They were still probing the city. The real elites were still watching from outside the city. They did not actually enter the city. Roar! 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 Terrifying beast roars rose around the city governor's mansion. A few powerful beasts emitted a terrifying aura and led countless other beasts to attack the layer of divine light that covered the city governor's mansion. They were definitely Beast King level existences. However, in He Tian's eyes, these Beast Kings were no different from kittens and puppies. Even the blazing lion from the Beast Shaman clan would be killed if he wanted to. At this moment, many people were standing on top of a mountain about 10 miles away from Dark Shaman City. Each of them was emitting a demonic aura. Everyone on the mountain looked nervously at the colorful mist that covered the entire Dark Shaman City. There were 3 strange beasts hovering above the mountain. A 50 feet long blood-red bat was circling above the mountain. A 30 to 40 feet long flying centipede was as thick as a water bucket and had a pair of wings on its back. There was also a bone dragon the size of a small mountain that was shrouded in a thick aura of death. It had a pair of wings on its back. It was a bone dragon with no flesh or blood. This bone dragon's skull had already given birth to a clump of soul fire. A powerful soul force surged out. It was an undead creature. The Dark Shaman tribe was the strongest among the 12 shaman tribes. It was only a matter of time before it was devoured by the other shaman tribes after being defeated by Gu Fei and the others. Among the 12 shaman tribes, the Beast Shaman tribe was skilled in refining shaman beasts and controlling beasts. The Ghost Shaman tribe was skilled in dealing with ghosts. They could control evil spirits and ghosts, and they could also refine undead creatures. The bone dragon was very powerful. It was obvious that it had been refined by the Ghost Shaman tribe for many years. It was definitely the Ghost Shaman tribe's ultimate weapon. The bone dragon hovered above the mountain, causing the air above the mountain to be shrouded in an aura of death. The purple flying centipede and the blood-red bat hid far away, not daring to get close to the bone dragon. Apart from the elites of the 11 shaman tribes, there was also an old man wearing a beast skin and holding a white bone hammer that was formed from 5 beast heads on top of the mountain. He was followed by a fearsome demon ape. The demon ape was more than 30 feet tall. Its fur was black and shiny, and its body was shrouded in a murderous aura. Its blood-red eyes shone with a ferocious glare that could make one's heart palpitate. At that moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed out of the colorful mist. The crowd immediately tensed up. It was a big black bat, and a man was standing on top of the bat. Soon, the big bat carried the man and flew to the top of the mountain, landing in front of the crowd. The man jumped down from the bat's back and walked quickly to the elites of the shaman tribe. Reporting to the Honorable Witch, the enemies in the city are holed up in the city lord's mansion. They don't dare to come out. What happened? How are the casualties? Someone asked impatiently. They looked at their phones eagerly, wanting to know the situation in the city. Everyone pricked up their ears and waited for the man's answer. Reporting to the lords, the enemies in the city have set up a formation around the city lord's mansion. Our shaman beasts can't break through the formation and we can't do anything to the people inside. Everyone looked at each other and felt a little sad. Those people were able to kill a supreme lich, so they would definitely not die so easily under the witch mist. The colorful mist was a trump card of the shaman tribe. They would not use it easily. It was said that this poisonous mist could even poison immortals to death. If they could not deal with those people, they would have to surrender to the shaman tribe to survive. Go and check again. The old man with the demon ape behind him said in a deep voice. He did not look good. The enemy's strength had exceeded everyone's imagination. Chapter 7:17. The shaman tribe tried their best. They even used the forbidden shaman spell of the shaman tribe. They destroyed the entire dark shaman city with the terrifying shaman poison that could kill a deity. However, Shaoqing was too pressurizing. They had to be careful. Under the night sky, on a mountain a dozen miles away from dark shaman city, the atmosphere was oppressive. No one spoke. The old man with the terrifying demonic ape behind him looked at the five-colored shaman mist that covered the sky. His wrinkled face was extremely serious. In the sky above the mountain, the bone dragon surrounded by the aura of death stood still. Blood-colored bad beasts danced in the air and purple flying centipedes circled. At the foot of the mountain, the powerful sorcerer tribe members moved. The shamans who had flown into Dark Shaman City on the bad beasts reported that the enemy had retreated into the city lord's mansion and there was no movement. Gradually, the important figures of the sorcerer tribe on the mountain could not stand still. "Grand Shaman, shouldn't we make our move?" someone asked. As long as they could break the formation protecting the city lord's mansion, they could kill the people inside. Everyone was tempted. "Humph. Let's wait and see." The old man called Grand Shaman sneered. He still had some concerns. Everything seemed to be going too smoothly. After all, the ruthless people in the city had even killed the shamans of the Dark Shaman cult. This kind of combat power was invincible in the sorcerer land. Although the five-colored shaman mist could kill immortals, the old man called Grand Shaman was still worried. If the enemy was not afraid of the five-colored shaman mist, they would be in big trouble. Honorable Witch, since those people are holed up in the city lord's mansion and don't dare to come out, it means that they are afraid of our witchcraft poison. As long as we break their restrictive spells, they will have nowhere to hide and only death awaits. Yes. Our witchcraft cannot last for long. If they keep hiding in the city lord's mansion, when the five-colored shaman mist dissipates, we will die without a grave. Grand Shaman. Let's make our move. The crowd said. Such a large-scale witchcraft could not last for long. They were all anxious. Seeing that the five-colored shaman mist could really trap the people in the city, they were all eager to try. All of you. The old man swept his gaze over the important figures of the sorcerer tribe. He saw that a few of the tribe leaders of the sorcerer tribe had nodded, and he could not help but feel tempted. If they could not get rid of those people in the city tonight, then the entire sorcerer tribe would be doomed. They could already imagine what would happen to them. It's hard to back down now. The old man sighed in his heart. There was no turning back now. Since he had already made his move, he might as well go all out. All right. Let's enter the city. The old man's expression suddenly became extremely determined. He shot into the sky and brought the demonic ape with him. They rode a gust of wind and flew toward Dark Shaman City. Go. Enter the city. Ha. Kill those people in the city, and Dark Shaman City will still be ours. Does the Gu family think that they can become the master of the sorcerer land just because they have a powerful master? Dream on. The group of important figures of the sorcerer tribe shouted. Their morale was unprecedentedly high. They thought that Gu Fei and the others were really afraid of the five-colored sorcerer mist. Apart from the Dark Shaman tribe leader who had been killed by Little Fatty, the other 11 tribe leaders of the sorcerer tribe had arrived. The honorable sorcerer was the old tribe leader of the beast sorcerer tribe. In the sorcerer land, there was only one person who could become the honorable sorcerer, and that was the old tribe leader of the beast sorcerer tribe. His sorcery skills were superb, and the sorcerer beasts he refined were also extremely powerful. In the sorcerer land, the honorable sorcerer was only second to the sorcerer demons. Swoosh! 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 The tribe leaders shot into the sky one after another. The tribe leader of the ghost sorcerer tribe flew toward the skeletal dragon above the mountain and landed on the back of the skeletal dragon. Roar! The bone dragon roared at the sky, and the soul fire in its skull immediately became much more powerful. A powerful soul ripple spread out from the skull. The skeletal dragon did not have flesh and blood. That was not a real roar, but it was even more terrifying than a real roar. That was because the soul wave could reach everyone's heart. It was difficult to defend against such an invisible sound. The tribe leader of the fire shaman tribe was surrounded by fire chi. His hair and eyebrows were red. He shot into the sky and landed on the back of the blood-red bat beast. Then, he stepped on the bat beast and flew toward Dark Shaman City. Another gray figure that seemed to be shrouded in chaos chi landed on the purple flying centipede. Stepping on the flying centipede, they disappeared into the sky in an instant. The group of sorcerer tribe masters unleashed their skills and headed toward Dark Shaman City. To these people, a distance of more than 10 miles could be covered in the blink of an eye. They charged straight into the five-colored sorcerer mist. The five-colored sorcerer mist that was said to be able to kill immortals and gods did not work on sorcerer humans because they were already prepared and could move freely through the five-colored sorcerer mist. A large group of sorcerer tribe masters who were hiding outside the city were summoned by the tribe leaders. They came out from the shadows and charged into the five-colored sorcerer mist, charging into Dark Shaman City. At this moment, in the governor's mansion of Dark Shaman City, He Tian, who was sitting on an old wooden armchair in front of the main hall, was chuckling. On the formation plate in his hand, light spots that were as bright as stars began to appear. These light spots exuded a powerful aura. Needless to say, the sorcerer tribe masters outside the city could no longer hold themselves back and had charged into the city. Great, this is great. He Tian was overjoyed. A game of cat and mouse was about to begin. Soon, the bright light spots on the formation plate moved to the center of the small city. This meant that the sorcerer tribe masters had arrived near the governor's mansion. Roar! An old roar came from outside the governor's mansion. A vast amount of sorcerer power erupted like a volcano. The entire divine light shield that covered the governor's mansion immediately shook. Ha! He Tian was slightly surprised. He stood up from his chair. A master who is close to the immortal realm. I didn't expect there to be someone like this among them. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently. Five-colored sorcerer mist rolled and tumbled. 5 skulls of strange beasts that were as large as mountains rushed out of the five-colored sorcerer mist, spewing poisonous mist and black flames. They charged toward the divine light shield that covered the governor's mansion. At the same time, the beast kings that were hiding in the five-colored sorcerer mist revealed their true forms. A male lion that was covered in raging flames broke through the sorcerer mist and pounced toward the divine light shield. A strange beast that looked like a pangolin with green scales all over its body burst out of the ground. The horn on its head shone with a dazzling light as it crashed into the divine light shield that covered the governor's mansion. A giant golden eagle swooped down from the sky. Its sharp claws tore at the divine light shield. The golden claws tore through the air like divine weapons. The 3 beast kings charged at the formation that He Tian had set up at the same time. More and more people attacked one after another. A vast amount of shaman energy flooded the entire city lord's mansion like a vast ocean. The roars of beasts and shouts rose and fell one after another. Ha! Since you're here, there's no need for you to leave. He Tian laughed loudly. Then, he thrust the formation plate in his hand into the ground. Rumble, the entire Dark Shaman City began to shake. He Tian had activated the ultimate kill formation. The power of the heavens and earth in this area was immediately activated. A terrifying force of the heavens and earth was rapidly gathering. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Everyone who entered Dark Shaman City felt a fear that came from the depths of their souls. It was as if the end of the world was coming. The ultimate kill formation attracted the power of the heavens and earth. It was as if the heavens and earth were executing divine punishment. Everyone's souls trembled. Oh no! Chapter 7:18. Boom! It was as if the entire world was collapsing. The killing formation that covered the entire Dark Shaman city was activated. A terrifying aura of destruction erupted like a volcano. The peerless killing formation attracted the power of heaven and earth, forming a murderous aura. It was as if heaven and earth were carrying out divine punishment. It was as if a divine punishment was being formed. The terrifying pressure was enough to shake one's heart. The air was twisting. The power of the formation was unleashed. It formed a force field that sealed the entire Dark Shaman city. The powerful sorcerer tribesmen who had not entered Dark Shaman city were blocked outside. However, most of the powerful sorcerer tribesmen outside the city had entered Dark Shaman city. What's going on? We've been tricked. Let's go. In the dark night, the group of powerful shamans within the five-colored shaman fog were terrified out of their wits. They roared loudly and charged out without hesitation. At this moment, all of them knew that they had fallen into a trap and had fallen into the other party's trap. Too late. In the governor's mansion, He Tian flew into the sky and stood in the air above the mansion. He controlled the peerless killing formation. His entire body shone with endless divine light. At this moment, it was as if he had become one with the world. The members of the Gu family in the city lord's mansion were shocked to discover that they could no longer sense Erebus's presence. If they didn't look with their naked eyes, they wouldn't even be able to detect Erebus's presence. The terrifying aura of the peerless killing formation made the beasts roar. They ran around in the city and even bit each other. Wind, rise. Mei Tian growled in a low voice as he activated the formation. A gust of astral wind suddenly appeared in the sky above the city lord's mansion. This astral wind appeared out of nowhere and blew out in all directions with the city lord's mansion as the center. For a moment, the wind howled and the colorful mist surged. The colorful mist that covered the entire Dark Shaman city was blown away by the gust of wind. The wind blew away the colorful mist like snow. A group of panic-stricken powerful sorcerer tribesmen and countless ferocious beasts in the city appeared. Swoosh! 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 The honorable shaman and the clan leaders of the various clans rushed out of the city at the first instance. The cultivation of these people were all incomparably powerful. They emitted an evil aura that soared to the sky, and their shaman power was vast and mighty. The 7 or 8 powerful shaman beasts followed closely behind their masters and rushed out of the city. Boom! 5 strange beast skulls, each the size of a small mountain, spat out poisonous gas and black flames, ruthlessly shot forward. Terrifying energy fluctuations shook the sky and earth. The grand shaman of the sorcerer tribe made his move. This was an expert who was infinitely close to becoming an immortal god. The power of the 5-beast white bone hammer in his hand was so strong that it almost shattered the void. However, even if the honorable shaman attacked with all his might, it would still be difficult to shake the peerless killing formation. It was even more impossible to break through the force field formed by the killing formation and rush out of the city. The skulls refined from the skulls of 5 mutated beasts were blasted away. The old man was horrified. The other party had sealed a part of the world, trapping everyone in the city. Roar! At this moment, a roar made by the power of the soul resounded in the city. A bone dragon with a vast and mighty deathly aura rushed out of the city. On the back of the bone dragon stood a ghost-like figure. The clan leader of the Ghost Witch clan also rushed to the outskirts of Dark Shaman city. Among the important figures of the sorcerer tribe, the honorable shaman was the strongest. Therefore, he was the first to rush to the outskirts of the city with the devil ape. As for the clan leader of the Ghost Witch clan, his strength was actually comparable to the other clan leaders. However, he had an extremely powerful undead creature. Therefore, the clan leader of the Ghost Witch clan rushed to the outskirts of the city faster than the other clan leaders. Roar! Another earth-shattering roar of the beast reverberated in the form of the soul fluctuation. It rang directly in the hearts of the people. Those with slightly weaker cultivation felt their blood boiling. Ah! I didn't expect to see an undead creature here. In the sky above the city lord mansion, He Tian was a little surprised. He didn't expect to see an undead creature with a soul fire in the sorcerer land. The roar of the bone dragon shook the entire city. It was enough to show the strength of its soul. Boom! The skull of the bone dragon bloomed with bright soul light. It was as if a bright moon had suddenly appeared in the sky, illuminating the whole world. The bone dragon directly rushed forward, trying to break the seal of the peerless killing formation with its extremely powerful soul power. Bang! There was a violent tremor in the void. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread from the point of impact like transparent water waves. Damn it! The patriarch of the Ghost Witch clan roared in anger. The powerful impact shook the bone dragon away and almost knocked him off the back of the bone dragon. Even the Grand Shaman, who was infinitely close to the immortal realm, couldn't break the seal formed by the killing formation. The bone dragon was even more powerless. At this moment, the astral wind howled. It was like a steel knife cutting through flesh. With the city lord mansion as the center, the wind blew in all directions. The hundreds of flying beasts in the sky above Dark Shaman City were immediately affected. One by one, the bad beasts were blown away by the strong winds and shattered in the void. Even the magi standing on top of the bad beasts met the same fate. A rain of blood fell from the sky, causing the rampaging astral winds to have an additional bloody smell. Roar! 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 The beasts roared. Wherever the astral wind passed, countless beasts in the city were blown away and turned into a cloud of blood mist. They had no power to resist. Rumble, the peerless killing formation was in operation, gathering the power of the heavens and the earth. The terrifying aura made people's hearts palpitate. This was going to be a one-sided massacre. The astral wind raged in the sky and on the ground. Those who were in the formation could not escape. Humans and beasts were all shrouded by the astral wind. Their bodies and divine souls were blown away. Formless murderous intent surged. Murderous intent filled the air. The astral wind was like an invisible heavenly blade. It was as if it was going to cut down all living things in the world, mercilessly harvesting the lives in the city. Blood light flashed. Sorcerers and beasts were turned into clouds of blood mist. This was just the beginning, but the killing formation had already displayed such a terrifying might. It seemed to have the power to kill all living things in the world. Once trapped in the formation, it would be difficult to escape. At this moment, a terrifying murderous intent lingered in the sky above Dark Shaman City. The sky and the ground seemed to have turned into a peerless killing field. In the blink of an eye, except for a few powerful sorcerer beasts and powerful sorcerer tribesmen, all the beasts in the city had disappeared. Blood-curdling screams, roars, and roars of ferocious beasts rang out incessantly. Amidst the howling of the astral winds, the city was simply a horrifying scene akin to that of Azura. The astral winds blew away the bodies of ferocious beasts one after another. Sorcerers perished one after another under the astral winds. Blood flowed like a river in the city. The entire Dark Shaman City was dyed red with blood. There were no corpses, only blood and flesh that flowed everywhere. The pungent smell of blood filled the air. This was a city that was bathed in blood. No one knew how many people and beasts had died in this city. Cloud surge. He Tian stood in the sky above the governor's mansion and controlled the formation. The formation immediately changed as he spoke. White clouds of smoke rose from every corner of the city without warning. The astral wind that was raging in the city suddenly disappeared. Soon, the entire Dark Shaman City was shrouded in smoke. Roar! A fearful beast roar rang out. A lion with 4 claws covered in scales, wreathed in raging flames, rushed out of the smoke and clouds, stirring up monstrous flames. On the lion's back was an old man holding a 3-pointed, double-edged blazing trident. Swoosh! The old man roared. He held the 3-pointed, double-edged blazing trident in his hand and pierced forward. Vast sorcery power surged. The 3-pointed, double-edged blazing trident emitted a blazing flame. The void was shaken by this force. Bam! The old man and the lion were sent flying. All the people who survived the astral wind were attacking the killing formation with all their might. They wanted to break the formation and get out of Dark Shaman City. Everyone felt that their lives were in danger. However, no one could truly break the killing formation. Not even if they worked together. The killing formation communicated with the power of the world and summoned the power of the world. Even an immortal would not be able to break the formation. The cloud that rose from the formation was thick and heavy. Many shamans who were flying in the sky were immediately knocked down from the sky. The cloud was as heavy as a mountain. Many of the surviving beasts were immediately turned into meat paste. Even the golden eagle in the sky was suppressed and fell to the ground, unable to fly. In the end, only the Grand Shaman, who was infinitely close to becoming an immortal, could resist the power of the cloud and stay in the air. I don't want to die. Please let us go. We surrender. We surrender. Some people were howling madly, some were on the verge of a mental breakdown. They could no longer care so much, they only wanted to live. Everyone was regretting. The Honorable Witch and the group of clan leaders were even more regretful to the point that their intestines were green. You want to surrender now? It's too late. Erebus knew everything that was happening in the formation like the back of his hand. The sorcerer tribesmen might have been scared out of their wits and some of them wanted to surrender, but Erebus did not intend to let them go. Only by killing them would the shaman tribe be without a leader. Only then would the Gu family be the strongest in the land of shamans. However, He Tian did not want to kill them all at once. It would be too boring if he killed them all at once. Thunder, appear! Erebus shouted in a deep voice. Under his control, the spell formation changed again. The mist that covered the entire Dark Shaman City quickly retreated. Thunder rumbled in the sky above the spell formation, and lightning flashed in different colors. A terrifying destructive aura descended from the sky. It's over, it's over. Those who were lucky enough to survive lifted their heads and looked up in horror. Even the Honorable Shaman and a group of clan leaders felt hopeless. The opponent was just too strong, and it was not something they could contend against. Chapter 7:19. Silver snakes danced in the sky and thunder rumbled. The power of lightning was brewing. A terrifying destructive aura filled the air. The powerful pressure made all living beings tremble. All the powerful warriors of the sorcerer tribe trapped in the city were terrified. They had lost all hope. Roar! The grand sorcerer roared at the sky. His messy hair danced in the wind. He swung the 5 beasts' white bone hammer in his hand and attacked the layer of divine light in front of him. The 5 skulls of the strange beasts, each as big as a small mountain, emitted an endless black poisonous fog, which covered half of the sky. The frightening wizard power fluctuation shook the heaven and earth. Bang! 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 The 5 skulls were ferocious and terrifying. They kept rushing out. The pitch-black sorcerer fire burned the air and twisted it. However, it could not shake the peerless killing formation that covered the entire Dark Sorcerer City. Everyone seemed to have gone mad. They kept attacking the peerless killing formation. They wanted to get out. No one wanted to die. Everyone wanted to live. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Boom! Suddenly, there was a thunderclap. A dazzling bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. It tore through the air and lit up the entire world. Ah! An old man who was flying in the sky was struck by the bolt of lightning. He was burnt to a crisp. Smoke rose from his body and he fell from the sky. Boom! 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 Lightning of all colors flashed in the sky. Thunder roared and shook the world. Dazzling bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. Powerful warriors of the sorcerer tribe were killed by the lightning bolts one after another. The peerless killing formation attracted the power of lightning. It was like the legendary god's tribulation. It made the world tremble. It could destroy everything. Boom, the formation was running. Endless power of lightning gathered. No one could resist the power of heaven and earth. The powerful warriors of the sorcerer tribe kept falling. Even the flaming lion that the leader of the beast sorcerer tribe was riding on was split in half by a bolt of lightning. It fell from the sky. If the leader of the beast sorcerer tribe had not dodged in time, he would have ended up like the flaming lion. The leader of the beast sorcerer tribe was scared out of his wits. Roar! 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 Powerful beasts roared. Their roars reverberated in the city. Bolts of lightning flashed. Even the king of the beasts was about to be struck to death. The golden eagle's wings were broken. It fell from the sky, covered in lightning and fire. 5 strange beast skulls circled around the Grand Shaman's body, emitting an evil force that soared to the heavens, protecting the Grand Shaman and the devil ape in the middle. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, dispersing the evil energy. The 5 strange beast skulls rolled over, and the Grand Shaman used all his strength to drive the 5 beast white bone hammer, blocking the power of the lightning. The Honorable Witch's cultivation base was already infinitely close to the immortal god realm, and could barely withstand the attack of the heavenly thunder. However, the others were not so fortunate. The Grand Shaman's soul power. It was like a moon in the sky, in grand. That. In. Of the power of the grand, in. The Grand Shaman of the Ghost Witch clan stood on the bone dragon. The bone dragon's skull dimmed. It consumed its soul power to resist the Grand Shaman of the Ghost Witch clan. The Grand Shaman of the bone dragon trembled. Every time the Grand Shaman of the Sky Thunder struck, the flame of the soul in the bone dragon's skull dimmed. It consumed its soul power to resist the Grand Shaman. The blood-bad beast and the purple flying centipede were hit by the Grand Shaman of the Sky Thunder. They rolled in the air. Their bodies were charred black. They could not hold on much longer. Only a dozen or so of the 11 powerful fighters from the Shaman tribe managed to survive that round of lightning. The other powerful fighters who had entered the city had all been killed by the peerless killing formation. At this time, Hei Tian was controlling the Grand Shaman formation above the Grand Shaman mansion. He continued to operate the Grand Shaman formation. The power of the Grand Shaman formation was fully displayed. The power of the heaven and earth within a radius of a few hundred miles was gathered. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook. The power of the thunder and lightning changed. The different colors of the thunder and lightning gradually turned into 5 colors. The power of the Grand Shaman formation was increasing. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 elemental thunder, appear. Hei Tian shouted in a deep voice. He performed a series of hand seals and shot beams of 5-colored divine light into the sky. He used his own power to trigger the 5 elemental thunder. Lightning and thunder rumbled above Dark Shaman City. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a sea of lightning. An unprecedentedly powerful aura of destruction and pressure fell from the sky. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be sinking. The terrifying power of the heaven almost caused the experts of the sorcerer clan to have a mental breakdown. The power of the thunder and lightning was extremely powerful. However, the people were shocked to find that the deafening thunder was gradually weakening. Although the sound of the thunder had weakened, the divine thunder that bombarded the sky was getting stronger and more terrifying. The soundless divine thunder tore through the void. Wherever the lightning passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left in the void. Swoosh! A bolt of lightning that looked like a golden rainbow tore the sky apart and fell from the sky. A human figure was instantly blasted into ashes. He did not even have the time to scream before he died. The experts of the sorcerer clan in the city finally lost all hope. Even the Grand Shaman was in despair. This Grand Shaman formation definitely had the power to kill an immortal. The 11 clan leaders and the Grand Shaman, who was second only to the Shaman demon in the sorcerer land, were not immortals. Their fates were already sealed. Everything was under He Tian's control. He followed He Tian's instructions and realized it step by step. The soundless 5 elemental thunder tore the sky and earth apart. It could kill immortals and true demons. The clan leader of the Ghost Sorcerer clan was the first to suffer. At the same time, 3 bolts of lightning that were as thick as water buckets bombarded the shield formed by the Bone Dragon's divine light. The shield collapsed instantly and turned into specks of spiritual light, dissipating in the void. The Bone Dragon's skull exploded. The fire of soul was dispersed by the power of the lightning. Its bones were broken and turned into thousands of bone fragments that fell from the sky. A ghostly figure with an evil aura was annihilated in the lightning. The clan leader of the Ghost Sorcerer clan was dead. Since they entered the city, the clan leaders of the 11 sorcerer clans finally began to fall. All of this was orchestrated by He Tian. He killed whoever he wanted. Whoever he wanted to be struck by lightning, that person would be struck by lightning. Who's next? He Tian controlled the peerless killing formation and was like a supreme god who dominated the world. After killing the clan leader of the Ghost Sorcerer clan, who would be next? Let's kill those ferocious beasts first. He Tian murmured to himself. The life and death of all the people in the city and all the ferocious beasts were in his hands. At this moment, a few figures were standing in the sky dozens of miles away from the city. The person in the lead was wearing a purple gold dragon crown and was surrounded by dragon chi. It was Chu Qingguang of the royal family of the Great Yen. Chu Qingguang and the others had not left the sorcerer land. What a pity. If those people were under my command, they would definitely be able to fight against thousands of soldiers and horses. Chu Qingguang said. He could not help but feel sorry when he saw the experts of the sorcerer clan dying in the city. 300 years ago, Gu Fei was known as the #1 expert among the younger generation. 300 years later, he suddenly appeared in the sorcerer land. Just how powerful is he now? I'm afraid he's already an immortal, a martial immortal. Does he want to kill all the experts of the sorcerer clan? Chapter 720. Rumble. The peerless killing formation was in operation, like a huge millstone turning, obliterating everything in its path. The terrifying aura it emitted made all living beings tremble. In the sky above Dark Shaman City, tens of thousands of lightning bolts swam. There was no sound of thunder, this was the soundless divine thunder wreaking havoc. The dazzling lightning tore apart the heavens and the earth, illuminating the void. The terrifying aura of destruction was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Swoosh! 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 5-colored thunder and fire descended from the sky. Thick bolts of lightning connected the heavens and the earth. One by one, the powerful and ferocious shaman beasts were annihilated by the thunder and fire. Whether it was the blood-colored bat beast, the purple flying centipede, or the pangolin-like unicorn, they could not escape the fate of being blasted into ashes by the 5 elements' heavenly thunder. One by one, the tribe leaders fell. When the Grand Shaman saw this scene, he almost broke down. Under the peerless killing formation, no one could survive. Death was only a matter of time. However, those people did not seem to want him to die so quickly. It was as if they wanted to see the powerful warriors of the shaman tribe fall one by one in front of him. At this moment, the grand shaman was almost in a state of madness. His eyes were bloodshot and his hair was flying wildly. He waved the 5 beasts' white bone hammer, smashing and striking in a frenzy. A bolt of lightning struck beside the grand shaman. Suddenly, he felt a warm liquid splashing on his face. He wiped it with his hand and saw that his hand was covered in blood. Roar! The grand shaman roared to the sky, his expression extremely ferocious. The demon ape that had been by his side for countless years was dead. Swoosh! He rushed in the direction of the city lord's mansion like a madman. He wanted to fight to the death with those who were holed up in the mansion. Countless bolts of lightning struck beside him, almost missing him. The shaman tribe is finished. In the distant sky outside the city, Chu Qinghuang could not help but shake his head when he saw the incomparably miserable scene in the city. At the same time, he was shocked. Gu Fei and the others were really ruthless and decisive. Sigh. How boring, I thought these guys could at least survive the 4th transformation. In the sky above the city lord's mansion, He Tian sighed. He seemed to have not had enough fun. The peerless killing array he had set up had 8 transformations. Now, it was only 3 transformations, but it had already killed all the experts of the sorcerer tribe in the city. Boom! Space trembled as the 5 skeletal beast heads emitted an evil aura that soared into the sky. They spat out black poisonous flames as they tried to devour He Tian. Their evil might was shocking, causing the people of the Gu clan in the city lord's mansion to tremble in fear. The 18 banners around the city lord's mansion fluttered in the wind. Countless runes appeared on the banners, and a layer of divine light appeared in the void, enveloping the entire city lord's mansion. The 5 skeletal beast heads collided with the layer of divine light. The violent impact caused the entire city lord's mansion to shake. Above the divine light, ripples that looked like transparent water spread out in all directions. He Tian stood calmly in the sky above the city lord's mansion, completely ignoring the grand shaman's attack. Give me a quick death. The grand shaman roared, madly attacking the divine light that enveloped the city lord's mansion. He was already numb, no longer caring whether he lived or died. It would be best if the other party killed him immediately. Countless experts had fallen in the city. The sorcerer tribe was finished. You're the only one left. There seems to be no point in you living. Then I'll fulfill your wish. He Tian said calmly. He was about to end the life of the 2nd most powerful expert in the land of sorcerer. But at this moment, a purple mist suddenly surged from the east side of Dark Shaman City. Purple mist from the east. An otherworldly figure, like a true immortal from the 9th heaven, stepped on the purple mist and appeared in the sky. That person came very quickly. He had just appeared, and in the next moment, he was near Dark Shaman City. A righteous aura spread between heaven and earth. He Tian was very surprised. It was a white-haired middle-aged man dressed in a green robe. He could feel a strong pressure from the man in green. Who are you, demon? How dare you slaughter thousands of lives here? I will not forgive you. When the man arrived, he was immediately stunned by the blood-soaked city in front of him. He then shouted angrily at He Tian. Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in your grandpa's business? If you don't want to die, get lost. He Tian saw the middle-aged man's angry face and could not help but feel disdain. Damn it! The middle-aged man's expression changed when he heard this, and he pressed his hand down. Boom! Endless purple divine light suddenly surged from the man's hand. A giant purple hand appeared, emitting a terrifying wave of energy. It smashed the sky and the earth, broke the force field formed by the peerless killing formation, and slammed down on He Tian, who was standing in the sky above the city lord's mansion. When the giant purple hand broke the seal of the peerless killing formation, a person flew into the sky, rushed out in an instant, and then disappeared between heaven and earth. In the city lord's mansion, the members of the Gu family who saw this scene could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. That person had escaped. This would cause endless trouble for the Gu family. Ha! You are courting death. He Tian was enraged. The air around him was turbulent, and a vast wave of energy instantly exploded from his body. He Tian punched upward. The power of yin and yang gathered on his fist and then bloomed. The powerful force shook the sky as if it was going to collapse the sky. Boom! He Tian's fist collided with the giant purple hand. An earth-shattering sound erupted, and the entire dark shaman city shook. The vast and mighty power shattered a part of the void. I will let you know the consequences of meddling in other people's business. He Tian was truly enraged. He soared into the sky and rushed towards that person. His prey had actually been let go by the other party. This made him incomparably angry. With the power of the peerless killing formation, He Tian attracted the 5 elements' heavenly thunder in the sky. Thousands of lightning bolts bombarded the man in green. The 5 elements' heavenly thunder emitted a terrible aura that could destroy everything. The man in green could not help but be shocked. Big Dipper exorcism. The middle-aged man in green shouted, and 7 balls of starlight divine light rushed out of his body. They looked like the 7 stars of the Big Dipper and revolved around his body. The 5 elements' heavenly thunder tore the sky and earth apart, but they were blocked by the 7 balls of starlight divine light. They could not hit the man at all. Ha! Chu Qinghuang and the others who saw this scene in the sky outside the city could not help but be shocked. It's someone from the Ziwei sect. The woman behind Chu Qinghuang said. Yes, that person is an elder of the Ziwei sect called Daoshi Wang, Chu Qinghuang said in a deep voice. The cultivation method of the Ziwei sect was related to the stars. They could use the power of the stars for their own use. They were a large sect in the Central Plains. I didn't expect that the Ziwei sect would also extend their reach into the shaman land, a young man behind Chu Qinghuang said. Chapter 721. Boom! The peerless killing formation emitted a terrifying murderous aura that shook the entire dark shaman city. Endless 5-colored lightning tore through the void and rushed towards the purple figure in the sky from all directions. The destructive aura was unprecedentedly strong. Compared to when it was used against the experts of the sorcerer tribe, the power of the killing formation was many times stronger. The person who came was definitely an immortal realm cultivator. Otherwise, he would not have been able to break through the power of the peerless killing formation and allow the grand shaman to escape. 7 balls of light as bright as stars surrounded the person. The endless power of the stars was vast and mighty, causing the sky and earth to tremble. The power of the 5 elemental lightning was blocked by the 7 balls of divine light. No matter how many lightning bolts struck, the sky and earth crumbled, but it still could not break through the power of the 7 stars. Roar! You evil demon, let me show you the godly technique of the Crepe Myrtle sect. With a loud shout from Wang Daoshi, the 7 balls of starlight around him immediately emitted a bright light, as if 7 large stars were fixed in the sky. Swoosh! 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 7 rays of starlight descended from the sky and entered Wang Daoshi's body. 7 huge stars appeared in the sky, illuminating the sky and earth and sprinkling down endless power of the stars. Wang Daoshi communicated with the sky and earth and received the power of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. An extremely powerful aura spread from his body, causing even He Tian to feel danger. The 7 balls of starlight emitted a boundless brilliance that spread out in all directions like ripples on water. Wherever they passed, the 5-colored lightning was annihilated. Damn it! He Tian was secretly shocked when he saw that the opponent had broken the power of the third form of his killing formation. This person's strength had probably surpassed the ordinary immortal realm. He Tian did not dare to let his guard down and immediately activated the fourth form of the killing formation. Rumble, the world shook. The 7 bright stars above Dark Shaman City began to descend from the sky. It was as if the real stars were descending from the sky. The sky was shattering. That Taoist Wang actually wanted to borrow the power of the Big Dipper to break the peerless killing formation that He Tian had laid down. Endless star power surged. The 7 falling stars resonated with the real Big Dipper in the sky, displaying great power. The power of the peerless killing formation actually showed signs of being suppressed. At this time, the battle outside had already alerted Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing walked out of the main hall of the City Lord Mansion and raised his head to look at the shocking scene in the sky. He couldn't help but frown. The people of the Gu clan and the City Lord's mansion, including Gu Tianxiong, were all pressed to the ground by the terrifying pressure that came down from the sky. They were terrified to death. It was a battle between immortal-level cultivators. The aura emitted from the battle was enough to make the heavens and earth dim. If it wasn't for the power formed by the 18 flags outside the City Lord's mansion, which reduced the pressure from the sky by more than half, the people of the Gu clan would have had a mental breakdown. The power of the killing formation's fourth transformation was on full display. The boundless 5-colored lightning vanished, and the energy of heaven and earth surged. Suddenly, drops of crystalline blue water began to fall from the sky. Unexpectedly, it was raining. This was not an ordinary rain. It was a rain of destruction. Each drop of water contained a terrifying destructive force that could destroy an immortal realm cultivator. Under this blue rain, the 7 balls of starlight immediately dimmed. The rain of destruction caused the starlight to dissipate. The destructive power could destroy everything. It was extremely terrifying. If He Tian had used the fourth form of the killing formation when he was dealing with the experts of the sorcerer tribe, he would have been able to kill all the living creatures in the city in an instant. I have the 8 forms of the killing formation. Let's see how many forms you can last. He Tian was very confident in his killing formation. It should be known that this killing formation was also famous for being dangerous in ancient times. The power of the stars was suppressed by the power of the fourth form of the killing formation. The 7 beams of starlight falling from the sky were blocked by the blue rain of destruction. Wang Daoshi's star power was unable to continue and he was immediately in danger. A few drops of blue rain broke through the barrier formed by the starlight and landed on Wang Daoshi's sleeve. His sleeve was immediately pierced with a few small holes. Wang Daoshi let out an angry roar. His white hair danced wildly and the power of the stars surged from his body. 108 beams of divine light shot out from his body. The divine light pierced through the void and shattered the world. It charged out of the killing formation and into the endless sky. Boom! The entire killing formation shook violently. Specks of starlight appeared in the sky. There were originally no stars in the dark sky, but now there were 108 stars shining in the night sky. Where did this expert come from? Little Qing sensed that above the boundless firmament, there was a terrifying power rapidly approaching, descending from the heavens. Swish! 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 The mighty power of the stars surged from the endless sky. Beams of starlight pierced through the darkness and descended from the sky. They directly broke through the blue rain and entered Wang Daoshi's body. The power of the Big Dipper dissipated, but 108 stars appeared around Wang Daoshi. The power of the stars was so strong that it almost caused the void to collapse. Cracks appeared around Wang Daoshi's body. The power of the stars tore through the void. He Tian was shocked. He saw 108 stars revolving around Wang Daoshi's body, emitting endless power of the stars. The blue rain was constantly evaporated by the starlight. This guy who had suddenly jumped out had broken the killing formation's fourth form. You evil demon, you can die now. Wang Daoshi's aura was unparalleled. He strolled in the void and closed in on He Tian. 108 stars emitted endless power of the stars, sealing the heaven and earth. The terrifying power rushed towards He Tian, trying to kill him. 108 stars fell from the sky like 108 real stars. The void collapsed. This power seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. I hate sanctimonious people like you the most. He Tian felt great danger, but he still didn't panic. He hadn't even made a move yet. Old He, stop playing. Xiao Qing couldn't help but say. Got it. He Tian answered. Wang Daoshi was startled when he heard the conversation between Xiao Qing and He Tian. He had a bad premonition. Could it be that the opponent hadn't used his true strength? Just as the 108 stars were about to reach him, the heaven and earth changed. Four terrifying forces rushed out from the four corners of Dark Shaman City. The killing formation emitted endless killing light. The power of earth, water, wind, and fire appeared and covered the surroundings. In an instant, the 108 stars that fell from the sky were cut off. This. Chapter 722. He Tian directly displayed the strongest transformation of the supreme killing formation. Earth, water, wind, and fire surged forth, as though they were transforming into a world of their own, capable of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The elder of the Crepe Myrtle sect, Taoist Master Wang, had wanted to take advantage of the shaman demon's death and the chaos in the shaman land to fish in troubled waters. However, he had never expected the other party to be so powerful. Wang Daoshi was trapped in a perilous situation. Everything in sight was earth, water, fire, and wind. If it weren't for the 108 stars revolving around him, he would have been destroyed in both body and soul. He couldn't help but regret coming to the shaman's land. Wang Daoshi's appearance in the shaman land was not a coincidence. The news of the shaman demon's death had already spread. Some forces that were eyeing the shaman land immediately took action. The forces around the land of shamans were the first to enter the land of shamans. The Crepe Myrtle cult's territory was right next to the land of shamans. Therefore, Wang Daoshi appeared in Dark Shaman City. The reason why the sorcerer land had become a lawless area was due to its geographical location. Although the sorcerer land had a territory of tens of thousands of miles, most of the land was barren and unruly. Truly powerful sects would not be interested in such a place. Moreover, there was an extremely powerful being in the shaman land, the shaman demon. The shaman demon had already cultivated to the mysterious transformation realm. Even if the ancient desolate realm and the immortal gods were to return, an expert of this level would still be able to dominate the Tinglong continent. Because of the existence of the shaman demon, although the major forces were eyeing the shaman land covetously, they had their reservations and did not dare to make a move. However, now that the shaman demon had fallen, these forces could no longer hold themselves back. The Crepe Myrtle sect was the first to take action. They sent their experts into the shaman land. Crepe Myrtle sect was considered a large sect in the Central Plains. There were many experts in the sect. The sect master, Crepe Myrtle Star Lord, was rumored to be a ninth firmament immortal god expert. Crepe Myrtle Star Lord was only one step away from breaking through the immortal realm and becoming a mysterious transformation expert. This was enough to show how powerful the Crepe Myrtle sect was. However, He Tian didn't care about the Crepe Myrtle sect or the Crepe Myrtle Star Monarch. He didn't know the situation of the Tinglong continent at all, so he could be unscrupulous. Of course, even if He Tian knew that this fellow who could activate the power of the stars was an elder of the Crepe Myrtle sect, he would not show mercy. If he was killed, then so be it. At most, he could just ask his boss, Gu Fei, to come out. Rumble, the entire peerless killing formation had already turned into a field of chaos. It was like an incomparably huge chaos millstone was spinning, grinding everything in the world. Wang Daoshi roared again and again as he continuously used the purple myrtle divine art. He wanted to break through the power of the formation and draw upon the power of the stars in the sky to charge out. However, earth, water, fire, and wind were the four ultimate powers of the world. When they were activated by the Great Formation, they could obliterate everything, turning the void into primal chaos. Wang Daoshi's power was completely suppressed. The 108 stars around him, which were emitting the vast power of the stars, gradually dimmed. The power of the Grand Formation gradually eroded the power of the stars. The power of earth, water, wind, and fire were hard to resist. The raging fire burned half of the sky red. The misty earth chi rose from the ground and turned into thousands of huge dragons, killing everything in its path. The raging water rushed high into the sky, and the astral wind that seemed to blow down from the ninth heaven shattered the void. These four powers collided with each other and fused with each other. It was unknown how many times more powerful they were than a single power, turning the void into a field of chaos. The 108 stars revolving around Wang Daoshi's body flickered like the stars in the primal chaos. Although the vast power of the stars temporarily blocked the surging power of the earth, water, fire, and wind from all directions, it definitely couldn't last long. Because the power of earth, water, wind, and fire had isolated a part of the world, it made it difficult for Wang Daoshi to connect with heaven and earth and draw upon the power of the stars in the sky. The cultivation method of the crepe myrtle sect was to use the power of the stars to kill the enemy. The experts of this sect could draw upon the power of the stars in the sky to add to their bodies. Their magic power was simply endless. However, this kind of cultivation method had a fatal flaw. If they could not draw upon the power of the stars, then this expert of the crepe myrtle sect would lose half of his magical power. Wang Daoshi roared again and again. He wanted to charge out, but helplessly found that he had already been imprisoned in the Great Formation. Powerful forces like mountains were constantly surging in from all directions. Bang! One of the stars exploded. Wang Daoshi's body trembled and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The 108 stars were the essence energy condensed from the power of the 108 stars that he had cultivated. The explosion of the stars was a great shock to him. Bang! 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 The stars kept exploding, and the power of the stars was constantly being worn away. Wang Daoshi's body was covered in bloody wounds. His flesh was being suppressed by the power of the peerless killing formation. Kid, don't meddle in other people's business in your next life. He Tian stood in the air above the city lord's residence and said coldly. The entire dark shaman city had been enveloped by the power of earth, water, wind, and fire. Other than the city lord's residence, every inch of the void in dark shaman city was filled with the power of earth, water, wind, and fire. His body and soul are about to be destroyed. How can he have a next life? Xiao Qing said. This guy who had broken into the killing formation was already dead. The 108 stars continued to be destroyed by the power of earth, water, wind, and fire. When the last star exploded, Wang Daoshi's body also exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. A ball of purple divine light wrapped around a frightened little person. It rushed out of the blood mist and tried to fly away. However, the power of earth, water, fire, and wind surged in from all directions and merged together. The ball of purple divine light that wrapped around the little person was immediately destroyed in a chaotic void. The elder of the crepe myrtle sect, Wang Daoshi, was destroyed by the killing formation. His body and soul were both destroyed. Just as Xiao Qing had said, he had no next life. The peerless killing formation had killed an immortal god. After killing Wang Daoshi, the peerless killing formation gradually stopped working. The power of earth, water, wind, and fire dissipated between heaven and earth. The world returned to peace. The terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth retreated like the tide. In the city lord's residence, the members of the Gu family were still in a state of shock. They did not dare to get up from the ground for a long time. The world became clear again. After this battle, all the buildings built by later generations in the city had been destroyed. Only the oldest buildings remained. The peerless killing formation had the power to kill immortals, but it could not cause any damage to the ancient city. There was no doubt that this was a divine city. Wang Daoshi is dead. In the sky outside Dark Shaman City, Chu Qinghuang and the others were extremely shocked. An immortal god had walked into the ancient city and never came out again. An elder of the Crepe Myrtle sect has died. This, the land of shamans, will welcome an even more terrifying storm. The Crepe Myrtle sect will never let this go. Chu Qinghuang and the others were truly stunned by Gu Fei and the others. These people dared to kill an elder of a large sect in the Central Plains. What else would they not dare to do? Chapter 723. It was a bloody night. Dark Shaman City was silent. The thick smell of blood lingered in the air. Chunks of flesh and blood dyed the entire city red. Countless ferocious beasts and powerful shamans had fallen. There was no water in the city's drainage channels, only blood. The blood on the ground gathered into streams. After that night, the entire shaman land was shaken. Even the restless forces around the shaman land did not dare to act rashly. After Chu Qinghuang left, the forces from the Yan dynasty began to retreat. However, there were still many forces that remained. The news that Crepe Myrtle sect's elder, Wang Daoshi, had fallen in Dark Shaman City had also spread. Dark Shaman City was guarded by a peerless cultivator who had even slain an immortal. As soon as the news spread, some of the forces that had been eyeing the shaman land immediately retreated. Only some of the more powerful sects continued to observe. Over the past 300 years, the forces of the ancient antiquities had returned. The world seemed to be gradually changing. A new era of heroes was approaching. Even the legendary immortals had begun to walk the world. Some of the sects that had existed for countless years had extremely deep foundations. These sects definitely had immortals guarding them. Even though Wang Daoshi had fallen in Dark Shaman City, some of the sects with immortals still did not retreat. Dark Shaman City was a place that would never be destroyed. It was said that it was a divine city that had fallen from the heavenly realm. Even though the shaman land was a barren land, this divine city was extraordinary. The great sects of the Central Plains had no interest in the shaman land, but they were very jealous of Dark Shaman City. In the eyes of the peerless cultivators, this city was a treasure. If they could take it away, they might be able to refine a sacred weapon. He Tian summoned a heavy rain that washed the blood-stained Dark Shaman City. Even so, the city was still filled with the faint smell of blood. It was as if the smell of blood could not be washed away. Peace returned to the vicinity of Dark Shaman City. The people of the Gu family also began to walk out of the city lord's residence. However, the people of the Gu family did not leave the city. For the next few days, no more witch humans appeared near Dark Shaman City. Even their spies had disappeared. After that bloody night, the witch humans were scared out of their wits. The 11 experts of the witch tribe were almost wiped out by He Tian in one go, and only the Grand Witch managed to escape. He Tian and Shaoqing did not send anyone to kill the honorable witch. They stayed in the city lord's residence, quietly waiting for Gu Fei, who had brought the little fatty to go into seclusion. Gu Fei was going to impart the cultivation technique of the progenitor martial progenitor's lineage to little fatty in order to leave a legacy for the progenitor martial progenitor's lineage in the world. This was not something that could be done in a short period of time. The news of Wang Daoshi's death in Dark Shaman City had spread, but the people from the Crepe Myrtle cult of the Central Plains did not show up in the past few days. An immortal realm elder had been killed in Dark Magus City. Was the Crepe Myrtle sect going to let this go just like that? This was absolutely impossible. The great sects of the Central Plains would definitely not swallow this insult. This concerned the reputation of the Crepe Myrtle cult. If they swallowed this insult and did not dare to show up, what would the other sects think of the Crepe Myrtle cult? The other sects would definitely think that the Crepe Myrtle cult was afraid of the experts in Dark Magus City. For some reason, Chu Qinghuang did not spread the news of Gu Fei's death. No one knew that the group of people in Dark Magus City were Gu Fei's group. The 10-day deadline was approaching, but the shamans of the shaman land still did not make any moves. On the evening of the 9th day, the sky was filled with sunset. A flock of birds flew towards the setting sun. Xiaoqing and He Tian walked out of the main hall of the city lord's residence. When the people of the Gu family saw them, they hurriedly bowed. There was a hint of panic in their respect. These two gods of death were ruthless people who had killed almost all the experts of the witch tribe with a wave of their hands. The people of the Gu family could not hide the fear in their hearts when they saw Xiaoqing and He Tian. The people of the Gu family began to take over Dark Magus City. Over the past few days, the head of the Gu family, Gu Tianxiong, had led the people of the Gu family to take inventory of the properties in the city. Xiaoqing and He Tian did not interfere. They allowed the people of the Gu family to do as they pleased. They knew very well that they would not stay in this place forever. As soon as Gu Fei came out of seclusion, they would leave. If it were not for Gu Fei's sudden desire to pass on the teachings of the martial ancestor, they would have already returned to the eastern land and returned to Taishan Mountain. The sorcerer land was too far away from the eastern land. Even if immortals spent their entire lives, it would be difficult for them to reach the eastern land from the sorcerer land. However, Gu Fei and the others were not mortals. It was no longer a problem for them to cross the Tinglong continent. Moreover, with a master of formations like He Tian, crossing the Tinglong continent would be a piece of cake. When will the big brother come out? He Tian was wrapped in black cloth from head to toe. He did not show his face and communicated with Xiaoqing through psychic waves. You ask me, but who am I supposed to ask? Little Qing said snappily. He didn't want to stay in this dark and swarthy city anymore. He also wanted to leave this place and return to Gu Fei's sect. Tomorrow is the last day. What do you plan to do? He Tian asked with interest. They had a powerful army of the undead in their hands. Xiaoqing thought for a moment and said, I have given those people a chance to live. Since they do not want it, there is nothing more to say. There was a hint of murderous intent in Xiaoqing's tone. I understand. I will do it when the time comes. He Tian said with an evil smile. His eyes shone with a bright spiritual light. He seemed to be very willing to do this. If you want to do it, then do it. Xiaoqing said. He did not care about the life and death of these ants. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, the strong had the right to decide the life and death of the weak. Xiaoqing and He Tian chatted for a while before walking back into the main hall. The 10th day passed peacefully. The Wu Ren did not come forward to surrender. In the governor's mansion, Xiaoqing stood in the empty space in front of the main hall and looked at the sky. The weather was good tonight. There was a bright moon in the sky and there were few stars. The bright moon hung high in the sky like a disk, sprinkling hazy moonlight. It's almost midnight. He Tian appeared beside Xiaoqing silently. Once midnight passed, he would make his move. Terrifying figures with a powerful death aura began to appear around the governor's mansion. This will be a night of blood. Xiaoqing muttered to himself. The moon was high in the sky. The people of the Gu family were all hiding in their houses and did not come out. The terrifying death aura coming from outside the governor's mansion made everyone in the Gu family tremble with fear and terror. All right, it's time. He Tian soared into the sky and stood in the void. He was about to summon the undead army around the governor's mansion. However, at this moment, He Tian seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned to look towards the east and two rays of dazzling light shot out from his eyes. Rumble, a thunderous sound came from the east. After that, a boundless purple chi appeared in the eastern horizon. An extremely powerful aura gushed forth, causing the void to tremble. Chapter 724. A terrifying pressure spread out, and the eastern sky looked like it was going to collapse. Boundless purple light illuminated the world, and within the purple chi, a war chariot flew through the air. To his surprise, Erebus noticed that the chariot that looked like it was made of purple gold was being pulled by 3 green aquatic dragons as they approached Dark Shaman City. Serpents pulling the chariot. What a grand show! He Tian stood in the void and said coldly. On top of the chariot stood a terrifying figure that looked like a god of war, his killing intent soaring into the sky. Rumble, another 2 chariots appeared in the eastern sky. The 3 chariots were like giant mountains, crashing through the sky. Wherever the chariots passed, the void crumbled. Roar! The roar of the wild beasts shook the world. 9 green serpents and 3 chariots crashed through the sky. The scene was extremely shocking. Green serpents were extremely powerful demonic beasts. Each one of them had a murderous aura that surged into the sky. They were powerful existences that were comparable to demigods. Purple mist came from the east. The 3 chariots surrounded by purple mist quickly arrived in the sky above Dark Shaman City. On the chariots stood 3 experts wearing purple immortal armor. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man with a black beard and a purple gold crown. Although this middle-aged man looked delicate, his body exuded an invisible aura that made him look powerful without being angry. The other 2 were old men with white hair and eyebrows. These 3 experts had monstrous waves of magical power surging from their bodies. Purple divine light covered their bodies. Standing on the purple gold chariots, they looked like immortal kings on an expedition. Their terrifying aura caused the sky to change color. Are you the one who killed the elders of my crepe myrtle sect? The middle-aged man with a black beard stared at He Tian and said in a deep voice. His eyes were like 2 twinkling stars, making it hard for people to look at him directly. Are you with that sanctimonious guy? He Tian said. He could feel a strong pressure from the middle-aged man on the chariot. The man was strong, and so were the other 2 old men. Crepe Myrtle Sect. What is that? Never heard of it. Although the opponents were strong, he himself was not weak either. He Tian said disdainfully. He did not seem to put the 3 experts of the Crepe Myrtle Sect in his eyes at all. Audacious, you dare to look down on my Crepe Myrtle Sect. An old man behind the middle-aged man pointed at He Tian and shouted. Starlight flickered around his body, and it seemed like he was about to attack. Very good. The middle-aged man laughed out of anger. He glanced at the army of the dead in Dark Shaman City and said, It's been so many years, but this is the first time someone dares to speak to me like this. Sect leader, let me kill this guy who is neither human nor ghost to avenge Daoist Wang. Another old man said to Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle. Hee, you guys really think I'm dead? He Tian chuckled and said coldly. Did these guys really think that they had him under their control? He Tian did not know that Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle was the sect leader of the Crepe Myrtle sect, a top figure of the 9th heaven of Immortal God realm. The 2 old men were the elders of the Crepe Myrtle sect, and their strength was about the same as Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle. The arrival of the sect leader of the Crepe Myrtle sect shocked the other forces. In the distant sky, there were experts watching. Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle nodded at the old man, then drove the chariot with the other old man and retreated to the side. Die! The old man shouted and slammed his palm at He Tian. The power of stars surged out of his palm, as if a huge star had emerged in his palm, radiating dazzling starlight that shook the entire world. Swoosh! He Tian suddenly disappeared from where he was, and the next moment, he appeared above the old man's head. Bam! A giant white hand emanating boundless yang power slammed down on the old man's head. The power of extreme yang was vast and mighty. The giant white hand shattered the void and blasted a terrible black hole in the void, wanting to swallow the old man into the black hole. The old man did not panic. Instead, his fighting spirit surged. Above his head, a beam of purple divine light rushed out, piercing directly at the giant hand that was pressing down on him. Boom! The divine light shattered the void and destroyed the terrible black hole formed by the giant hand. It directly collided with the giant hand, producing a dull sound. The power of extreme yang was vast and mighty. The purple divine light collapsed, but the giant hand continued to descend, shattering the void and destroying everything. It seemed to be unstoppable. This guy has some skills. Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle and the other old man who were watching the battle could not help but be shocked. This guy, who was neither human nor ghost, was so powerful that he could not be underestimated. Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle and the old man looked at each other, thinking that with this person's combat power, it would be very difficult for him to kill Wang Daoshi. They had to be careful of him activating the Great Array. He Tian had used the Great Array to kill countless ferocious beasts, almost all the experts of the sorcerer tribe, and even killed Wang Daoshi. This was no secret. Boom! Just as He Tian's giant hand was about to land on the Great Elder of the Crepe Myrtle sect, a brilliant purple light rushed out from the top of the Great Elder's head. Within the purple light, a large purple star slowly rose. Rumble, it was like a real star rising up. The void trembled and then shattered. The boundless astral energy shook the heavens and the earth, directly shattering Erebus's giant hand and rising up into the sky in an unstoppable manner. Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle, even if you die, you can be proud. The old man shouted. The purple star bloomed with brilliant starlight and resonated with the purple star in the sky, drawing in endless power of the stars. An area of the void was locked. Erebus felt a great sense of danger. The terrifying power of the stars was tearing at his body. Kacha! 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 Under the black robe, He Tian's bones were trembling, emitting a bone-chilling sound of bones rubbing against each other. It was as if his bones were about to fall apart. The Great Elder of the Crepe Myrtle sect walked slowly under the starlight. He directly rushed out of the war chariot and came in front of He Tian. He pointed out with a finger, wanting to directly pierce through He Tian's head. The Naiwen Palace in the head was the place where the primordial spirit resided. As long as the Naiwen Palace was pierced and the primordial spirit was destroyed, even an immortal spirit would be destroyed and die. Roar! He Tian roared. The power of yin and yang surged all over his body. Rays of black and white divine light circled around him, and a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram emerged from his body. Swoosh! The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram revolved, and the void suddenly twisted and deformed. He Tian's body became blurry. At this time, the Great Elder's finger just happened to pierce through. The Great Elder's expression changed slightly. He realized that his finger seemed to have struck the void. He couldn't exert any force at all, and the void seemed to have been moved in reverse. Yin-yang great shift of the void. He Tian shouted. The power of the yin-yang divine power was fully displayed. The void around them was completely distorted. The Great Elder of the Crepe Myrtle sect found that his arm was out of control. It was reversed. The finger he pointed out was inexplicably pointing at his forehead. This, the Great Elder was shocked. He quickly tilted his head to the side and dodged his finger. At this moment, a pitch-black fist had already landed on his chest. Bang! Kacha. The sound of impact and bones breaking sounded almost at the same time. He Tian's fist hit the Great Elder's chest fiercely. The Great Elder's chest collapsed, and he flew out. Chapter 725. Many people want to kill me, but I'm still alive, and they're dead. You're the same. He Tian sent the Crepe Myrtle sect Supreme Elder flying with a punch, then pressed forward step by step. With every step he took, the whole world trembled, as if a god was walking. A powerful aura surged out from his body, and black and white yin and yang divine light lingered around him. Roar! 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 The nine-headed green dragon roared uneasily, and the roar of the beast was earth-shattering. The Master of Crepe Myrtle and the other Supreme Elder of Crepe Myrtle standing on the chariot were extremely shocked. This person's combat power was unparalleled, and his strength was absolutely not below theirs. No wonder Wang Daosher suffered a loss. He Tian's hands danced, shooting out black and white divine light that pierced forward. The divine light, like a peerless divine weapon, shattered the void, and instantly caught up with the old man who was flying backward. Rumble, the huge purple star in the sky flew back to the Supreme Elder of Crepe Myrtle, like a real star flying in the void. The endless power of the stars crushed a part of the world, and shattered the killing light. The huge purple star, fixed above the head of the old man, sprinkled down rays of starlight like purple dragons, enveloping the old man. The vast power of the stars was mighty. He Tian stopped. He was not in a hurry. He let the opponent use his magical power to enhance his strength. He wanted to kill the opponent in his strongest state. This was his confidence in his own strength. Above the firmament, the starlight flickered, and endless starlight sprinkled down. The Supreme Elder of Crepe Myrtle, with his own magical power, communicated with the heaven and earth, attracting the power of the stars in the sky. Wah! The Supreme Elder of Crepe Myrtle roared to the sky, his white hair fluttering wildly. He spurted out blood, looking extremely ferocious, and a vast fluctuation of magical power erupted from his body. He Tian's punch shattered his sternum, and his physical body was seriously injured, which made him mad. Such an injury, of course, would not take his life, but it was unacceptable to him. 365 specks of starlight appeared on the body of the Supreme Elder of the Crepe Myrtle sect. Around him, there seemed to be a starry sky, with thousands of stars twinkling. The power of the stars was extremely powerful. Rumble, the firmament shook. Streams of star power, like a great river, poured down from the sky. 365 specks of starlight rushed out from his body. 365 great stars emerged around the Supreme Elder of the Crepe Myrtle sect. With his unparalleled magic power, he attracted the power of 365 stars of the great heavenly cycle, raising his strength to an unimaginable level. Clang! Like divine weapons being unsheathed, the sound of killing filled the air. 365 beams of starlight condensed into 365 divine swords that descended from the sky, slashing towards my Tian. Sword chi towered up into the sky. Boundless astral energy condensed into a divine weapon, slicing through the void. Resplendent astral sword chi illuminated the heavens and earth, causing even the moon in the sky to lose its splendor. Humph! He Tian sneered. The black and white yin-yang diagram emerged from his body. A part of the void suddenly twisted. The divine diagram formed by the power of yin and yang had the aura of the great Tao circulating around it. When the starlight divine swords slashed into the void around He Tian, they were immediately reversed and sent back by the yin-yang diagram. 365 starlight divine swords, in an instant, all returned to the Supreme Elder of the Crepe Myrtle sect. His magical power was reversed, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Boom! The crepe imperial star above the old man's head vibrated. Purple starlight rippled like water. Beams of starlight fell down, protecting the old man. At the same time, the 365 stars revolving around the old man each blocked a sword light. The entire starry sky was shaking. This, the master of the Crepe Myrtle sect and the other supreme elder couldn't help but change their countenance when they saw this scene. The opponent's magical power was too powerful. It could actually reverse the opponent's attack. In this way, the black-robed man was already in an invincible position. Ha! That's all you got. He Tian laughed, then directly flew forward and pounced into the starry sky that appeared around the old man. One technique to break all techniques. With such a magical power, He Tian had nothing to fear. Humph! You're courting death. The old man roared angrily. The power of the stars in the great heavenly cycle began to circulate crazily. The large stars emitted dazzling starlight. It was as if real stars had appeared in the sky above dark Mega City. The terrifying power of the stars rushed towards Mahakala, who was rushing in, to obliterate it. Rumble, a part of the void was directly shattered. A destructive aura spread high up in the sky. He Tian's figure was instantly engulfed by the starlight. It was as if the world was about to be obliterated. At this time, Shaoqing looked up from the empty space in front of the city lord's residence. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but frown. This He Tian was too rash. The 365 stars clearly formed a stellar grand array. If he charged in like this, wouldn't he be walking right into a trap? Shaoqing thought. However, on second thought, Shaoqing was not worried about He Tian. This guy was an expert in formations. Why would he rush in knowing that there was danger? Ha! The great heavenly cycle stellar matrix? Today, I'll show you what it means to use a matrix to break a matrix. He Tian's voice came from the starry sky. Immediately, the Crepe Myrtle sect's great elder's voice came from the starry sky. Then, a black hole appeared in the starry sky. The black hole emitted a terrifying suction force that could devour the heavens and the earth. The starry sky that the Crepe Myrtle sect's great elder had manifested with his supreme power was collapsing. The 365 stars in the sky were shaking violently. Even the Crepe Myrtle imperial star above the old man's head was shaken by the suction force from the black hole. Get in here. From the terrifying black hole came He Tian's voice. Then, boom. With a bang, the entire void suddenly collapsed. The entire black hole instantly expanded by 10 times, swallowing up the entire world. In the midst of the exclamation, the Crepe Myrtle sect's great elder, the starry sky that appeared around him, and even the Crepe Myrtle imperial star above his head were all swallowed into the black hole. Rumble, a heart-palpitating aura of destruction surged within the black hole. It was a void that had already turned into primal chaos. Mai Tian was using a formation to evolve the primal chaos, wanting to obliterate the supreme elder of Crepe Myrtle sect alive. Not good. The Crepe Myrtle sect's master and the other great elder's face suddenly changed. The two immediately drove the chariot, like a giant mountain crushing the void, rushing towards the black hole. Buzz! A sword cry resounded through the 9 heavens. A divine weapon appeared in the hands of the Crepe Myrtle sect's master. It was a divine sword, a divine weapon surrounded by stars. Swish! Like a river of stars gushed out from the Crepe Myrtle sect's master's hand, shattering the heavens and the earth, directly rolling down towards the terrifying black hole in front. The bright starlight illuminated the whole world, turning the night into day. Boom! The black hole collapsed, crushed by the river of stars. The terrifying power of destruction swept out in all directions, turning the void into nothingness. A black shadow rushed out of the violent energy storm. With the protection of the yin-yang divine diagram, he moved quickly in the void and instantly dodged. A flood dragon pulling a chariot, what a grand show, but it turns out to be nothing more than this. He Tian stood thousands of feet away and said disdainfully. In his hand, there was a human head. You. When the crepe myrtle sect's master saw the human head in He Tian's hand, his eyes turned red, and his voice trembled. He was furious, holding the divine sword, riding the chariot, like an ancient god of war. He rushed towards He Tian. Who are those people? They killed another immortal level expert of Crepe Myrtle sect. The Crepe Myrtle sect actually used the constellation sword. Crepe Myrtle sect really kicked an iron plate this time. In the distant sky, some people were watching the battle, whispering to each other. The battle between immortal level experts stirred up the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Even thousands of miles away, people could feel the fluctuations here. Rumble, two chariots, like a giant mountain, rolled across the sky, shaking the world. The Crepe Myrtle sect's master and another supreme elder of Crepe Myrtle sect made their move. Humph. Your opponent is me. At this time, a blue figure appeared in front of the Crepe Myrtle sect supreme elder's chariot, blocking his way. Xiaoqing also made his move. Xiaoqing's dragon chi was vast and mighty, as if there were many dragons circling around him. Roar! 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 The nine-headed blue flood dragon sensed the true dragon chi on Xiaoqing's body, and immediately became extremely frightened, not daring to move forward, almost crouching in the air. True dragon chi. You are from the dragon race. The Crepe Myrtle sect's master sensed the chi on Xiaoqing's body, and his face immediately changed, quickly stopping. The Crepe Myrtle sect's supreme elder, who rushed towards Xiaoqing, was also shocked. He stopped in the void, standing on the chariot, and his face became extremely ugly. 300 years ago, the ancient desolate forces returned, and there were rumors that a powerful figure of the demon race returned to the demon race, making the demon race quickly flourish. That demon lord, Huang Long, also broke through to the mysterious transformation realm. If Xiaoqing was really an expert of the demon race, Crepe Myrtle sect really could not afford to offend him. What dragon race? I don't know what you are talking about. Xiaoqing said coldly. He had been cultivating with Old Ghost, and could be said to be a blank piece of paper to the outside world. You are not from the demon race. Then it will be easy. The Crepe Myrtle sect's master stared at Xiaoqing, his body was full of killing intent, and then he leaped up, directly slashing his sword at He Tian. The Crepe Myrtle sect's supreme elder, who was fighting against Xiaoqing, also came out. He directly rushed out of the chariot, and slapped at Xiaoqing. Boom! Chapter 726. The star constellation sword was indeed worthy of being the divine weapon of Ziwei sect. The sword light shot out by Ziwei sect leader was like an inverted galaxy, with thousands of stars faintly visible. The terrifying power of the stars tore the sky and earth apart. Wherever the starlight's sword chi passed, the void turned into a chaotic void, as if it could destroy all tangible and intangible things. Bang! He Tian directly crushed the head of the supreme elder of Ziwei sect in his hand. The supreme elder of Ziwei sect was instantly destroyed in both body and soul. He could not even be a ghost anymore, completely disappearing from the world. Yin-yang shift. He Tian shouted, the power of yin and yang surged out from his body. He turned into the yin-yang divine diagram and directly clashed with the starlight sword chi. Swish! The yin-yang divine diagram and the starlight sword chi instantly collided together. The void was distorted, and the world was reversed. He Tian wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. However, this time, he could not reverse the sword light of Ziwei sect leader. Rumble, the starlight sword chi, as heavy as an immemorial mountain, directly swept away the yin-yang divine diagram, almost splitting it into two halves. He Tian was taken aback. He never thought that his divine power would be ineffective. This was not an ordinary divine weapon, it could activate the power of the stars in the sky. This was simply fighting against the stars in the sky. He Tian felt a strong pressure. With the opponent's sword in hand, he actually felt a little helpless. No matter how high He Tian's cultivation was, it was difficult for him to move the stars in the sky. Damn it! He Tian merged with the divine diagram. The divine diagram rotated, breaking the void, and slashed towards Ziwei sect leader. Above the divine diagram, there was a Tao rhythm flowing. Humph! Ziwei sect leader sneered. He was incomparably powerful, and directly waved the star constellation sword. Swish! The starlight sword was like the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens. Without any suspense, the yin-yang divine diagram was once again sent flying. The extremely powerful power of the stars made He Tian very uncomfortable, as if all his bones were about to fall apart. 9th heaven of immortal god strength, plus a powerful divine weapon, made Ziwei sect leader invincible. Ziwei clan master rushed out of the chariot, each step spanning 100 meters, directly catching up to the yin-yang divine diagram. He swung the star constellation sword, sending the yin-yang divine diagram flying. The star constellation sword could draw upon the power of the stars in the sky, displaying great power. Every time it was waved, the sky shook. He Tian was extremely depressed. He was in a completely passive state. If he had not transformed into the yin-yang diagram, he would have been killed by Ziwei sect master. Yin and yang energy swirled about, interweaving into a yin-yang divine diagram. It was a Tao diagram, and there was a Tao charm circulating about it. Even the constellation sword would find it hard to break it in a short time. However, after a long time, He Tian still did not get out of his current predicament. His life would be in danger. He could not always maintain the state of transforming himself into a Tao diagram. But the battle between Little Qing and the supreme elder of the Crepe Myrtle sect was the exact opposite. The resplendent star crushed the void, colliding towards Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing directly punched out. Bam! The void trembled. Little Qing was incomparably powerful. With one punch, she destroyed the star and rushed to the front of the Crepe Myrtle sect supreme elder. Boom! With a single palm strike, the void collapsed. The supreme elder was sent flying into the primordial void by Xiaoqing's palm strike, his fleshly body on the verge of collapsing. Roar! That grand elder roared angrily, the void shook. Starlight flickered all over his body, and he directly rushed out of the shattered chaotic void. His body was cracked, and blood was dripping. In some places, one could even see the white bones. It's just a last-ditch struggle, Xiaoqing said indifferently. The battle skills of the dragon race were not inferior to Gu Fei's martial arts battle skills. Every move he made had the power to transform the rotten into the magical. I'll fight you to the death. The Grand Elder of Ziwei sect roared. He opened his mouth and spat out a purple pagoda. The pagoda soared into the sky, rapidly growing in size, and then pressed down on Xiaoqing. Endless starlight flashed, and the power of the stars shook the heavens and earth. It was a star pagoda, containing endless power of the stars, and there seemed to be stars looming inside the pagoda. Shwa! Xiaoqing soared into the sky and directly punched the star pagoda. The star pagoda flew out and its light dimmed. He chased after it and punched the pagoda again. Kacha! Cracks immediately appeared on the star pagoda. Boom! Another punch landed, and the star pagoda suddenly shattered. Xiaoqing used his fist to smash a treasure, which shocked everyone to the extreme. The star pagoda was another treasure of Ziwei sect. It had been continuously refined by the masters of Ziwei sect for generations, and was almost regarded as a semi-divine tool. But now, this half-saint artifact had been shattered by someone. Wah! The Grand Elder of Ziwei sect spat out a mouthful of blood, and his expression immediately became weary. He almost fell from the sky. He had suffered a great impact. Die! Xiaoqing stretched out his hand, and a dragon claw immediately appeared on the head of the Grand Elder of Ziwei sect, and then slammed down. Bang! With a loud sound, the Grand Elder of Ziwei sect was directly smashed into meat paste. Blood splattered, and his body and soul were destroyed. Brother Qing, come and help. At this time, He Tian's voice sounded in Xiaoqing's heart. Xiaoqing quickly turned his head and couldn't help but be shocked by the scene in front of him. The master of Ziwei sect slashed again and again, and the yin-yang diagram was constantly smashed away. He Tian had no strength to fight back at all, and his defeat was already decided. At this time, the master of Ziwei sect also noticed the situation on Xiaoqing's side. Roar! Even if you all die 100 times, it will not be enough to dispel the hatred in my heart. The master of Ziwei sect saw that the Grand Elder of Ziwei sect was killed by Xiaoqing, and he almost went crazy. Crepe Myrtle's sect only had 4 immortal realm experts. Now, 3 of them had been killed. This could be considered as a devastating blow to Crepe Myrtle's sect. Swish! The starlight sword chi illuminated the sky, as if it was driving the stars in the sky, and pressed down on Xiaoqing together. The shocking sword rainbow instantly slashed in front of him. So fast, so strong. At this moment, Xiaoqing finally knew why He Tian asked him for help. The opponent's strength was indeed extremely strong. Roar! Xiaoqing roared, and his blue hair danced in the wind. A dragon's shadow appeared from his body, roaring to the sky, and the power of the true dragon erupted. The 9-headed green dragon pulling the chariot in the sky was immediately frightened and fell from the sky. Xiaoqing did not retreat, but still punched out, directly facing the starlight sword chi. His fist turned into a green dragon, rushing up to the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the green dragon fist force that Xiaoqing punched out dissipated in the void. The powerful impact force sent Xiaoqing flying thousands of feet away, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The starlight sword chi was shaken by Xiaoqing's fist force, and could not fall. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Xiaoqing actually blocked the sword of the master of Ziwei sect with his bare hands. Even the master of Ziwei sect was secretly shocked. Chapter 727. Xiaoqing's demonic chi soared to the sky, a huge dragon shadow emerged on his body. There seemed to be a wild dragon lurking in his body, the aura of a true dragon surging violently. Kill! Xiaoqing roared, took a step forward, and instantly approached the master of Ziwei. Then, he punched out again, without any fancy moves, but the extremely powerful force collapsed a part of the void. A destructive chaotic black hole formed in front of the fist, engulfing the master of Ziwei. Humph! The master of Ziwei sneered, waving the star constellation sword. The sword light was like the Milky Way hanging upside down, attracting the stars in the sky, forming a peerless killing light that soared tens of thousands of zhang, as if it could split the world in half. Boom! The star constellation sword light directly shattered the terrifying black hole that was engulfing, and once again swept Xiaoqing away. The powerful sword chi tore Xiaoqing's sleeves into pieces, and his right arm was covered with terrifying sword marks. There was blood that emitted a mournful bloody light seeping out. Xiaoqing was swept away by the sword light for thousands of zhang before he stabilized his body. The sword marks on his right arm were surging, and the flesh and blood were recovering. In an instant, his arm was as good as new. The demonic race was blessed by the heavens, and their bodies were extremely powerful. Xiaoqing had a trace of true dragon bloodline in him, and had already cultivated the body of a flood dragon. With just one more step, he could transform into the body of a 5-clawed true dragon. Although his body was not as strong and abnormally strong as Gu Fei's, it was not a trivial matter. It could fight against ordinary divine weapons, and even against the star constellation sword of Ziwei, he could still put up a fight. Even if you are from the dragon race, you will die tonight. The master of Z-Wei's eyes were bloodshot. The death of 3 immortal realm elders in the sect made him furious. He held the star constellation sword, pressing towards Xiaoqing. Boy, your opponent is me. At this time, He Tian had already recovered his breath, and once again turned into the spirit transformation diagram, spinning and cutting towards the master of Z-Wei. The spirit transformation diagram broke through the air, soundlessly and silently. Yin and Yang Qi interacted, and there was a Tao rhythm circulating. Swoosh! The master of Z-Wei waved his divine sword and slashed at the divine diagram, sending the yin-yang divine diagram flying. He was extremely depressed. The constellation sword could not break the divine diagram and kill He Tian, and the dragon's physical body was extremely strong. Every move he made contained great power. It was hard to kill him in a short time. Where did these guys come from? The master of Z-Wei was shocked. There was a vast deathly aura lingering in Dark Shaman City. Figures that looked like evil spirits stood everywhere in the city. This was definitely a powerful force. These guys. Could they be related to Ghost Emperor Fingdu? Thinking of this, Z-Wei cult master broke out in cold sweat. Plentiful City Ghost Emperor was not someone he could provoke. 300 years ago, the Northern True Devil was born. That Ghost Emperor Fingdu was a powerful ghost cultivator who dared to fight against the True Devil. Plentiful City Ghost Palace had become one of the super forces in Tinglong continent. If these people were related to Ghost Palace, then he could only blame it on his bad luck. Although the master of Z-Wei cult master's mind was racing, he did not stop and continued to attack He Tian and Xiaoqing. The constellation sword moved the galaxy, displaying great power. It actually suppressed He Tian and Xiaoqing to the point that they could not fight back. The fierce battle shook the heaven and earth. The mighty energy waves caused the Dark Shaman City below to tremble. Everyone was terrified. The power of yin and yang surged. He Tian operated the yin-yang mysterious art with all his strength. The yin-yang divine diagram grew to the size of a small mountain, shrouding the whole area, spinning and cutting towards the master of Z-Wei cult master. Xiaoqing displayed the Dragon Clan's combat skills. His punches shattered the void with unparalleled power, clashing with the master of Z-Wei cult. The 3 experts fought so hard that the heaven and earth seemed to collapse. It was like the end of the world. The energy waves spread in all directions, causing the other experts who were watching the battle from afar to be shocked. If I also had a divine artifact. How could this be? No matter what, I'll have to ask boss for a divine artifact to use later. Erebus was also very depressed. If the opponent did not have a divine sword, he and Xiaoqing would have already cut this master of Z-Wei cult master into pieces. Xiaoqing was also at a disadvantage because he did not have a weapon. He cultivated the Dragon Clan's combat skills. His body was a powerful weapon, but he was suppressed by the constellation sword. God knows how many sword wounds were left on his body. Humph. You still can't defeat that person after so long. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the city lord's mansion below. Then, a beam of fiery light shot into the sky and reached the sky. Brother Balan, come and help. He Tian was overjoyed when he heard the voice. Balan was the strongest among them. Balan did not follow Gu Fei into the inner world. Instead, he stayed in the city lord's mansion. He did not like to manage things, so even the Gu family did not know of Balan's existence. However, at this time, Balan had to show up. Balan stood high in the sky like a fiery god of war. His body was surrounded by fiery qi. Divine flames danced in the air. The temperature of the world immediately rose. Everyone felt the heat wave hit them. Their essence qi seemed to be ignited. All the water in their bodies evaporated. Their mouths were dry. a great demon at the ninth heaven of immortal spirit realm. The master of Z-Wei cult was shocked when he saw Balan. He did not expect the opponent to have such an expert hiding in Dark Shaman City. He Tian and Shaoqing retreated. Balan stared at the master of Z-Wei cult. He stretched out his right hand. A divine fire spear surrounded by divine flames condensed in Balan's hand. The towering killing intent made everyone's heart palpitate. "I will finish you," Balan said indifferently. Then, he thrust forward with the divine spear. Swoosh! The divine fire spear radiated endless divine light. Divine flames surged out from the tip of the spear, forming a huge dragon that swooped at the master of Z-Wei cult. Shameless boasting. The master of Z-Wei cult smiled disdainfully. He waved the star constellation sword in his hand. A river of stars rushed out and met the fire dragon. Boom! Amidst the world-shaking explosions, the two figures moved quickly. The divine spear against the divine sword caused heaven and earth to shatter and the void to shatter. Monstrous divine flames covered the entire sky, burning it red. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. Two figures rushed out of the fire and stood high in the sky. A divine sword surrounded by stars was stuck in Balan's chest. A bloody hole appeared in the master of Z-Wei cult's forehead. The divine light in his eyes was fading. The chaotic power of stars erupted uncontrollably from the master of Z-Wei cult. Chapter 728. The death of the master of the Crepe Myrtle sect and 3 immortal-level elders in Dark Shaman City shocked the entire Shaman land and the entire Central Plains. The master and elders of the Central Plains were immortals. The master of the Crepe Myrtle sect was an expert at the 9th heaven of the immortal realm. He was only one step away from the mysterious transformation realm. Even in the Central Plains, such a person was in existence who could do whatever he wanted. Although the forces of the ancient antiquity had returned 300 years ago and immortals roamed the world, immortals were still elusive and rare. Not to mention the mysterious transformation realm experts and celestial beings who had surpassed the immortal realm. Even the Buddhist lord of the Western Buddhist land, a super force in the world of cultivation, was only a mysterious transformation realm expert. The death of the master of the Crepe Myrtle sect caused a huge commotion in the Central Plains. Everyone's attention was drawn to the city. Dark Shaman City became the focus of all forces. After killing the master of the Crepe Myrtle sect, Balan never showed himself again. Shaoqing also stayed in the city lord's mansion. He Tian, on the other hand, led an army of 1,000 undead to cleanse the shaman tribe. The 10 days were up. He Tian went on a killing spree. After a storm of blood, the 12 shaman tribes were destroyed. There was no force in the shaman land that could fight against the Gu family. However, He Tian did not find any trace of the Grand Shaman. Of the 12 shaman tribes, only the Grand Shaman had escaped. After that night, all the forces that had been spying on Dark Shaman City retreated. Even the super forces were hesitant and watched. After the death of the master of the Crepe Myrtle sect, the major forces began to fight for the territory controlled by the Crepe Myrtle sect. Even some of the super forces began to take action. Some people saw the immortal of the primordial immortal trace appear on the purple star mountain of the Crepe Myrtle sect. Some people saw the fairies of the Yao Tai ancient sacred ground descend upon the shaman land. The clansmen of the 4 primordial sovereigns also appeared in the western region bordering the Great Yen and the shaman land. Some people said that the super forces did not necessarily come for the Crepe Myrtle sect, but for Dark Shaman City. Some people saw the people of the archaic Dao sect enter the shaman land. The Crepe Myrtle sect was a major sect in the Central Plains, but the super forces of the cultivation world that had existed for countless years did not think highly of it. The Crepe Myrtle sect was a major sect in the Central Plains. As the days passed, Dark Shaman City began to regain its vitality. Some cultivators from the Central Plains began to contact the Gu family in Dark Shaman City. Then, Dark Shaman City gradually became livelier. Cultivators from the Central Plains kept appearing in the city, and the local shamans started returning as well. Half a year had passed, and Dark Shaman City had returned to how it used to be. The city was bustling with people. Even though the city had a new owner, nothing had changed. The local magihumans and foreign cultivators could enter and leave freely. The heirs of the super forces of the cultivation world had also appeared in Dark Shaman City. However, they did not seem to be hostile toward He Tian and Shaoqing. Someone discovered that someone had set up a killing formation in Dark Shaman City. The range of the killing formation covered the entire city. Once the formation was activated, the life and death of the people in the city would be in the hands of the person who set up the killing formation. When the news spread, it immediately attracted the attention of formation grandmasters from some of the major forces. Then, they came to the conclusion that this was an ancient killing formation that had been lost for generations. The power of an ancient killing formation was enough to kill an immortal. Even a super expert of the mysterious transformation realm, or even a celestial being, would die in the formation. The super forces were even more curious about the experts in the city lord's mansion. They could not believe that they could set up an ancient killing formation that had been lost for generations. What was their background? Could it be an ancient force that had existed for countless years? Everyone was guessing. Some people even wanted to meet the experts in the city lord's mansion, but they were rejected. Time passed silently. Winter came and went. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During these 3 years, the figures of important figures appeared in the land of shamans from time to time. The heirs of the ancient forces seemed to treat the land of shamans as a training ground. Battles broke out in the land of shamans from time to time. All kinds of news spread quickly in Dark Shaman City. The goddesses of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground and the heirs of the archaic Tao sect fought for 3 days and 3 nights in the wilderness. It was difficult to determine the winner. The heirs of the primordial immortal trail and the heirs of the Jiang family from the ancient world fought in the land of the shaman demon. All kinds of rumors spread in Dark Shaman City. One day, at dusk, the sun was setting in the west. An explosive piece of news spread in Dark Shaman City. All the cultivators were dumbfounded. A little fatty had just beaten up Zhou Haoyang, the heir of the Zhou family from the clan of the ancients outside the city. What? The heir of the Zhou family couldn't even fight back and was beaten up by that little fatty? Exactly. I don't know where this little fatty came from, but he beat up the heir of the Zhou family from the clan of the ancients. Even his front teeth were knocked out. How dare he humiliate the heir of the clan of the ancients? The clan of the ancients is a super force that has existed since the primordial era. Latest news, latest news. That little fatty went to the goddesses of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground and said that he would take the goddesses of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground back to be his wife. What? No way. Let's go and take a look. The cultivators in the city were immediately fired up. They excitedly rushed out of Dark Shaman City and headed toward a barren mountain outside the city. Soon, the news spread throughout the city. All the cultivators in the city were shocked. Someone wanted to take the goddesses of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground back to be his wife. This had never happened before. Everyone knew that the goddesses of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground would never marry. Countless cultivators rushed out of Dark Shaman City and headed toward the barren mountain outside the city. They wanted to see who the little fatty was and how he could make such a bold statement. In the barren mountain, 2 people stood on top of 2 small mountains that were only a few hundred feet apart. One of them was a white-robed little fatty with a smile on his face. His appearance was not outstanding at all. The other was an otherworldly beauty in a fluttering purple robe. It was as if she could fly away with the wind at any moment. Who are you? The fairy in a purple robe asked calmly. Who am I? I'm your future husband. The little fatty said with a smile. You! The fairy in a purple robe was immediately angered. The fairies of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground were not to be defiled. No one dared to speak to her like that. Hee, you look better when you're angry than when you're not angry. The little fatty said with a cheeky smile. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This little fatty really didn't know the difference between life and death. He actually dared to speak like that in front of a fairy. He really didn't know how to write the word death. You scoundrel. The fairy in a purple robe was really angry. Her body trembled slightly and her willowy eyebrows were raised. A red mark on her forehead shone with rays of divine light. The fairy in a purple robe was surrounded by a vast amount of celestial force. Her dress fluttered even though there was no wind. She was about to attack. Chapter 729. It's like a toad lusting after a swan's meat. That kid must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. How dare he say that he would take the Yaotai goddess back to be his wife? The Yaotai sacred ground has existed for countless years. It's an ancient power that once produced an almighty. Legend has it that there are still almighties guarding the Yaotai sacred ground. Could it be that this little fatty is also from an ancient power that can contend with the Yaotai sacred ground? Many cultivators had gathered in the barren mountains outside of Dark Witch City. Many of them were pointing at the little fatty and the purple-robed fairy, whispering to each other. Those who dared to challenge the Yaotai ancient sacred ground must have a powerful background. Since ancient times, no one had ever dared to say that they would take the Yaotai ancient sacred grounds goddess as his wife. The Yaotai ancient sacred grounds goddess could not be blasphemed. If someone really did that, the entire Yaotai ancient sacred ground would go crazy. This matter concerned the reputation of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground. Even the almighties of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground would take action. You've gone too far. The purple-robed fairy was really angry. She was the most outstanding descendant of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground. In the Yaotai ancient sacred ground, she was the center of attention. No one had ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of her. The purple-robed fairy's body was surrounded by a divine light. She was like a goddess from the 9 heavens, extraordinary and refined. Hee, it's because I fell in love with you at first sight. I'm going to have you. The little fatty said with a cheeky smile. If he could take this fairy back and make her his wife, he would have finished his apprenticeship. Although he had defeated Zhou Haoyang, the descendant of the Zhou clan of the ancients, he was not satisfied with such a result. You deserve to die. A cold light flashed in the purple-robed fairy's eyes. A cold murderous aura immediately spread from her body. The people who were watching from afar immediately felt a strong pressure. It was as if a huge rock was pressing on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. The anger of a fairy was no small matter. Everyone was secretly shocked as they watched the scene in front of them. I really don't want to fight you. The little fatty was still full of smiles, making people feel as if they were really quarreling with each other and not really wanting to have a big fight. Humph. The purple-robed fairy sneered and didn't say anything else. Her celestial spiritual energy surged. Whoosh! A beam of divine light, like moonlight, shot out from her body and headed straight for the little fatty. The cold sword chi reverberated in the air, and the surrounding temperature plummeted under the impact of the sword chi. The people who were watching from afar felt the cold chi assaulting their bodies, as though a divine weapon was pressed against their necks. Little Fatty was still extremely calm in the face of the sharp sword gleam. He did not show the slightest bit of nervousness. He waited until the sword gleam was about to reach him before he stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword gleam. The 5 fingers on the little fatty's right hand shone with a brilliant golden light. It was as if his hand was made of gold. He did not fear the sharpness of the sword light at all. No matter how much the sword light struggled in his hand like a snake, it could not escape from his fingers. How is this possible? He actually grabbed a flying sword with his bare hands. His body can't even be harmed by a flying sword. The onlookers were shocked. The little fatty had actually grabbed a flying sword with his bare hands. Everyone was dumbfounded and shocked. That was a flying sword, not an ordinary saber or sword. Even the purple-robed fairy was shocked. Her opponent's body had already reached an unimaginable level. She knew best how powerful the flying sword she had refined was. Ouch! How could I accept that? Sister Feiyu actually gave her intrinsic flying sword to little brother. This token of love was too valuable. How can I accept it? Why don't I change to another one? The little fatty exerted force in his hand and used his powerful strength to suppress the sword gleam in his hand. A small bronze sword less than a foot long appeared in his hand. The purple-robed fairy, Ling Feiyu, was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Her body swayed and her face instantly turned pale. She was shocked to find that her connection with the flying sword had been severed. The jadeite holy maiden was horrified and her face turned pale. She was not affected. Her opponent had only severed her connection with the flying sword and did not erase the spiritual imprint on the sword. She knew that her opponent had shown mercy. What was the background of this unprepossessing little fatty? He had defeated the successor of the Zhou family of the remote antiquity. It was not a fluke. He really had the strength to do so. The jadeite holy maiden's thoughts raced. Damn it! Ling Feiyu was shocked and furious that her flying sword had been taken away. A powerful wave of immortal power surged from her body. Then, she shot up into the sky, surrounded by divine light. Swoosh! 9 godly rays burst out from her body. Then, under the illumination of the godly rays, 9 indistinguishable silhouettes appeared in the sky. They were surrounded by colorful lights and immortal auras. It was a scene of immortals flying from the 9 heavens in front of the crowd. Transcendent flying immortal. That's the supreme immortal skill of the jadeite ancient sacred ground, transcendent flying immortal. Someone exclaimed. Someone recognized the immortal Dao mystique that Ling Feiyu was using. The jadeite holy maiden was using one of the supreme immortal skills of the jadeite ancient sacred ground. Rumble, the entire void shook. The 9 indistinguishable figures emitted a terrifying wave of immortal power. 9 rays of divine light descended from the sky. The divine light cut through the void and pierced through it, heading for the little fatty. A destructive aura that made one's heart palpitate spread out mightily. Although the transcendent flying immortal was beautiful and enchanting, a great murderous intent was hidden behind the beauty. The jadeite ancient sacred ground is indeed extraordinary. At this time, the little fatty finally stopped smiling and became serious. His opponent was an expert at the 9th heaven of the void imperial realm. He could not be underestimated. The little fatty took a step and shot up into the sky. Boom! The small mountain under his feet exploded instantly. Rubble flew through the air and shot in all directions. This detestable little fatty. That fatso deserves to die 1,000 times. The crowd saw countless rubble and mud flying towards them. Their expressions changed. They cursed the little fatty and ran away in a panic. Some people who could not run away in time were smashed until their heads were bleeding. They cursed the little fatty's ancestors. At this time, the little fatty had already started fighting with the fairies of the jadeite ancient sacred ground. The little fatty displayed powerful combat power. He waved his fists and smashed the terrifying killing lights. He rushed out of the 9 indistinguishable figures of the fairy realm. He threw a punch, and the ferocious power shook the void. Bam! With a bang, a fairy realm figure, which was hard to discern whether it was real or fake, immediately exploded and dissipated in the void. The little fatty's combat power was monstrous. He was using his extremely powerful strength to fight against the divine technique of the fairy realm. He was using one technique to break all techniques. This was the power of the martial path. Fire element fist. The little fatty shouted and threw another punch. The fire burned the sky red. The glaring fire flickered as if it was going to burn everything in the world. Terrifying fist energy surged out and engulfed the remaining 8 fairies. Bam! The 8 fairies were shattered by the fist power of the fire element fist. A figure flew out. The holy maiden of the jadeite ancient sacred ground was sent flying. This guy doesn't know how to be gentle with the fairies. Someone who saw this scene could not help but shake his head and sigh. How could he be so cruel to the fairies of the jadeite ancient sacred ground? Swoosh! The little fatty took a step forward and instantly caught up with Ling Feiyu, who was sent flying. He then used his hand to chop Ling Feiyu's neck, knocking her out. Ha! I said that I want to snatch a fairy to be my wife. The little fatty laughed loudly. He then carried the unconscious Ling Feiyu with one hand and rushed into the sky. It can't be. How is this possible? The fairies of the jadeite ancient sacred ground were really captured. The people who saw this scene were dumbfounded. This little fatty was too awesome. He had actually captured the fairies of the jadeite ancient sacred ground. This little fatty was really abnormal. He had defeated the jadeite ancient sacred ground's holy maiden so easily. It was hard for them to believe what they had just seen. Boom! At this moment, a huge tremor came from outside the barren mountain. The whole world shook violently. An extremely powerful aura came from outside the barren mountain. Everyone was shocked, and their minds were shaken. In the sky above the barren mountain, a huge hand tore through the void and emitted a terrifying energy wave. It directly grabbed at the little fatty. An unparalleled expert was secretly making a move. Although the holy maiden of the jadeite ancient sacred ground had left the jadeite ancient sacred ground to train in the world, there was still an unparalleled expert secretly following and protecting her. The unparalleled expert who was secretly protecting the holy maiden of the jadeite ancient sacred ground would definitely not allow the little fatty to capture the holy maiden of the jadeite ancient sacred ground. Hence, he had no choice but to make a move. The little fatty turned pale with fright. A terrifying pressure came down from the huge hand. The immense power locked down the space. He was fixed high up in the sky and could not move at all. He could only watch as the huge hand came down from above. It was difficult for him to escape. Oh no! Cold sweat instantly drenched the little fatty's clothes. He desperately activated the ethereal force in his body, wanting to rush out. However, in front of an unparalleled expert, he could not fight back at all. The difference in his strength was too great. They were not on the same level at all. Why lower yourself to the same level as a junior? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Then, a figure flashed and appeared next to the little fatty. He put a hand on the little fatty's shoulder and instantly pulled him out from under the huge hand. The huge hand that came down from the sky immediately grabbed thin air. Master! The little fatty was overjoyed when he saw the person who had come. The person who had pulled him out from under the huge hand was his master, Gu Fei. At this moment, the huge hand disappeared and a figure appeared in the void. It was a middle-aged woman dressed in white and surrounded by immortal qi. Chapter 730. The heirs of the superpowers were all geniuses. When they entered the world to train, there would definitely be experts protecting them in secret. No one would want their heirs to be killed before they could grow up. It was the same for the Yaotai ancient sacred ground. The hidden experts of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground would never let little fatty capture their holy lady. The experts of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground had no choice but to come out. Let go of our holy lady. The middle-aged woman in white said indifferently. She stood in front of Gu Fei, as if she had become one with the void around her. An immortal realm expert? Gu Fei could not help but frown when he sensed the aura of the woman. The Yao Tai ancient sacred ground had actually sent an immortal realm expert to protect their holy lady in secret. It was enough to show how much importance the Yao Tai ancient sacred ground placed on their holy lady. Yao Tai ancient sacred ground. Gu Fei's expression changed several times. He waved his hand and the Yao Tai saintess in little Fatty's arms flew towards the female immortal god. He was not afraid of the Yao Tai ancient sacred ground, but he did not want to cause any more trouble. He was leaving the shaman land and did not want to make enemies for little Fatty and the Gu family. The female immortal realm reached out to carry the unconscious holy lady and nodded to Gu Fei. She turned and left, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. The crowd thought that they were going to see a good show, but they did not expect this outcome. They could not help but feel disappointed and gradually dispersed. "Look at what you've done." Gu Fei glanced at little Fatty and said indifferently. There was no hint of reproach in his tone. "Master, I think I've been tricked," little Fatty said with a strange expression. "What?" Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard that. He hurriedly swept his gaze over little Fatty's body. His gaze pierced through the void and directly saw through little Fatty's physical body. "Master, do you believe in love at first sight?" little Fatty asked. Gu Fei was stunned when he heard that. Then he came to a realization and retracted his gaze. This kid was not injured. It seemed that he had really fallen for the girl from the Yao Tai ancient sacred ground. "Love at first sight, my ass," Gu Fei said snappily. This brat was really too outrageous. He didn't seem to be so proactive in his training, and he got dizzy when he saw a beautiful girl. "Master." Little Fatty felt wronged. The holy maiden of the Yao Tai ancient sacred ground doesn't marry anyone. However, if you are strong enough, you can snatch her away and make her your wife. Gu Fei looked deeply at the little Fatty as he spoke slowly. "If Master is willing to help." The little Fatty looked at Gu Fei with a hopeful expression. Gu Fei couldn't help glaring at him and said impatiently, "She's your wife. Don't expect me to help you. You actually want me to help you chase a girl? This is too much." Thinking of this, Gu Fei felt a little unhappy. Could it be that he had accepted the wrong disciple? For the past 3 years, Gu Fei had thrown everything aside and focused on raising little Fatty's cultivation. He imparted all sorts of martial Tao to little Fatty and imprinted half of the martial scripture into little Fatty's mind. This little Fatty did not let him down. It only took him 3 years to reach the void-controlling realm. This was something that Gu Fei could not imagine. One had to know that a void-controlling realm cultivator's battle prowess was unparalleled. They could even fight against a demigod realm cultivator. Of course, little Fatty's current power was inseparable from Gu Fei's group. In order to improve little Fatty's cultivation, Gu Fei not only fed him countless spirit essences of the world, but also used the heavenly spring of life to help him change his muscles and cleanse his marrows. Gu Fei chatted with little Fatty for a bit before bringing him back to Dark Shaman City. Someone had already recognized little Fatty. He had disappeared for 3 years. Those who knew him all thought that he had died in the battle 3 years ago. Little Fatty's reappearance and display of his terrifying combat strength made some of the people who were once enemies of the Gu family uneasy. This little Fatty of the Gu family was someone who even dared to beat up the descendants of the clan of the remote antiquity and take liberties with the saintess of the Yao Tai ancient sacred ground. Some people were afraid of the Gu clan. They packed up and left the sorcerer's land. "Ha! You little brat, you really have the demeanor of old hay." When Gu Fei returned to the city lord's mansion in Dark Shaman City with little Fatty Gu Zhong, He Tian came to greet them. "Greetings, Uncle Master He." Little Fatty bowed when he saw He Tian. He. I heard that you wanted to snatch the holy lady of the Yao Tai ancient sacred ground as your wife." He Tian seemed to be very happy. He patted little Fatty's shoulder. What a pity. I was about to succeed, but a female deity appeared out of nowhere. I failed on the verge of success. Little Fatty said regretfully. Humph. You're too reckless, kid. The Holy Lady of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground is not someone you can just snatch at will. Even I didn't dare to think about it in the past. Why? Do you remember what happened in your past life? Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and asked. No, unless I'm truly reborn. However, although I haven't completely remembered what happened in my past life, I do have some vague impressions of what happened in my past life, He Tian answered. It was too difficult for an undead creature to be reborn. In the long history of the Naraka realm, there was only one supreme being who could truly defy the heavens and be reborn. I just need to break through to the next level and I'll be able to regrow my bones and show my face to others. He Tian was looking forward to that day. Just as Gu Fei was about to speak, someone walked in from outside. Big brother, when are we leaving the sorcerer's land? The person who walked in was Xiao Qing. He asked as soon as he walked in. Greetings, Uncle Master Xiao Qing. Little Fatty did not dare to delay and quickly bowed to Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing only nodded and looked at Gu Fei, waiting for his answer. For the past 3 years, Xiao Qing had been cooped up in Dark Sorcerer City. The sorcerer's land was barren and unruly. It was not a land of immortal spirits. True experts would only appear in immortal spirits. They would never cultivate in the sorcerer's land. When that thing is successfully refined, we'll leave the sorcerer's land. I can't wait. Gu Fei said. He wanted to understand the situation in the world. He wanted to know what had happened in the Taishan sect in the past 300 years. The sorcerer's land was too far away from the eastern region. It was difficult to find information about the Taishan sect in the sorcerer's land. Would the return of the archaic sect affect the Taishan sect? The return of the ancient barons would definitely affect the major forces of the Tinglong continent. The cultivation world of the Tinglong continent was no longer the same as it had been before. Gu Fei and Xiao Qing talked for a while in the city lord's office. Then, they opened the inner world and walked in with little Fatty. He Tian and Xiao Qing remained in the city lord's office. There was an extremely obscure aura lingering in the depths of the city lord's office. Chapter 731. Time flew by. Half a month had passed. He Tian had covered the plaza of the city lord's office with pieces of spiritual jades shrouded in spiritual energy. He was carving mysterious runes on the spiritual jades. He had been busy for a few days. He was setting up a teleportation matrix. Gu Fei and the others had already taken care of everything in Dark Shaman City. He Tian had given the little Fatty the matrix disc that covered the entire Dark Shaman City and taught the little Fatty how to control the killing matrix. Gu Fei had also given the little Fatty a divine weapon refined by a celestial. With these two safeguards, even a celestial would not be able to threaten the Gu clan of Dark Shaman City. Only a powerful cultivator could break through the killing matrix that He Tian had set up. Once the teleportation matrix was set up, Gu Fei and the others would immediately leave the sorcerer's land. They had stayed in the sorcerer's land for too long. They could not stay any longer. 7 days passed. At dusk, on the square in front of the main hall of the city lord's mansion, there was a strange energy fluctuation. A super transmission array was finally completed. On the ground, at a glance, there were mysterious runes that flickered with spiritual light. The ground was covered in square spiritual jades. There were probably thousands of them. Countless runes were flashing and the aura of the Great Path lingered. This was definitely not an ordinary teleportation matrix. Master, are you really not going to take your disciple with you? Outside the teleportation matrix, the little Fatty looked at Gu Fei pitifully. He wanted to stay by Gu Fei's side. Gu Fei looked at the little fatty and said calmly, "Do you know that I took you as my disciple because I want to pass on the teachings of the martial ancestor? You can only come to the Taishan sect in the eastern region to find me when you are successful in your cultivation." Well. The little fatty wanted to say more. "Alright, you don't have to say any more." Gu Fei stopped little fatty, not allowing him to continue. "Senior, I will never forget your great kindness to the Gu clan." At this moment, all the members of the Gu clan had gathered outside the formation. The Gu clan's patriarch, Gu Tiansheng, had even brought a group of Gu clan members to kneel on the ground. The members of the Gu family shed tears of gratitude towards Gu Fei and the others. Not only did Gu Fei and the others save the Gu family from the brink of extinction, they also made the Gu family the masters of the land of Sorcerer. Among the people kneeling on the ground was Little Fatty's father, Big Fatty. "The martial scripture I'm going to impart to you is definitely not inferior to the mystic arts of the ancient desolate powers. You have to cultivate it well," Gu Fei warned. He had left behind a lot of spiritual essences of heaven and earth, as well as several large bottles of divine liquid of life sealed in jade bottles. With these treasures in hand, Little Fatty would be able to cultivate to the immortal spirit realm. Once he reached the immortal spirit realm, he would be able to leave the land of witchcraft and cross the central plains to head for the eastern region. "Big brother, let's go. It's getting late." Xiaoqing could not wait to leave the sorcerer's land of Sorcerer, a place where chickens lay eggs and birds did not even defecate. At this moment, the sun was setting, and tired birds were returning to their homes. Smoke rose from the chimneys of Dark Shaman City. No one knew that Gu Fei and the others were about to leave the city lord's mansion. The peerless killing formation covered the entire Dark Shaman City. The city lord's mansion was a city within a city. Ever since the 18 flags were planted around the mansion, they had not been put away. The power of the formation concealed all auras from the city lord's mansion, isolating it from the rest of the world. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan entered the teleportation formation one after another. After bidding farewell to Little Fatty, Gu Fei also entered the teleportation formation. Little Fatty had been with Gu Fei for the past 3 years. Although Gu Fei treated him coldly, there was a bond between master and disciple. Seeing that Gu Fei was about to leave, Little Fatty could not help but tear up. He Tian activated the teleportation formation. Countless spiritual jades emitted a dazzling spiritual light, and the spiritual energy of the surroundings was activated. At this moment, many experts outside the city could feel the energy ripples in the surroundings. What's going on? In the sky, a beautiful middle-aged woman and an otherworldly woman looked toward the city in surprise. The people from Yaotai had not gone far. The heirs of the ancient antiquity forces who were training in the sorcerer's land also sensed the abnormality in the city. Many of them flew into the sky and stood in the sky, watching the city. However, all they could see was a vast expanse of whiteness where the city lord's mansion was. Someone had sealed off the space with a powerful spell. The runes carved on the spiritual jade seemed to have come to life. They rushed out from the spiritual jades and enveloped Gu Fei's group within. The heavens and earth shook as spiritual energy gathered from all directions. Boom! A strong light flashed, and no one could open their eyes. A dazzling beam of light shot into the sky from the city lord's mansion. It broke through the space and entered the chaotic void. What happened? What's wrong? What's the Gu family doing? Many people saw the dazzling divine light and could not help but discuss it. In the past 3 years, the sorcerer's land had changed masters. The Gu family had made several big moves and had almost taken over all the territories of the 12 sorcerer tribes. Many people already knew that there was a powerful force supporting the Gu family. Even the Crepe Myrtle sect's supreme leader was killed, and all the other forces were shocked. Everyone was shocked, but no one dared to find out what was going on. No one was willing to offend the force behind the Gu family. Whoosh! The divine light flashed, and the void shook. Mysterious runes appeared. Gu Fei's group flew out of the chaotic void and returned to the grand universe. The teleportation formation that Erebus had set up was an ancient formation that could allow one to travel through the primal chaos. It could travel thousands of miles in an instant, much faster than ordinary teleportation formations, and it could also transport a much greater distance. Boom! The moment Gu Fei's group came out of the chaotic void, a powerful pressure surged, making everyone's heart palpitate. When everyone saw the scene in front of them, they saw a huge mountain surrounded by black clouds. Countless cultivators were charging towards the mountain that was filled with demonic aura. Wild beasts roared, and cultivators fell from the sky above the mountain. Gu Fei's group was dumbfounded. They never thought that they would appear on a battlefield. On the ground, there were countless armored soldiers charging, and in the sky, there were cultivators fighting. Bang! The space trembled intensely as a gigantic golden imprint descended from the sky, radiating with boundless golden light as it blasted towards the mountain. The terrifying might radiating from the gigantic imprint shattered the void, shaking the heavens and earth, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Divinities are fighting. Gu Fei's expression changed. Had he entered a battlefield of demons and gods? It was obvious that an immortal dynasty was fighting against the demons. Rumble. Chapter 732. Who are you? There was a loud shout, and 3 unicorns covered in scales pulled a bronze chariot. They rolled across the sky and rushed toward Gu Fei and the others. On the bronze chariot stood a tall general in bronze armor, holding a bronze spear in his hand. The general's body surged with a towering murderous aura. Gu Fei and the others felt great pressure from the general. A peak immortal. Gu Fei's pupils involuntarily constricted. A battle general already possessed such tyrannical strength. The great Yan dynasty's foundation was truly terrifying. Gu Fei of the Taishan sect. There was no need for Gu Fei to hide his identity. With his strength, even if he encountered a cultivator who had surpassed the immortal realm, he would still be able to fight. The Taishan sect. The general was a middle-aged man with a bronze face. There was a look of surprise on his face. He drove the chariot and stopped in front of Gu Fei and the others. Gu Fei felt a heart-palpitating murderous aura from the general. This general was definitely a ruthless person who had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. I didn't expect the Taishan sect to still have people walking in the world. The general had a strange look on his face. Rumble, at this moment, heaven and earth shook. The golden seal in front of them smashed down from the sky, shattering half of the mountain. A monstrous demonic aura rushed out from the belly of the mountain, and a pitch-black hand smashed up against the sky. Bam! The pitch-black hand emitted a monstrous demonic power, directly blasting the mountain-like golden seal away. Kill! 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 The mountain collapsed, and countless demonic soldiers rushed out from the belly of the mountain, meeting the soldiers of the Yan dynasty at the foot of the mountain. More than a dozen powerful demonic shadows shot up into the sky, rushing toward the general in the sky. This was a war between the immortal dynasty and the demons. Killing immortals and destroying gods is the way of the great demons. A cold voice came from the belly of the mountain, and a terrifying demonic howl spread far and wide. It was as if a true demon had awakened, and a terrifying demonic power erupted from the belly of the mountain. Humph! With a cold snort, a middle-aged man with a purple-gold dragon crown on his head and a large golden seal in his hand appeared in the air. He was clad in a purple dragon robe, and his black beard fluttered in the wind. Chaotic Heaven's great demon, die quickly. The middle-aged man was shrouded in dragon chi, and 9 true dragon phantoms appeared on his body. It was as if a dragon emperor had descended. He directly charged down from the sky, broke through the layers of demon chi, and clashed with the great demon in the belly of the mountain. The war between deities and demons broke out. More than 10 powerful immortal generals who drove chariots were fighting with more than 10 demonic humans who rushed out of the hinterland of the mountain. Hurry up and leave. When the general saw this, he did not say anything more to Gu Fei and the others. He turned the chariot around, held the divine spear, and charged towards the battlefield. When Gu Fei and the rest saw this scene, they wanted to help, but the other party did not seem willing to intervene. This was a war between the Great Yan dynasty and the demons. Gu Fei and the others retreated far away, watching from afar. From the words and expression of the immortal general of the Great Yan dynasty, Gu Fei felt a trace of unease. Had something happened to the Taishan sect? He could not help but worry. 300 years was not a long time for cultivators who had seen through life and death, but in these 300 years, the world had begun to change. The forces of the ancient times had returned, and Gu Fei wanted to know the current situation of the Taishan sect. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy came from the front, and half of the mountain was completely shattered. Countless stones and dirt flew in all directions, and countless Great Yan soldiers and demonic soldiers were crushed to death on the spot. This was a war involving immortals and gods, and mortals were simply cannon fodder. Two terrifying figures rushed out from the ground, and everyone in the sky dodged at the first moment. This was a battle between super cultivators of the celestial being realm. The terrifying power spread out, and the countless soldiers and demons of the Great Yan dynasty who were fighting at the foot of the mountain immediately turned into a mist of blood. They were washed away by the energy storm and dissipated between the heavens and the earth, leaving nothing behind. Immortals and true demons did not care about the life and death of mortals. Several immortal generals of the Great Yan dynasty could not escape in time, and had to abandon the bronze chariots under their feet and soar into the sky. The chariots suddenly collapsed in the void. Wild beasts roared, and blood splattered everywhere. Kill! Kill! The two great gods and demons of the celestial being realm fought from the ground to the sky. The golden seal drew upon the power of heaven and earth and smashed toward the demon. The sky was smashed to pieces and collapsed. The power of destruction was vast and mighty. The attack of the celestial being shook the mountains and rivers, and the sky trembled. Swish! The pitch-black saber light soared into the sky, splitting heaven and earth as it clashed with the huge seal. There was a terrifying demonic saber in chaotic heaven's great demon's hand. With a slash of the saber, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was instantly sucked dry. Boom! The dragon chi was vast and mighty, and the demonic chi soared into the sky. Two extremely terrifying powers collided in an instant, and it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The void between the two turned into nothingness. The mighty power shattered the void, and terrifying cracks spread out into the distance. Even the immortal generals of the Great Yan and the demon cultivators who could not dodge in time were swept away. It was too terrifying, as if doomsday had come. Many of the Great Yan soldiers and demon soldiers on the ground had died. Gu Fei and He Tian were also shocked. The super experts of the celestial being realm were too powerful. Every move they made could shatter a part of the world. Gu Fei wanted to know where he and the others had been teleported to, so he flew down from the sky, grabbed a soldier of the Great Yan dynasty, and rushed into a dense forest. At this time, no one noticed Gu Fei and the others. The battle between the gods and the demons had reached a white-hot stage, and the Great Yan dynasty had temporarily gained the upper hand. Soon, Gu Fei and the others found out what they wanted to know from the soldier of the Great Yan dynasty. My ancient teleportation formation can teleport 100,000 miles, but it still could not pass through the Great Yan dynasty. Is the Central Plains really so vast? He Tian said in shock. They were now in a place called the Land of Immortals in the east of the Great Yan dynasty. This was one of the most dangerous places in the Central Plains, and even after teleporting 100,000 miles, they still could not pass through the Great Yan dynasty. One could imagine how vast the territory of this immortal dynasty was. The immortal graveyard was actually the slumbering place of the chaotic heaven's great demon. There was a demonic aura that seeped out. Over time, this place turned into a dangerous place. There were often terrifying magical beasts roaming about. Even though it was a dangerous place, it was also a training ground for the princes and princesses of the Great Yen dynasty. Over the years, countless princes of the Great Yen dynasty had hunted powerful demonic beasts here. However, something strange happened in this dangerous place 100 years ago. There were 3 princes and a prince of the royal family. After entering this dangerous place, they disappeared as if they had evaporated from the world. The disappearance of a prince and a prince of the royal family shook the entire Great Yen dynasty. The Great Yen dynasty immediately sent an imperial uncle of the immortal realm into the land of immortals to search for the missing princes. However, Uncle Wang did not return either. This matter finally alerted the old imperial uncle of the Great Yen dynasty. He personally went into the land of immortals. Then, the demonic aura in the land of immortals was vast and mighty, and a terrible war broke out. Although the old imperial uncle of the Great Yen dynasty had monstrous magic power, he was still defeated in the end. He escaped with serious injuries and brought back shocking news. In the land of immortals, there was a great devil sleeping. Therefore, there was the war between the gods and the devils today. The name Great Devil of Chaotic Heaven was extremely ancient. He was definitely a super antique. Perhaps only the antiques that had survived the ancient times knew his origin. The land of immortals did not bury immortals, but devils. Boss, let's not meddle in other people's business. Let's just take it as passing by. In the forest, He Tian said so. This guy would never do something that was strenuous and unrewarding. Hee, since we've met, how can we not stretch our muscles? Xiao Qing said. He had no experience fighting demons. His battle record was like a rainbow, and his blood was already boiling. He Tian couldn't help but look at Gu Fei. Everyone followed Gu Fei's lead. Gu Fei was their boss. It's also good to make friends with the upper echelons of the Great Yen dynasty and understand the current situation of the cultivation world from them, Gu Fei thought. After making up his mind, he directly opened the inner world in his dantian. This was the inner world that Gu Fei had refined from Li Xuandao, the ancestor of the celestial race. Li Xuandao's inner world was a divine land. Gu Fei had used one of the 9 secrets of immortal Dao, divine snatch, to seize Li Xuandao's fruit of the way. Thus, he had 2 inner worlds. No one would believe that Gu Fei had 2 inner worlds. The inner world that Gu Fei had opened up was, of course, far inferior to Li Xuandao's. Li Xuandao's inner world already had the embryonic form of a world. The celestial race and the undead race were in the divine land connected to Gu Fei's dantian. The celestial race and the undead race were Gu Fei's trump cards, and he would not use them easily. It was only in the land of shamans that Gu Fei had used the power of the undead race. Gu Fei opened up his inner world and summoned Li Jingxia, the celestial race lord, and Li Fan, the hierarch. These were 2 celestial beings, and he wanted to kill the celestial demon. Swoosh! Swoosh! After Shen clan Lord Li Jingxia and hierarch Li Fan came out of their inner worlds, they immediately broke through the void and walked in the void. In an instant, they appeared in the sky and surrounded the chaotic heaven's great demon. The aura of the celestial beings filled the world, and all things in the world trembled. The power of heaven and earth was stirred up, and everyone was indescribably shocked, especially the celestial demon. His mind was shaken, and without thinking, he turned into a beam of demonic light and shot up into the sky, trying to escape. The newcomer was a celestial being of the celestial Tao. The celestial Tao and the demonic Tao, one righteous and one evil, had been irreconcilable since ancient times. The sudden appearance of 2 celestial beings of the celestial Tao shocked the celestial demon. At this time, Gu Fei, Shao Qing, and the others also shot up into the sky, rushing towards the demonic cultivator. Chapter 733. Rumble, the golden seal descended from the sky, locking down the void and breaking through heaven and earth. It broke through the layers of demonic chi and intercepted the demon that was trying to escape. Friends from the Primordial Tao Gate, you've come at the right time. Primordial Tao Gate, your end has come. The celestial realm expert from the Great Yen dynasty was overjoyed. The righteous and evil were irreconcilable. The Primordial Tao Gate and the Undying Dynasty were on the same side. Primordial Tao Gate. Li Jingxia and Hierarch Li Fan couldn't help but look at each other. Could it be that their ancestor, the Supreme Tao Ancestor, had left his teachings in the world? This was a big deal. However, the most important thing now was to kill the demon before them. One had to know that in the primordial era, the battle between immortals and true demons had reached a point where they couldn't coexist. Demons were the greatest enemy of the world. Li Jingxia and Li Fan didn't say anything else. They directly took out their respective treasures and pressed towards the demon. The divine power of the immortal Tao was vast and mighty, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Li Jingxia held a 9-layered glass pagoda in his hand. Divine light coiled around it, and there were divine runes engraved on the pagoda. Hierarch Li Fan's treasure was a bronze 8 trigrams. The trigrams rotated and displayed the 8 symbols, as if 8 worlds were faintly discernible. Humph. You want to kill me? Do you think you're Tao ancestors or martial ancestors? The demon sneered. Although he was shocked to be surrounded by 3 celestial realm experts, he didn't panic. Die, demon. Li Jingxia's long hair fluttered in the wind as he pressed forward. The glass pagoda in his hand burst out with a dazzling divine light that soared into the sky. In an instant, it became as huge as a mountain and pressed down on the demon below. Countless divine runes of the immortal Tao appeared on the body of the pagoda. The aura of the great Tao circulated, and the bottom of the pagoda produced a heaven-devouring suction force that devoured the void. Roar! Heavenly demon slaughtering God. The demon roared madly as demonic energy surged. The demonic saber in his hand turned into a 10,000 zhang-long saber light that tore the heavens and earth apart. The god-slaying demonic saber slashed out, and the power of heaven and earth within a radius of several hundred miles gathered towards the demonic saber in a frenzy, forming a terrifying saber light that directly collided with the 9-story glass divine pagoda. Boom! The demonic saber and the 9-storied divine pagoda collided with each other in an instant, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The power of destruction spread out, shattering the void, and visible ripples spread out. At the same time, the 8 trigrams in Li Fan's hand burst out with a divine light. The 8 trigrams broke apart and rushed towards the chaotic heaven great demon. The 8 trigrams turned into 8 small worlds that sealed the sky and trapped the chaotic heaven great demon. Rumble, the 8 trigrams displayed a terrifying might, drawing upon the power of the 8 phases of heaven and earth. Earth, water, wind, and fire emerged and surged toward the great demon of chaos in the middle, wanting to refine this great demon alive. The chaotic heaven's great demon roared again and again. The god-slaying demonic saber slashed down incessantly. The pitch-black saber light that caused one's heart to palpitate tore through the void. The impact of the impact caused the 8 trigrams to tremble repeatedly. It was actually showing signs of collapsing. What a powerful demon! The chaotic heaven great demon's unparalleled combat strength shocked Li Fan. When the celestial being powerhouses of the Great Yen dynasty saw this, they hurriedly took action. They struck out with divine power and activated the golden seal, bombarding the chaotic heaven great demon who was trapped in the 8 trigrams. The 9-storied glazed divine pagoda also flew back. Divine light soared into the sky, and Taoist rhymes circulated as it attacked the chaotic heaven great demon. Each level of the divine pagoda seemed to be guarded by a deity, emitting a monstrous divine power that obliterated the void of heaven and earth. Its power was so great that it shocked everyone. The three celestial beings took action and temporarily trapped the chaotic heaven great demon. On the other side, due to the help of Gu Fei and the others, the great Yan dynasty had already taken the initiative on the battlefield and suppressed the group of demon generals. Bam! Gu Fei displayed his terrifying combat strength and directly smashed a demon general into pieces with a punch. In the bloody light, a small person surrounded by demon chi rushed out. The small person was only the size of a thumb, but it emitted a powerful primordial spirit fluctuation. This small person was the primordial spirit of the demon general. For an expert of this level, even if his body was destroyed, as long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed, he would not be considered dead. Of course, Gu Fei would not let the primordial spirit of the demon general escape. He stretched out his hand, and the power of yin and yang surged in his hand, imprisoning the void. He grabbed the primordial spirit of the demon general in his hand. With a little force, Gu Fei directly grabbed the primordial spirit of the demon general and crushed it. The vast soul power was swallowed into his body and surged to strengthen his spirit. When the group of demon generals saw this scene, they could not help but turn pale with fright. Not only was the other party unparalleled, but his methods were also vicious. It was simply comparable to the people of the diabolism. Ha! Big brother, let's compete and see who can kill more demons. Amidst the laughter, Shaoqing displayed the Dragon Clan's battle skill, tearing a demon general apart and dissipating his primordial spirit to devour his soul power. Good. Gu Fei replied. He used the 8 desolate steps, displaying the extreme speed of 8 steps. No one could compete with him in speed. With a few steps, he blocked another demon general high up in the sky. Boom! Without any superfluous words, Gu Fei directly pressed out with his palm. The void in front of his palm suddenly collapsed, and the demon general was sent flying away. Cultivators who were successful in their cultivation could be called kings in the same realm. It was difficult to meet a worthy opponent. Although they were all in the immortal realm, these demon generals were not a match for Gu Fei. Before they could even attack, they were already suppressed by Gu Fei. Gu Fei took a step forward and directly chased after them. Another palm strike was sent out. The terrifying palm force shattered the heaven and earth, and the demon general was sent flying again. By the third palm strike, the body of the demon general had already revealed a shocking crack. It was almost blown apart by Gu Fei's attack. Gu Fei struck out palm after palm. By the 5th palm strike, the demon general finally could not bear it anymore. His body was shattered by Gu Fei's palm force, and both his body and soul were destroyed. The demon generals continued to fall, and the side of chaotic heaven's great demon was doomed. Boom! Just when Gu Fei and the others were about to slaughter all the demon generals under chaotic heaven's great demon, a loud noise was heard. A mournful blood-colored demon light soared into the sky and disappeared into the firmament. Chase! The celestial realm super expert from the great Yan dynasty put away the golden seal, turned into a beam of divine light, and shot into the sky, chasing after chaotic heaven's great demon. The celestial race Lordly Jingxia and Hierarchly Fan also quickly put away their own magic treasures, and closely followed the celestial realm expert from the great Yan dynasty. Chaotic heaven's great demon did not hesitate to destroy his own demon body, and used the demonic blood escape technique to break through the power of the 8 symbols of heaven and earth, and rushed out. Chaotic heaven's great demon's vitality had been damaged. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill chaotic heaven's great demon, and no one wanted to miss it. If chaotic heaven's great demon recovered his vitality, it would be very difficult to kill him again. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. As soon as chaotic heaven's great demon escaped, the other demons and demon generals immediately fled in all directions. Chase! Chapter 734. Swish! The 8 desolation steps, 8 steps of extreme speed, was unparalleled in the world. Gu Fei only chased for a few dozen li before he intercepted the escaping demon general. It was a demon expert shrouded in black demonic flames. Without any words, the demon general attacked. Endless demonic flames condensed into thousands of black saber lights that tore through the void and slashed towards Gu Fei. The demonic energy was vast and mighty. The world seemed to be split into millions of pieces. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He directly swung his fist and broke through the layers of saber lights, pressing towards the demon general. Bang! Gu Fei punched out, and the violent force caused a part of the world to collapse, sending the demon general flying. No matter how many divine abilities and magical arts you have, I will break them with a single punch. The path of martial arts was the righteous path of strength. As long as one's strength was strong enough, even heaven and earth could be destroyed with a single punch. At this time, Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan had already disappeared from this world. They were not like Gu Fei, who had unparalleled speed. Shaoqing and the others each chased a demon general and were already far away. Roar! That devil general howled at the heavens. Devil flames towered up into the sky, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. His devil might was unparalleled as he soared up into the sky, transforming into 1,000-zhang-long devil dragon as he lunged towards Gu Fei. This demon general's true form was actually a demon dragon. This surprised Gu Fei. The demon dragon soared into the sky, endless demonic flames curling around it. This was a fire dragon. Boom! The mountain-like dragon claw tore through the world and clawed towards Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei pressed out with his palm. His yin-yang god force surged and collided with the dragon claw. The dragon claw shattered and the 1,000-meter-long demon dragon was almost split in two by Gu Fei's palm. Bang! The demonic dragon let out a long roar and spewed out a towering black demonic flame towards Gu Fei. The terrifying demonic flame covered the sky and the earth, causing the void to distort from the heat. Gu Fei soared into the sky with the power of yin and yang protecting his body. Rays of yin and yang divine light circled around Gu Fei, blocking the demonic fire and landing directly on the back of the demonic dragon. Swish! Gu Fei's right hand emitted a dazzling white divine light. The supreme yang power condensed into a light blade that slashed towards the demon dragon, directly cutting it in two. Scales and blood splashed everywhere. The demon dragon roared and the two halves of its huge body fell from the sky. At the same time, a demonic light rushed out from the dragon's head. The demonic light broke the dragon's head and a small dragon was wrapped inside. It soared into the sky, trying to escape. That was the demon dragon's primordial spirit. It emitted a powerful soul force and fled in panic. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and captured the demon dragon's primordial spirit. He dispersed the demon dragon's divine sense and refined it into pure soul force before absorbing it into his body. Soul force was useful to any cultivator. It was the purest energy in the world. It contained endless vitality and could be used to strengthen the cultivator's divine soul. For experts above the immortal realm, the divine soul was their life. As long as the divine soul was not destroyed, life would never end. Even if their body was destroyed, they could still live. Cultivators who were successful in their cultivation were the kings of the same realm. Gu Fei easily killed the demon dragon. He stood in the void, his body flashing with divine light. The soul force was absorbed, making his divine soul stronger. With a thought, he sensed the aura of Shaoqing and the others. Swish! Gu Fei instantly disappeared from where he was. 100 miles away, in a mountain range, an azure dragon soared into the sky and fought with a terrifying demonic beast. Heaven and earth shook and the mountains collapsed. Roar! The dragon roared and endless dragon energy filled the sky. That was the aura of a true dragon. The dragon energy was like a huge dragon, as if there were thousands of divine dragons dancing in the sky. Shaoqing revealed his true dragon form. And the demonic general he was chasing also revealed his true form. It was a three-headed demon ape. Each head was the size of a small mountain, and there was a vertical eye on each head's forehead. Roar! The three-headed demon ape stood in the mountain range. With a roar, the nearby mountains collapsed. The demonic might was shocking, and the tyrannical aura caused all the creatures in the vicinity to tremble. The countless birds and beasts in the mountain all fled the mountain. Swish! The three vertical eyes on the three-headed demon ape's forehead suddenly opened. Three different colored demonic lights pierced through the void, shattering heaven and earth, and shot towards the azure dragon in the sky. A beam of demonic light was as black as ink, like the light of death rushing out from hell, emitting endless death aura. The demonic eye that shot out the black light seemed to be connected to hell, attracting the terrifying power of death. A beam of demonic light was as red as blood. The blood light illuminated the sky and the mountains were dyed red. There seemed to be a sea of blood behind the demonic eye that shot out the scarlet blood demonic light. The last beam of demonic light shot out from the demonic eye on the forehead of the middle head of the three-headed demonic ape. It seemed to be a colorless demonic light, but there seemed to be all kinds of colors faintly appearing within it. This was a beam of chaotic demonic light. The chaotic demonic light emitted the aura of chaos. That was the most primitive demonic power. It was hard to imagine that this demon ape had cultivated this kind of demonic power. Everywhere the demonic light passed, everything was destroyed and turned into chaotic nothingness. Its power was unparalleled, as if it could kill all living creatures in the world. Boom! Shaoqing's dragon claw clawed down from the sky. Endless dragon energy surged on the dragon claw, shattering the black demonic light and the bloody evil light. However, when facing the last beam of chaotic demonic light, Shaoqing was finally moved. Roar! Little Qing let out a deafening roar and spat out a dazzling seven-colored dragon pearl from its mouth. The pearl then dashed towards the primal chaos devil light. The seven-colored dragon ball exuded the aura of a true dragon, containing the power of a true dragon. Around the dragon ball, there were seven-colored divine dragons faintly visible. As soon as the dragon ball appeared, the aura of a true dragon in the world immediately increased. The earth and mountains within a radius of a few hundred miles began to overflow with the dragon energy of the earth. Endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards the seven-colored dragon ball. The seven-colored divine light lit up the entire world, as if a seven-colored sun had appeared in the sky. Boom! The seven-colored dragon ball descended from the sky like a sun, colliding with the chaotic demonic light. As soon as they collided, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Rumble! The vast, destructive energy waves shook the sky and the earth. The entire mountain range was instantly razed to the ground, and the earth undulated violently like waves. Two extremely powerful forces collided. The seven-colored dragon ball was blocked. The chaotic demonic light that was said to be able to destroy everything and kill all living creatures in the world could not break through the seven-colored dragon ball. This was a battle between the power of a true dragon and the power of chaos. Shaoqing and the three-headed demon ape were fighting with all their might, madly urging their powers to kill each other. For a moment, they were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Chapter 735. There were 5 realms above the immortal realm. Each realm was divided into 9 heavens. The difficulty of cultivation was like ascending to the heavens. Every breakthrough of a realm was like breaking through the 9 heavens. Shaoqing's cultivation should be at the 5th heaven of the immortal realm according to the realms in the Tinglong continent. However, the demon general she was fighting was a 3-headed demon ape. Its strength could be said to be on par with Little Qing, but the demon general's battle experience was incomparably abundant, and there were faint signs of him suppressing Little Qing. Rumble, the seven-colored dragon pearl was shaking and radiating divine light. Seven-colored dragon shadows appeared around the dragon pearl. The aura of a real dragon filled the sky. It was like a seven-colored sun in the sky, illuminating the entire world. Roar! The divine dragon roared and the sky and earth shook. Shaoqing revealed his real dragon body. His dragon aura was surging. His body emitted a light that was like a divine fire. Boundless demonic power surged into the seven-colored dragon pearl. The dragon pearl shone brightly. The power of the real dragon flowed and broke the void to resist the terrifying chaotic demonic light. The three-headed demonic ape stood on the ground. The mountains were flattened. The earth was shaking violently like waves from the impact of the mighty power. The area within 100 miles had become a desert. Demonic chi filled the sky and shrouded the earth. The three-headed demonic ape drew upon the earth and turned it into demonic chi. The vast demonic chi gathered towards the vertical eye on the forehead of the head in the middle. The chaotic demonic light penetrated the void and destroyed the world. It resisted the seven-colored dragon pearl that was falling from the sky. The demonic ape roared furiously. The power of the earth rose and turned into boundless demonic chi. The area within 100 miles was filled with demonic chi as if it had turned into a demonic domain. Gu Fei stood in the sky and watched the scene. He did not make a move. Shaoqing had too little battle experience. He needed to fight experts of the same level as him to train himself. Shaoqing still did not use that secret skill. Is he still at ease? Gu Fei thought. Rumble, two terrifying forces clashed against each other, shaking heaven and earth and shattering the void. The primal chaos devilish light grew stronger and stronger. The three-headed devilish ape was incomparably powerful. It actually drew upon the power of the earth, causing its combat prowess to rise. Roar! The demonic ape roared. Endless power of the earth rose from the ground and quickly turned into pitch-black demonic chi that entered the ape's body. Rays of destructive devilish light revolved around the devil ape's body. This devil ape was like a great devil that came from the ancient times, emitting a terrifying devilish aura that caused all living things to tremble. Demonic chi. The primal chaos magic light gradually shook the rainbow dragon ball, forcing it to gradually move towards little Qing. The primal chaos magic power seemed to have been completely stimulated. The demonic light shattered the void and pierced through heaven and earth, displaying its terrifying might. Little Qing's rainbow-colored dragon pearl was gradually suppressed. The demonic ape that drew upon the power of the thick earth had a shocking battle prowess. Roar! Little Qing kept roaring angrily, desperately channeling her demonic energy into the seven-colored dragon pearl, activating the power of the true dragon contained in the pearl. Within the rainbow divine light, there seemed to be a small dragon looming inside the dragon pearl. The dragon chi was vast and mighty, and the dragon chi of the earth contained in the surrounding mountains and rivers was drawn over. Above the dragon pearl, dragon shadows appeared. The true dragon's power was vast. But even so, the dragon pearl was still moving back to Shaoqing. The destructive demonic light was so powerful that Shaoqing was gradually being suppressed. The three-headed demonic ape had followed the mixed heaven's great demon for countless years. Its demonic Tao divine art was terrifying. It stepped on the ground and drew upon the power of the earth. It was simply an undefeatable demon god. Still not using that secret skill. Gu Fei saw that Shaoqing was at a disadvantage and seemed to be losing. He couldn't help but feel nervous. The heaven and earth power in Gu Fei's body isolated his aura. It was as if he had jumped out of the three realms and was not within the five elements. Shaoqing and the three-headed demonic ape did not sense Gu Fei's arrival. Ha! Go to hell! The demonic ape roared. It was suppressing Shaoqing and gaining the upper hand. The chaotic demonic light destroyed everything and blocked the dragon pearl. Humph! You think you've won? Xiaoqing sneered. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was not defeated. Ascend! Xiaoqing shouted. Endless demonic light burst from his body. A terrifying demonic energy erupted like 100,000 volcanoes. The void around him was instantly shattered by the explosive power. The three-headed demonic ape was shocked. It didn't expect that the other party did not use his full strength and hit such a powerful force. It felt danger. The power that burst from Xiaoqing's body surged into the dragon pearl in front of him. Boom! The dragon pearl emitted a blinding light. The rainbow divine light soared into the sky, illuminating the entire heaven and earth with 7 colors. It exploded with the unprecedented power of a true dragon. Bam! The dragon pearl shattered the chaotic demonic light. It was like a 7-colored sun that fell from the sky. The entire void was crushed by the power of the dragon pearl. The void collapsed and the heaven and earth shattered. At this moment, it was as if doomsday had arrived. It was extremely terrifying. The dragon pearl became the only thing in the world. With one step, Xiaoqing's strength increased by a few levels. He displayed the strength of a pinnacle immortal and suppressed the three-headed demonic ape. The chaotic demonic light continued to shatter in the void. The rainbow dragon pearl gradually sank, and a terrifying power came crashing down. The three-headed demonic ape's huge demonic body was almost shattered. Cracks appeared on its body, and demonic blood flowed out. Roar! The three-headed demonic ape roared crazily. He used the power of the earth and the chi of the earth to resist the dragon pearl. However, all of this seemed to be in vain. The dragon pearl suppressed a part of the world, sealed the void, and descended. The extremely powerful power of a true dragon destroyed everything. It was too late for the three-headed demonic ape to escape even if he wanted to. Xiaoqing used a secret technique and his combat strength increased to an unimaginable level. He suppressed the three-headed demonic ape and the dragon pearl sank, crushing everything. It was unstoppable. Gu Fei saw this scene and knew that the outcome was set. Full text hand strike without any suspense, the 7-colored dragon pearl sank like a 7-colored sun falling from the sky to the ground. The body of the three-headed demon ape shattered. From head to toe, it melted like ice and snow under the 7-colored divine light. The demonic aura that covered the earth was also dispersed by the power of the dragon pearl. Chapter 736. Rumble. In the eastern region of Gu Fei's Dantian, there was a commotion. A divine mountain suspended high in the sky shone with dazzling divine light. Divine runes of the immortal Tao appeared on the entire mountain. Swish! Gu Fei's figure appeared in this divine land. He looked at the divine mountain in front of him in shock. The divine light pierced through the sky, shaking heaven and earth. The divine mountain actually showed signs of breaking through the void and flying away. What's going on? Gu Fei could vaguely see figures on the divine mountain. This divine mountain was the sacred mountain of the divine race. At this time, the sacred mountain was undergoing changes. Spiritual energy from all directions frantically gathered towards the sacred mountain of the divine race. As the spiritual energy converged, colorful lights could be seen. The entire sacred mountain was like a bottomless abyss, devouring the spiritual energy of this part of the world. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel incomparable pain. If it was endlessly devoured like this divine land would most likely lose all of its spiritual energy. In the distance, the undead race also sensed the abnormality in the eastern region. A few realm undead emperors appeared nearby. When they saw Gu Fei, they hurried to greet him. Gu Fei saw that these undying emperors were the supreme emperors of the undying skeleton tribe, the supreme emperors of the nether tribe, and the supreme emperors of the undying evil corpse tribe. The 3 supreme emperors came to investigate. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with them. He then used the 8 desolation steps and directly rushed forward. When he arrived before the sacred mountain, he saw the divine race on the sacred mountain panicking. From the looks of it, even they didn't know what was going on. Sage Li, what's going on? Gu Fei saw Divine King Sage Li's figure and hurriedly transmitted his voice to him. He wanted to know what was going on. At this time, the weather changed. The sun in the sky seemed dim. Endless spiritual energy gathered, and the immortal Tao divine runes appeared on the sacred mountain, emitting a dazzling divine light. The power of the great Tao circulated. Boom! Li Xing wielded the golden divine halberd and circulated his full strength, bombarding the immortal Tao runes that enveloped the entire Saint Mountain. He wanted to break through the seal of the immortal Tao runes and rush out. However, when the golden halberd struck the immortal Tao divine glyph, even someone as powerful as God King Li Xing was sent flying like a leaf in the wind. I don't know what happened either. Legend had it that this divine mountain was the place where the supreme Tao ancestor comprehended the Tao. It was impervious to all tribulations and existed eternally. The sacred mountain had all kinds of ancient legends and sacred relics. A true demon's soul was once sealed in the mountain. Everyone thought that this was the place where the Tao ancestors sealed the demons. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. Even Sage Li, who was on the sacred mountain, did not know what had happened. Gu Fei felt a little uneasy. Rumble, at this time, the sacred mountain that had gathered boundless heaven and earth spiritual chi actually began to shatter the void, entering the primal chaos void. The entire sacred mountain gradually became blurry. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky, then punched forward. The vast fist force shook the heaven and earth, surging forward like a surging river. He wanted to break through the immortal Tao runes and stop the sacred mountain from flying away. However, something happened that shocked Gu Fei. His unparalleled fist force struck the immortal Tao runes around the sacred mountain, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It was instantly devoured. This extremely ferocious punch seemed to be bombarding the void, and there was no point of impact. Gu Fei was dumbfounded. He could not help but be stunned. How was this possible? His divine power and martial body had fused into one. Even He Tian's Qian Kuan shifting technique could not move him. The immortal Tao runes lingered. On the sacred mountain, the divine race was in a mess. They had no idea what had happened. The sacred mountain had shattered the void and was about to escape into the primal chaos void. These immortal Tao runes, could they be the trump cards left behind by the legendary supreme Tao ancestor? Gu Fei was indescribably shocked. The sacred mountain was about to escape. Could it be that the supreme Tao ancestor was summoning the sacred mountain? This thought flashed in Gu Fei's mind. Even he himself did not dare to believe it. He had refined this world. In this world, he was the supreme god. If the sacred mountain wanted to escape, it had to ask for his permission first. Roar! Gu Fei let out a roar. Rays of divine light burst out from his body. At this moment, he seemed to have fused with the heaven and earth, communicating with the heaven and earth, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth. Rumble, the divine land trembled. Endless spiritual energy gathered into a huge dragon, rushing over from all directions. It coiled around the sacred mountain that was about to break into the primal chaos void, wanting to drag the sacred mountain out from the primal chaos void. This was a huge dragon formed by the power of heaven and earth. One dragon was enough to crush the void and sweep across the heavens and the earth. Even if a celestial being entered this divine land, he would die. 18 huge dragons coiled around the sacred mountain. This was an incomparably shocking scene. The huge dragons formed by the power of heaven and earth were like real ancient dragons, possessing terrifying power. The vast and mighty dragon aura turned the heaven and earth into primal chaos. The terrifying energy waves of the 18 huge dragons shattered the void and the heaven and earth, displaying a supreme power that could destroy the heaven and earth. Rumble, the sacred mountain shook. The immortal Tao runes coiled around it. The power of the great Tao surged. The 18 huge dragons were immediately shaken away by the mighty power of the great Tao. Damn it! Gu Fei's body merged with the heaven and earth, communicating with the entire inner world, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth of this divine land. However, it seemed that it was still difficult to stop the sacred mountain from escaping. Could it be that there was really a supreme expert secretly summoning the sacred mountain of the divine race? The divine race was a powerful force in the hands of Gu Fei. This force was enough to impact the current cultivation world of the Tinglong continent. It was equivalent to the return of an ancient power. Gu Fei absolutely did not want to see this force disappear in front of him. He desperately drew upon the power of heaven and earth of this part of the world to confine the void. The 18 huge dragons rushed forward again and coiled around the sacred mountain, trying to pull it back. However, no matter how hard Gu Fei tried to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, it was all in vain. It was completely useless. The sacred mountain's escape was already difficult to stop. No one knew what was happening. The 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan were the fastest to read. They all retreated far away while trembling with fear. They watched this scene with indescribable horror. Gu Fei was like a supreme god that ruled over everything. However, he could not stop the sacred mountain from escaping. This made Gu Fei extremely depressed and frustrated. Chapter 737. Damn it, I'd like to see who's behind this. Gu Fei knew that the sacred mountain's flight was a foregone conclusion. It would be difficult to reverse it. Therefore, before the sacred mountain truly entered the primal chaos, he wanted to see who was behind all this. Divine power surged as Gu Fei's brow glowed with divine light. His soul power circulated. Swoosh! A strand of wool rushed out from Gu Fei's brow and attached itself to the sacred mountain. Rumble, at this time, the sacred mountain of the divine race completely blurred. It shattered the void and entered the primal chaos, vanishing from Gu Fei's sight. The shattered world reformed. The aura of the great Tao faded into the distance. The divine race's cries could be heard faintly. The sacred mountain flew away, taking all the members of the divine race with it. Gu Fei's body became one with heaven and earth, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to stabilize the shattered void. The strand of wool attached to the sacred mountain remained connected to his mind. The sacred mountain that had entered the primal chaos moved rapidly, rushing into the depths of the primal chaos. The primal chaos was boundless, with no end in sight. The power of primal chaos obliterated everything. Nothing could exist in the primal chaos. In the primal chaos nothingness, there wouldn't be any life. The divine mountain that the supreme Tao ancestor of legend used to comprehend the Tao was able to move through the chaotic void. Countless divine markings of the Tao coiled around the divine mountain while the energy of the grand Tao surged, and it actually kept the destructive energy of the chaotic void at bay. The primal chaos nothingness was a region of absolute darkness without any light. However, the divine light emitted by the sacred mountain illuminated this region of absolute darkness. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, the divine mountain traversed millions of miles in the void of primal chaos. The god race members on the mountain were all horrified. Everyone was helpless and could only resign themselves to fate. The divine race Patriarch Li Jingxia and Hierarch Li Fan weren't here. The divine race didn't know what to do. On the divine mountain, more than 10 god kings appeared, suppressing the panic of the gods. They worked together to activate the great defensive formation on the divine mountain. Beams of divine light shot into the sky, interweaving into formation runes within the immortal Tao runes, wrapping around the divine mountain. No one knew where the divine mountain would fly to, or what it would encounter along the way. Suddenly, Saintly and the others noticed a bright light in front of them. Very quickly, they entered an area filled with divine power. The divine mountain charged straight into the depths of this area filled with divine light. Following that, everyone felt that the divine mountain beneath their feet had begun to slow down. A faintly discernible ripple came from up ahead. Everyone began to search for the source of the ripple. When the sacred mountain finally came to a stop, everyone was completely stunned by the scene before them. The source of the strange ripples was a corpse that lay silently in the air. The corpse wore ancient clothes and was completely dry. Its skin was stuck to its bones, as if it had died countless years ago. A hazy divine light shone from the corpse, illuminating the entire chaotic void. Even the power of chaos couldn't erase the corpse. When the divine mountain arrived, the corpse seemed to tremble. The god kings on the mountain couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat as they stared nervously at the corpse in front of them. No one had expected the divine mountain to fly to a place like this. Just as the corpse trembled slightly, the wisp of Gu Fei's divine sense that was attached to the sacred mountain immediately dissipated in the void. Inside his inner world, Gu Fei immediately felt the impact. His head throbbed with pain, and he almost fell from the sky. He felt like his soul was being torn apart. He could no longer maintain his state of being one with the world. The power of heaven and earth was no longer under his control, and the shattered space that had been frozen in place began to reform itself. The power of heaven and earth was repairing the shattered space. What is that? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He had also seen the evil corpse that had lit up the chaotic void. He had never imagined that it was a corpse floating in the void of primal chaos that could summon the god race's divine mountain. This was unbelievable. Did that evil corpse have something to do with the god race? Why would the supreme Tao ancestors' Tao enlightenment ground fly to the side of that corpse? Gu Fei didn't know, but he knew one thing. He had just lost a powerful force that could change the structure of the Tinglong continent's cultivation world. Damn it! Gu Fei was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. That was a powerful force that could go against any ancient desolate faction, but it was gone just like that. My lord, the three supreme emperors of the undead clan walked over cautiously. Get lost. All of you, get lost. Gu Fei roared angrily at the three supreme emperors of the undying clan. There was a stifling feeling in his chest, and he didn't know where to vent it. The three supreme emperors of the undead clan were shocked and hurriedly ran away. They didn't want to become Gu Fei's venting bucket. The cultivation of the three supreme emperors of the undead clan was only equivalent to the mysterious transformation pinnacle experts of the Tinglong continent. How could they compare to the divine kings of the divine clan? Gu Fei's heart was bleeding at the thought of this. Ah! He roared at the sky, his voice shaking the sky to vent the anger in his chest. After venting for a while, Gu Fei gradually calmed down. He opened his inner world and walked out. At this time, Shaoqing was nowhere to be found. On the ground, there was a scene of the aftermath of a great battle. The area within a radius of a few hundred miles had become a desert. The battle between the immortal realm experts could be described as earth-shattering. The area that was originally a mountain range had turned into a barren desert after the battle. Where did they go? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel surprised. He released his divine consciousness to scan the surroundings, but he didn't sense the auras of Shaoqing, He Tian, or Balon. Gu Fei retracted his divine consciousness and went back the way he came. Soon, he returned to the sleeping place of the great demon in chaos. The land of immortals didn't bury immortals, but demons. The great demon in chaos had been sleeping for countless years and had been recuperating here. It was only in the last few hundred years that he gradually began to awaken. At this time, the land of immortals was filled with collapsed mountains and shattered land. There were still remnants of the auras left behind by the celestial realm experts. The corpses of the soldiers of the great Yen dynasty rolled among the rocks and forests. Dark bloodstains seeped into the soil on the ground. The corpses of demons and magical beasts could also be seen everywhere. This battle between gods and demons could be said to be extremely tragic. Countless living beings died tragically, and the smell of blood lingered in the air. It was as if the tragic sounds of battle could still be heard. Where did Xiaoqing and the others go? Gu Fei moved quickly in the sky above the land of immortals. Soon, he found traces of the great Yan dynasty's army dozens of miles away from the immortal graveyard. It was a forest, and there were military camps built around the forest. From time to time, there would be generals flying in the sky above the military camps. When Gu Fei appeared near the forest, a divine general soared into the sky and stopped him. "Who are you?" This divine general was 9 feet tall and looked mighty. He held a pair of copper hammers in his hands. He had the back of a bear and the eyes of a leopard. His body surged with a fierce murderous aura. He was simply a ferocious beast in human form. "I'm looking for someone," Gu Fei said. Although this divine general had the cultivation of an immortal realm, Gu Fei didn't take him seriously. "Looking for someone? You are Gu Fei." The fierce murderous aura on the divine general immediately retracted, and his leopard eyes sized up Gu Fei. Chapter 738. "I am Gu Fei," Gu Fei said. The general hurriedly said, "Your friend has been invited to the Yen capital by the Grand Preceptor. You can go to the Yen capital to meet your friend." The Yen capital. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. That was the capital of the Yen dynasty. The Yen dynasty was one of the 3 eternal dynasties in the central plains of the Tinglong continent. The Yen capital, as the capital of the Yen dynasty, had a long history. It was one of the most prosperous places in the world. In the entire central plains, only the capitals of the Wei dynasty and the Qi dynasty could compare. "How far is the Yen capital from here?" Gu Fei asked with a frown. No wonder he didn't see Xiaoqing and He Tian. They had been invited to the Yen capital by the Grand Preceptor of the Yen dynasty. The Grand Preceptor of the Yen dynasty was probably the celestial being of the Yen dynasty who had been fighting endlessly with the chaotic sky demon. 10,000 miles. The general's words were very straightforward and concise. He didn't beat around the bush. It was much easier to talk to such a person. 10,000 miles. Gu Fei was shocked. He wasn't He Tian, who could cross a distance of 10,000 miles with a teleportation matrix. If he flew, it would probably take a lot of time. "You don't need to worry. The Grand Preceptor has already set up a teleportation matrix that can go directly to the Yen capital," the mighty general quickly explained. "Good. Then let's go to the Yen capital." Gu Fei thought about it and decided to meet up with Xiaoqing and He Tian first. Then, they would return to the Taishan sect together. Moreover, he wanted to understand the current situation in the world of cultivation. There was definitely a teleportation matrix between the capital of the Yen dynasty and the capital of the Qi dynasty. This would save him a lot of trouble. "Your Excellency, please follow me." With that, the immortal general led the way and flew into the military camp. In the open space of the military camp, a matrix appeared. It was a matrix that was directly imprinted between the heavens and the earth. There was no need for spirit jades to carve the matrix. Only the super experts of the celestial being realm could master such a method. They would imprint the formation diagram in the void, gather spiritual qi, and lay down a teleportation formation. Although He Tian was an array master, he didn't have the strength to do so. He still needed to use spirit jades as a carrier for the array diagram. He had to engrave the array diagram on the spirit jades in order to prevent the spirit energy from dispersing. Gu Fei followed the heavenly general into the teleportation formation without hesitation. The heavenly general then activated the teleportation formation. The formation engraved on the ground immediately emitted a dazzling divine light. Swoosh! With a flash of brilliance, the space and the teleportation formation twisted. Gu Fei and the Divine General disappeared into the formation. Transparent ripples were undulating. The teleportation formation that Immortality had imprinted on the ground gradually dimmed, but did not dissipate. This teleportation formation could not be used once, it could be used continuously. Gu Fei had experienced the feeling of traveling through the void countless times. Time seemed to have stopped, and the void was twisting. Colorful lights flowed around him, as if he was traveling through a tunnel of time and space. Swoosh! After an unknown amount of time, a dazzling divine light flashed. Gu Fei realized that he and the Heavenly General were already standing on a formation platform made of jade. The light dissipated, and Gu Fei saw that around the formation platform, there was a house made of stone. There were 4 stone doors around the house, and every stone door was guarded by soldiers in black armor. There was nothing in the house except for a formation platform made of jade in the middle. The house had a radius of more than 10 zhang, and it seemed to be a fixed teleportation point. The super forces of the Tinglong continent would always build fixed teleportation points. This was because the Tinglong continent was too vast, and there seemed to be no end. Just the vastness of the Great Yan dynasty's territory was shocking enough. In such a vast territory, if there was no teleportation formation, even if a cultivator wanted to go to a certain area, it would be very troublesome. Outside the house, there was a hubbub of voices. It seemed that there were many people gathered outside. Please follow me. The Heavenly General was very respectful to Gu Fei. He led the way and walked out of the teleportation point. Outside, Gu Fei realized that there was a huge martial arts field outside. At this moment, the martial arts field was covered by a layer of divine light. In the martial arts field, there were 2 experts fighting. The martial arts field was densely packed with people. It is said that the Dragon Clan's combat skills are unparalleled in the world. Indeed. That's right. That expert from the Dragon Clan has consecutively defeated 13 Immortal Realm experts of our dynasty. It seems that the 14th expert will also be defeated. Where did the Dragon Clan come from? I heard that it is a friend invited by the Imperial Tutor. While the crowd was discussing, Gu Fei was shocked to find that one of the 2 experts fighting on the martial arts field was actually Xiaoqing. He saw that Xiaoqing's entire body was filled with mighty dragon qi. His body was faintly discernible as he displayed unparalleled combat strength. The Dragon Clan's combat skills shook the entire martial arts field. It could be seen that this was not an ordinary martial arts field. There was divine light covering it, counteracting the mighty aftershocks. Otherwise, a battle between immortals would have destroyed this place countless times over. What's going on? When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but feel displeased. He turned to ask the Heavenly General. This. I don't know either. Please follow me. The Imperial Tutor will analyze it for you. The Heavenly General did not seem to know what was going on. At this moment, on the martial arts field, Xiaoqing sent his opponent flying with a punch, spitting blood. That person was only injured but not dead. He did not really kill him. Haha, who else wants to come up and fight? Is there no one in the Great Yan dynasty who is my match? Xiaoqing said loudly. When Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but frown. This kid Xiaoqing did not know how to restrain himself in someone else's territory. It would not be good if he incurred the wrath of the crowd. As expected, the crowd around the martial arts field immediately boiled over. Some people even wanted to rush up the martial arts field. Fortunately, there was a divine light covering the martial arts field, so those people could not break through the divine light. The Heavenly General led Gu Fei to a high platform beside the martial arts field that seemed to be used to host the martial arts field. There were many people dressed in luxurious clothes sitting on the high platform. One of them, Gu Fei could not see through his cultivation. He felt as though he was facing the entire world. That person was the heavens and the earth. Celestial. Gu Fei was shocked. Could that person be the Grand Preceptor of the Great Yen Dynasty? On the high platform, there was a middle-aged man sitting in the middle. He wore a purple gold dragon crown, had a square face, and looked mighty. He seemed to be one with the world around him. If he did not look with his eyes, even Gu Fei would not be able to sense his existence. Celestial, heaven and man combined into one. This kind of super expert could be said to be a terrifying existence that existed with heaven and earth. They were high above, looking down on the common people. The world was in the hands of such a person. As long as there were no mighty figures or extreme experts, the Celestial was the ruler of the world, a mighty lord. Greetings, Grand Preceptor. The heavenly general led Gu Fei to the bottom of the high platform and bowed to the middle-aged man on the high platform. The man only nodded, then his gaze fell on Gu Fei. You are Gu Fei. The middle-aged man's gaze was like lightning, as though he could see through Gu Fei. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the kneeling heavenly general carefully retreated. Boss, you are here. Before Gu Fei could answer, a dark shadow rushed out from the side and came in front of Gu Fei. If this guy was not He Tian, who else could it be? I am Gu Fei. Gu Fei said calmly. Although he could sense the terrifying aura and power of a celestial from this middle-aged man, his expression did not change. When the middle-aged man saw Gu Fei like this, he could not help but nod. On the high platform sat the royal family of the Great Yen Dynasty. They were either princes or princesses, or relatives of the Great Yen Dynasty. At this moment, all of them were looking at Gu Fei. They saw Gu Fei still standing below the high platform, neither servile nor overbearing. They were all surprised. Who was this guy? He even knelt and bowed to the Grand Preceptor. I am the Grand Preceptor of the Great Yen Dynasty, Yen Wuxia. The middle-aged man smiled. I wonder why the Grand Preceptor has invited my brother to the Yen capital? Gu Fei still had a calm expression. He had several treasures of the Great Tao, so he could protect himself even against a celestial. At this moment, Xiaoqing's words had angered many of the experts of the Great Yen present. From the crowd outside, a young man with an iron sword on his back walked out and leaped onto the platform. Someone opened the divine light shield and let the young man in. Ha! How about we talk after watching the competition? Yen Wuxia said. Gu Fei nodded. He also wanted to know what this Grand Preceptor of the Great Yen Dynasty had up his sleeve. Gu Fei and He Tian were both invited onto the high platform by Yen Wuxia, sitting together with the royal family. Seeing Yen Wuxia treat Gu Fei and He Tian so courteously, the royal family couldn't help but be surprised. Soon, Gu Fei found Balan, the fire Kirin. Balan was standing next to the martial arts arena, watching every move. Li Ji of the Iron Sword sect is here to learn from you. On the martial arts arena, the young man with the iron sword on his back cupped his hands and said to Xiaoqing with a solemn face. He was surrounded by sword energy, and the iron sword on his back was trembling slightly, as if it could fly up at any time. Li Ji of the Iron Sword sect. That's a sword immortal of the Iron Sword sect. There's going to be a good show. Among the crowd around the martial arts arena, some people immediately recognized the origin of the young man with the iron sword on his back. Sword immortals were recognized as the cultivators with the most offensive power in the cultivation world. With a sword in hand, they could break all methods. Sword immortals were the strongest existences in the same realm. Xiaoqing has met his match. Gu Fei's eyes immediately lit up when he saw Li Ji. He was like a human-shaped heavenly sword. Although he was not sharp, he could feel a dangerous aura from him. Humph. Without saying a word, Xiaoqing directly punched out. The vast fist force condensed into a huge dragon, rushing out of his fist and rushing toward Li Ji.